alert, a large and strong tornado is on the ground, seek shelter immediately.
Alright, we are going live with severe weather coverage, and we are literally starting the stream with a PDS tornado warning. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has just dropped over near Arena and northwest of Mount Horeb, back over to the west of Black Earth in Wisconsin. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We already have 3 tornado warnings, and we are expecting the potential for a small-scale tornado outbreak today, as we do have a mesoscale convective vortex that is remnant from last night's severe weather event, and we now have a PDS tornado warning back over to the west of Madison, Wisconsin. This tornado has been on the ground on and off for the last 20 minutes or so, and they have just gone ahead and upgraded this to a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. The tornado would be located right here just to the north of Hyde. This will be coming up into Arena, Wisconsin over the next few minutes, and then eventually approaching Manizami and as well as Black Earth. So if you are in this tornado warning right now, you need to put as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible. You need to be away from windows, and you need to be on the lowest floor possible. If you're back over near Black Earth, or even further back off to the east near Middleton, or over to the northwest there of Madison, we could have a tornado literally at any time as this storm continues to move to the east-northeast. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation in this tornado warning for Iowa County, Wisconsin. This is moving to the east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. This has been confirmed by weather spotters, and again, it is currently tracking to the east-northeast. Further down to the south and also north, we have 2 other tornado warnings that I need to get to immediately. Northwest of Monroe in Wisconsin, this storm has been rapidly rotating over the last few minutes. Vince Walty, bottom middle of your screen, has a definitive lowering. This is just to the west of Monticello, going up towards Exeter and New Glarus. This will eventually track towards Belleville and Albany. So if you're in this tornado warning, you also need to be in your safe place. This is a very discreet supercell, and this might also try dropping a large tornado here over the next few minutes as it continues to track to the east-northeast. You can very faintly see the large wall cloud right beyond the tree line right there. This is once again Vince Walty, who's also inside of the Radar Omega app. This is north of Monroe right now. So he's very quickly coming up on this discrete supercell that may try to drop a tornado here with literally any time as it continues to move to the east-northeast. So again, right beyond that tree line, I'm not sure if we're going to get clearing here yet, but we are going to keep a very close eye on this. This storm eventually would be going towards Janesville and Milton. So those areas would eventually be in the track of this tornado, but look at that huge wall cloud back there. And that is a massive wall cloud back there north of Monroe, Wisconsin. And this is going to be tracking towards Evansville here within the next 20 minutes or so. This storm's also tracking east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Also, if we go back over to live radar, we have another tornado warning a little bit further off to the north. This one is west of Baraboo, southwest of Reedsburg. The main area of rotation is fairly broad on this storm. This will be coming up towards Loganville and then eventually tracking towards Reedsburg within the next 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not nearly as concerned about this storm right now. I have not seen nearly as much rotation on this one. It's been broader, but we are going to continue to keep a very close eye on that storm. There's also been some rotation east of La Crosse, Wisconsin. We got to zoom out a little bit, but we got a bunch of different areas of weaker and broad rotation back over to the east of La Crosse. These are all also to the west of Wisconsin Dells. These are all kind of spinning around our mesoscale convective vortex, basically an area of elevated vorticity and spin that is embedded in this environment, and we may see another isolated tornado or two in this general corridor. I do think our greatest tornado threat and even the potential for strong and large tornadoes would be primarily in this corridor within the next couple of hours, as we are expecting a more elevated amount of wind shear to be in place. And also, every storm right now to the south of Reedsburg, for the most part, is discrete, which makes this environment even more dangerous. So we need to keep a very close eye on that. Back over in Illinois, we also have storms going up right now. A lot of these are damaging wind producers, but I would expect the tornado threat to increase within the next hour or so as these storms continue to track to the east. There's been some weak rotation back over near Sterling in Illinois. That is moving towards Harmon. That'll be basically paralleling I-88 going towards Franklin Grove. And then there's also some very weak rotation that we've seen over the last few scans west of Freeport, Illinois. That'll be coming up on Cedarville. That is also another discrete storm that is currently tracking to the northeast. This is Vince's view right now of the storm. This might be dropping a tornado at any moment. This back over near Monroe in Wisconsin, and bottom right of your screen are the velocities. They are very strong. We got a huge wall cloud right there. If you know anybody near Monticello back over here in southern Wisconsin, please make sure that they're aware of this.
Rapid rotation.
We could have a big tornado dropping in the next couple of minutes with this storm.
Be seeking shelter.
You need to be seeking shelter once again if you are in Monticello. That is a large wall cloud, though. This is again coming up towards Albany and Exeter, New Glarus.
I didn't realize I didn't have that strap or my bag in the
See bottom right of your screen again. Velocities are definitely ramping up. We're gonna go back to them in a second, but this storm is again currently tracking towards Monticello, New Glarus. Evansville's eventually in the path of this. This is moving east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour right now. If we put a little timing guide on this, this will possibly be going towards Janesville, but again, we are gonna kind of just play it a little bit further to the north since it's more moving to the north than east. It'll be coming up into Monticello within the next 15 minutes, eventually going towards Evansville at about 1:35, Union also at 1:35, Cooksville at 1:42, and if you're over in Hannahville or Fulton, you're expected to be hit by this storm around 1:50 or so Central Time, and then Edgerton at about 1:58, and then long term, this will be coming up towards Cambridge at about 2:15. This storm again has a huge wall cloud, and I do think the storm northeast of Dodgeville that is producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado might be having something similar of a look as what Vince is seeing right now. But again, you can see this. This is again the PDS tornado warning. This is our large tornado that is tracking into Black Earth in Wisconsin right now. Huge hook echo on this storm and a very strong inflow. And so our tornado would be located just south of Arena, and it will be coming up into Mezomany and as well as Black Earth in the next 10 minutes. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. We still have a huge wall cloud in the storm in far southern Wisconsin right now, very far left side of your screen. I do think that this is trying to drop a tornado right now. We've not had ground contact visible yet, but it could happen at any moment. That is a huge wall cloud once again north of Monroe. This is not our PDS tornado warning, but I do think that this has the potential to drop a big tornado.
I'm trying to call the SO, but there's
then large rotating wall cloud. He might be deploying one of his cameras with Project Weather Eye, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Let's go back to the PDS tornado warning. We just got a new radar scan, and the latest scan is showing our strongest area of rotation now over the east side of this little H roadway, so it's kind of in a rural area just south of Arena, Wisconsin. Assuming we still have a large tornado, this will be coming up into Black Earth over the next few minutes, and then tracking towards Prairie du Sac, and then also going towards Middleton, just to the west of Madison, Wisconsin. We do have, I believe, a few live cameras that are be coming up nearby just south of Baraboo, so we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on those as this storm continues to track to the east-northeast over the next few minutes. And then back over to the southwest of Reedsburg, we still have an active tornado warning. I'm again not as concerned about this storm as the ones further south. This storm has broad rotation that is heading up into Reedsburg over the next few minutes in Loganville. Wouldn't be surprised if that warning were just to be canceled at some point or even just allowed to expire, as that rotation's been much broader. And then further off to the north, kind of a little bit more out of our like 5% tornado risk, but back to the west of Norwalk, we've been seeing at least some broad rotation just to the southeast of Leon. That'll be coming up towards I-90 over the next few minutes. There's no tornado there right now, but it is broadly rotating. That is currently again moving to the north-northeast. So if you're back up near Toma, stay weather aware. We also have had some broad rotation just to the south of Millston. That is tracking up towards I-94 right now, just to the west of Warren. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that storm as well. We did have a tornado report back over near Dodgeville, Wisconsin. It was about 2 miles north of Dodgeville, where we did have a report from the public that there was a confirmed tornado on County EM Road. So that was our first tornado confirmed of the day, and this is still potentially producing a large tornado right now on the south side of Arena, and this will be tracking into Mezomany and Sauk City here over the next 15 minutes. If you're back over near Sauk City, I'd be ready to go to your safe place. We will likely see a brand new tornado warning at any moment for Sauk City and also north of Middleton, northwest of Madison, Wisconsin. I do not think Madison's going to be included in that tornado warning as that storm is tracking to the northeast. However, we got to watch the storm further down to your south for a potential tornado risk. Also, we do have some little watch and a couple watch updates just real quickly that I want to jump over into. This is some of the latest watches that we've just had issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is one of them. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in place for northern Illinois. This includes 10 million people today until 8 o'clock tonight, where there is a chance for a couple of tornadoes, isolated quarter-sized hail, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. We also have a tornado watch that is in effect for southern Wisconsin. The wording is honestly not that strong, even though I think it could have been stronger. It just says a couple of tornadoes are possible possible, but I think this could, easily be more strongly worded. There's also a potential for isolated quarter-sized hail, and then damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is possible. And notice how they have mentioned the potential even for
This is an
strong
emergency
tornadoes.
alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have another PDS tornado warning. This will be an extension to the confirmed tornado for Iowa County, Wisconsin. So they've just gone ahead and upgraded this. It's going to continue as a PDS tornado warning. This will be going towards Sauk City in the town of Springfield in Wisconsin. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this PDS tornado warning. This will be heading up towards the Prairie du Sac area, town of Springfield, Black Earth, Mezomany, and as well as just south of Bluffview. This includes Sauk, Dane, and Iowa counties in Wisconsin. If you have any friends or family in this tornado warning, you need to make sure that they are getting to their safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is the second highest tornado warning category that you can possibly get, and again, you need to put as many walls between you as the outside as humanly possible. If you have a bathtub, you might want to get into that. If you got a basement, you need to be getting there as well. This is a very dangerous tornado right now that is currently moving to the northeast. This has been confirmed multiple times by storm spotters, and you can see the rotation near Arena. It is fairly strong right now, just to the west of Mezomany, and then that'll be coming up into the town of Barry in about 6 or 7 minutes, and then approaching town of Roxbury, and as well as Alden's Corners in the next few minutes. So again, you need to be in your storm shelter if you are in this tornado warning. As I was just talking about, this is the mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The tornado potential obviously is more elevated here. They have mentioned that the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is anywhere from 100 to 130 miles per hour. So there is a potential for strong tornadoes in this environment, with all hazards obviously being damaging winds, hail, and also tornadoes. Isolated flash flooding is also a possibility. But today is shaping up to be a very active day here across Wisconsin and Illinois, and keep in mind that our tornado watch goes until 6 o'clock, so this is mostly going to be an afternoon risk, but nonetheless, you gotta be staying weather aware. If you have any outdoor plans, definitely make sure that you're staying alert. This is all from a remnant mesoscale convective vortex from yesterday that is increasing our vorticity and spin across southern and central Wisconsin, and that's hence why we already have so many tornado warnings, and I would fully expect we are going to see a bunch more here over the next couple of hours. All right, going back to our confirmed tornado warning, it looks like our tornado debris signature right now is over to the south of Arena. That is just south of US Highway 14. That is going to be tracking up towards Mezomany and also going towards Black Earth, town of Barry, and town of Springfield over the next few minutes. You can see, again, the hook echo and the very strong inflow that is currently coming into the storm. This is still likely producing a tornado going to Mezomany right now. The latest update on this is that this is a law enforcement confirmed tornado near Barnveld as of 12:55 p.m. So this is still a confirmed tornado. It's possibly been on the ground for as long as 30 minutes now. The first report was again on the north side of Dodgeville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning. This will be for the one west of Janesville, going towards Evansville, Wisconsin, just south of Madison. This is also a discrete supercell that is attempting to produce a tornado. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building, just to the west of Janesville, Wisconsin. Vince Waltie's on this storm right now. You can see him bottom middle of your screen. We still have a very strong area of rotation right now over Monticello, coming up into Exeter, just south of New Glarus, Belleville, Union, and Evansville, all in the path of this, just to the north of Magnolia right now. This is a live shot from Vince Waltie. He is currently on this storm, very close to that area of rotation, and you can see again, he is on the bottom right of your screen as well. He's literally about a mile away from that strongest area of rotation right now. We'll be keeping a very close eye on him. My light is broken. We'll be keeping a very close eye on him. Again, he is currently coming up onto this near Monticello right now, tracking towards Attica, and then eventually going towards Union in Wisconsin. This is another discrete supercell that is currently tracking to the east-northeast. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings going up back over in Illinois right now. This is off to the west of Chicago. Biggest concern with these right now is damaging winds, and then quarter-sized hail is also a possibility. The tornado threat out of these storms for right now is on the low side of things, but we are keeping a very close eye on these. I do think the tornado threat will progressively grow as these storms continue to track to the east over the next hour or so, going towards Rochelle, DeKalb, also heading towards Ottawa, and then Aurora and Joliet are also in the path of this. You can see the large wall cloud there on the right side of your screen.
If you're watching and you're trying to follow, please don't. Please don't.
This is Vince Waltie on the southern tornado warning right now. This is back over near Evansville, which may be about to drop. See, the velocities are very strong here. Clouds are very low.
Tornado warning has been issued for northeastern Greene County, northwestern Rock County, and south central Greene County until 1:45 p.m. At 12:15
Again, huge wall cloud right there. That's the mesocyclone. That's the area of rotation that he's looking at right in front of him.
over Monticello, or 9 miles north of Monroe, will be
Obviously very dangerous. Obviously, if you are in Wisconsin and you're trying to look for these tornadoes, do not, because what you're going to be running into, the problem that you're going to be running into is that, one, these could be rain wrap tornadoes, and then on top of that, you know, there's trees everywhere. There's literally no point to be looking for a tornado here, especially on even this storm. Obviously, Vince's been doing this for a while. He knows what he's doing, but like otherwise, like, do not try to be looking for tornadoes here if you are anywhere in Wisconsin, Illinois. There's no point. I know it's daylight, but it's not worth it. He's now getting caught up in the rain, so he's a little bit behind it, but he's coming back up to that in a second. Again, that is located over Monticello right now. We do not have a debris signature as of right now, but it is strongly rotating, moving to the east-northeast. That'll be coming up towards Evansville, just west of Janesville, Wisconsin. And then back off to the west of Black Earth. This is our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This is a discrete supercell that may still be producing a large tornado that is going to be coming up into Sauk City over the next few minutes, and then tracking towards town of Springfield and Lodi is in the long-term path of this. Lake Wisconsin, Poinet, and just to the west of Sun Prairie. You guys are going to be in the path of this particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. Wait 1 second. 1 second. I gotta fix that. Back to Vince for a second. Alright, try again.
All right, so I'm looking at two storms south of Monroe, Wisconsin, one of which is actually in Illinois, just north of Freeport. These are going to be tornado warned pretty soon. They have mesos aloft, and they're starting to stretch down to the surface in the latest scans. These are going to do the same things as a storm to the north that's currently PDS warned. So Janesville, Wisconsin, there is a very rapidly increasing tornado threat as these supercells head right towards Janesville and Beloit.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we got two different storms that are a little bit more concerning as well near the Wisconsin and Illinois border. One of which is near Freeport. There is a mesocyclone on that is heading towards the Pictonia area, just to the west of Rockford, Illinois. And then the other one's near Monroe. That is also another little discrete cell that is going to be heading towards Broadhead, Ordville, and Spring Valley. So keep an eye on these. There is a chance that these try to drop a tornado as they continue to move to the east-northeast. Further off to the north, west of Wisconsin Dells, our tornado warning for Sauk County, Wisconsin still is ongoing for 12 more minutes, which is until 1:15 p.m. Central Time. I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning. The rotation's been much broader, but continue to keep a close eye on that storm if you're back over near Wisconsin Dells. We also have a little bit of rotation south of New Lisbon and just to the west of Lake Delton. That'll be coming up towards I-90-94. Mauston is also going to be in the path of that here over the next few minutes. And then further off to the north, we still have some other areas of broader rotation that are all kind of spinning around our mesoscale convective vortex to the south of Black River Falls, east of La Crosse. So keep an eye on these. We could see a potential tornado or two even back up to the north. They have obviously put the tornado watch to include a large chunk of Wisconsin here, and that does include even the area of spin. And despite the chances of tornadoes not being very high in central Wisconsin, I do think we could see at least some brief and weak tornadoes in this environment around our mesoscale convective vortex. There's a lot of rain obviously out in front of these storms too, which could kind of hinder its long-term development. But again, there's definitely still a chance for a couple tornadoes up there. Let's go back further to the south. Let me go back to the PDS tornado warning. Our latest radar scan is still showing very strong rotation on the northwest side of Mezomany. This is going to be entering town over the next couple of minutes, approaching Highway 8 or Highway Y, and then coming up towards 78, and then going into Sauk City in about 5 to 10 minutes. Once again, Sauk City, you need to be in your safe place right now. We need to assume that a tornado is still in progress here. We don't know for sure if there's a tornado as of now, but if there is one, it's going to be on the west side of Mezomany. The last time we had a confirmed tornado on this storm was about 15 minutes ago. So 15 minutes ago, the last time we had a confirmed tornado, but there could still be one here. This is still a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning, as if there is still a tornado, it will likely be on the large side of things, just to the northwest of Madison, Wisconsin. The storm near Monticello over the latest radar scan is at least a little bit broader on the north side of Monticello, but it is still rotating. Vince Walty is currently looking at the wall cloud here that is just off to the west of Monticello. And obviously this is going to be heading towards Evansville here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. His audio's off for now, but it should come back here in a second. That is the area of interest right there. A very raggedy and disorganized wall cloud. So this will be heading up towards Evansville here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Hey, Pat, wait for the super chat, and also Rhonda for the super chat. My husband's currently working in Lodi, Wisconsin this week. Yeah, stay safe. Again, this is obviously a concerning situation, a lot of it because of how highly populated, these areas here are in southern Wisconsin. We have a lot of people that live in southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois, and obviously going into today, one of the biggest concerns was population density when it came to this tornado threat. We have a large 5% tornado risk that is in place. This was upgraded from our morning outlook that includes Green Bay, Milwaukee, Chicago is in a 2%, Oshkosh, Appleton, back through Madison and Rockford. You guys are all in that 5% tornado risk today. And obviously, this is where we have the greatest confidence of seeing at least a few tornadoes this afternoon. We've already at least seen 2 or 3 different tornadoes out of that one storm that is still PDS tornado warned west of Madison. And I would fully expect that we are going to see more here throughout the afternoon and evening. We also have a large 2%, which does encompass areas like Chicago, just north of Bloomington, even far eastern Iowa. So today's a day that you need to be staying weather aware. Luckily, the tornado threat is daylight hours for the most part. I don't think we're going to see many tornadoes anytime after 7 o'clock tonight. The tornado threat really should wind down around 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. So we at least have a good window here, though, where we do have the potential for tornadoes this afternoon. And one of the things I'd recommend too, if you're tuning in today, if you're like, for example, busy and you don't want to be watching the stream 24/7, you can actually go, if you have like a smart TV, you can literally just pull up the YouTube app and put us on the TV and just have that playing all day. We'll be relaying warnings and such. Whenever something gets issued, we'll obviously be talking all about it. I fully expect that we will be live all the way through at least the end of this tornado watch, as we are expecting a very busy afternoon here. Here's the latest on that wall cloud. It's gotten more organized over the last few minutes. This is back over to the west of Evansville. So we have a large hanging wall cloud here. Back over near Monticello in Wisconsin.
Massive wall cloud.
It's going to be going towards Evansville over the next few minutes.
That looks tornadic. Guys, this is north of Monticello. Monticello, you're clear. Monticello, you're clear. It's going to be Highway C all the way up through Exeter, Attica, the bar. If you're at the bar in Attica bar.
So again, as a large wall cloud, this could drop a tornado at any moment, heading towards Evansville, Wisconsin.
This is Monticello, you're clear. Monticello and New Glarus, you're clear. Belleville, you are not clear. Brooklyn, you are not clear. Attica and the bar, you're not clear.
By the way, they just canceled the tornado warning for Reedsburg. That was the one that was radar indicated. We talked a lot about it just being kind of weak. Not really surprising there, but they've gone ahead and allowed that warning to just be canceled. No longer really much of a concern there near Reedsburg. The other tornado warnings obviously still concerning. We still have our PDS tornado warning just to the southwest of Sauk City. If we have a tornado, it will be over the Mezomany area that is coming up towards Highway 12 over the next few minutes, just to the west of town of Springfield. Eventually going towards I-3990 near Poinet, just to the north of Madison, Wisconsin. The storm is again currently tracking to the northeast, so if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, get away from windows, put as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible, as this is still a very concerning storm moving to the northeast right now. Back over to the west of Evansville, this storm has had broader rotation over the last few minutes, but obviously, as we've seen, there is still a large hanging wall cloud, which could still lead to a tornado at any moment. The tornado, if we were to have one, it would be right over Exeter, and then coming up towards Union in Wisconsin in about 10 to 15 minutes from now. The rotation on the storms north of Freeport in Illinois, there's still a little bit of rotation on that storm north of Freeport, and the one east of Monroe has been broadly rotating going towards Janesville in Wisconsin. And then back over in Illinois right now, everything for the most part is wind other than the storm north of Freeport. So damaging winds will continue going towards Rochelle, DeKalb, Aurora, Joliet, Ottawa, and Morse in Peru. So be ready for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also some quarter-sized hail here over the next few minutes. This is back to that large hanging wall cloud here west of Janesville.
Whoever this is following me, please give me, I know you're watching, just give, because I hold the phone up. Can you please just give me a little bit of space, guys, or just go around, okay?
Actually,
Please,
what's interesting, if you look on the left side of your screen, there's actually blue sky. This is obviously not an environment that we've seen huge storms up for hours. Usually clouds spread out, over an hour span from storms, and you can actually still see blue sky off to the left while a tornado's trying to drop right there in the middle. Not something you see very often in Wisconsin, to be honest.
RFD's coming around. I know I've said this, but this might be go time.
Still see it rotating right there. See it rotating
Rapid
right there,
rotation.
northwest of Albany. That is spinning. Look at how much it's spinning there on the right. I mean, if a
Rapid
tornado were to
rotation.
drop, it would probably be strong. It's still pretty scuddy. It's not fully organized right now, but it is still rapidly rotating.
Spin around. Oh, this looks like she's about to come down. I'm at Charlie, and is this D? I'm at Charlie and David.
That
right
looks
now,
like
guys.
it's trying to
C&D.
drop right now in the middle of your screen, far back. It is rapidly
C&D.
rotating, though.
For the locals, C and D. Northeast Monticello. Looks like wall cloud might be cycling again. RFD clear slots coming around. This thing means business, guys. If you're in anywhere, Attica
See how
Bar,
fast it's
County
rotating
X
there
between
on the left side of your
Charlie
screen.
and 92, Belleville, Brooklyn.
Hey, Daryl for the 5 new memberships. It's northwest of Albany in
let's see here.
Wisconsin.
104 between Charlie and A. Adam up there in Dane County. You guys need to be watching this. It's coming right for you. I know we got a lot of locals watching today. This is still north. Is Monticello, you're clear. New Glarus, you're clear.
All right, so still rapidly rotating there on the left side of your screen. This, again, is trying to drop right now back to the south of Belleville, Wisconsin, going towards Evansville over the next few minutes. So, again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. One thing I do want to point out, too, is that we do have a storm that is splitting from the south going north right now. This is a left-splitting storm that is actually going to crash into this discrete supercell heading towards Fort Atkinson. So what's basically going to happen, I think, over the next few minutes is that once this storm merger happens from the south, I think the tornado threat will definitely be lower on this supercell, at least for the short term. It may increase again after the storm merger happens, but this could limit the long-term potential of this producing a tornado. So a tornado could drop in the next 5-10 minutes, but it probably wouldn't last a super long period of time. That is, again, going towards Evansville, Wisconsin. Northwest of Madison, we still have our PDS tornado warning in place to the southwest of Sauk City. We haven't had a tornado debris signature on the storm for quite some time. If we have a tornado, it will be coming up into Sauk City, though, over the next few minutes. Continue to take this warning seriously. Be in your safe place. Be away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. This is going to also be tracking up towards Lodi, Lake Wisconsin, and also Poinet, just to the west of Windsor. That is northwest again of Madison. Well, we're going to have some cameras also coming up on I-3990 here soon on that storm. And then also, I believe Charlie Bordeaux might be coming up on that storm. I don't exactly know. He's bottom left of your screen, so we'll be keeping an eye on him. It looks like the PDS tornado warning has just been downgraded. It is back down to being confirmed, but it is no longer a PDS tornado warning by the looks of it, so that'll update here in a moment. For Sauk and Dane County. So that is back down to being a confirmed tornado warning, no longer PDS. But if you are in Prairie du Sac, in Sauk City, town of Roxbury, Springfield, or Mezomany, you need to continue to be in your safe place. Doesn't mean that we don't have a tornado anymore, as it is still technically a confirmed tornado warning. But obviously, the tornado itself is no longer at least classified as a PDS tornado warning, more than likely than not, because of there not really being a debris signature on radar. We haven't really seen a CC drop in quite some time, and we have not had a recent report of there being a tornado here. This storm is again going to be tracking towards Lodi in the next 15 minutes or so. We go back to the north as well. We'll check in on those northern storms again. And for the most part, everything back over to the east of La Crosse, Wisconsin is just broadly rotating. We got a lot of storms that are ongoing east of La Crosse near I-90 and I-94. None of these currently look that tornadic. They're just broadly rotating as of right now, but we'll continue to keep an eye on those storms over the next couple of hours. If any of them can get a little bit more discreet, the tornado threat will likely be at least a little bit more elevated on those storms. You go back to Illinois as well. West of Rockford in Illinois, we still have broad rotation on this storm here. There's still a little mesocyclone there. It's a very small storm now. I don't know if it's really going to produce anything, but it's still at least rotating a little bit, heading up into Davis and Durand in Illinois. So if you're back over near Janesville, be ready for a possible tornado threat currently moving to the northeast right now. It's just to the south of Madison. But we currently have 2 tornado warnings. We're back down to 2 for now. Thank you, Daryl, for 5 gifted, and also the other 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. You go back to Vince here for 2 seconds. He's still in the storm here just south of Madison.
Oh, I think it's coming down now. Maybe.
That's back. This is a live shot again to the storm west of Evansville.
Keep me updated. It's trying to develop a funnel right now. It's trying to develop a funnel.
It has a very short window at this point. We got a storm merger coming out of the south, so it will have to probably try to drop in the next couple of minutes.
Oh my god, it's developing a funnel cloud right over my house. For the love of God. Come on, give me a break. Oh, this might not be good, guys. That is 100% a funnel.
Yeah, you got a funnel cloud right there in the left
Tight
middle of your
rotation
screen.
compared to the wall cloud. It's right in the center of the screen where that smudge.
Apparently this is
It's
where
not
near
like a
where Vince
classic
is.
funnel, but it's like a little bowl funnel. Rapid rotation, stronger than the wall cloud. It's lowering.
Copy that. It may get nudged by the merger, so I'm watching.
Copy, thank you.
Definitely a bit too close for comfort.
So yeah, that is rotating there on the left side of your screen. The storm has about maybe 5 minutes until that storm merger hits, and once that happens, I think the storm's not going to probably produce much. But it is rotating there. It's
Right
not
there
nearly
is
as
our
low as it
funnel
was
form
earlier.
Right there, right over the farm there. Might be
Rotating
coming down. Oh yeah, I think it's go time, guys. I said that a few times, but I think it's go time. Either that or it's gonna crap out, one of the two. It's been teasing us all day here.
This is again just south of Belleville, Wisconsin, going towards Evansville over the next few minutes. Obviously, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place right now. Still a large hanging wall cloud there in the distance. Just beyond the cornfield here.
Hey, do you got a phone number for James? I just passed him. He needs to follow me. This is about to drop on our fucking house.
Yeah, do you want me to give him the call?
Just text him or
Just
something. I passed him.
north of Albany right now. Again, that's going to be heading towards Union over the next few minutes. Rotation as of right now, it's a little bit contaminated because of the other storm a little bit further down to the south. But again, this is going to be heading into Evansville over the next few minutes, then going towards Stoughton and Fulton in Wisconsin. This tornado warning has continued, at least for Rock, Greene, and Dane counties in Wisconsin. It is still radar indicated. Nothing confirmed as of right now. Obviously, we've not visibly seen anything yet. This storm, again, that's coming out of the south, though, is about to merge. And once these two things collide, they're going to basically just become one big storm. It's obviously going to take some time for that to happen. But the tornado threat, at least in the short term, would go down. So at least for the next 4 to 5 minutes, there's still a chance of a tornado. But again, the chances of there being a tornado in the long term are obviously a little bit more questionable. Let me go back to Vince. It looks like there is still lowering there on the left side of your screen. So again, there could be a tornado dropping there on the left. Also, the confirmed tornado warning still continues for Sauk City and town of Springfield. Continue to be in your safe place if you are in those
How's that
areas.
velocity looking? Because this thing looks ruthless.
It's really hard to tell. It looks pretty broad on radar, but I think that merger is going to help it out a bit until it fully merges, and I'll probably kill it.
Any idea when northern Illinois will be hit? Anytime between now and about 8 o'clock tonight is really the time frame. Still a large wall cloud. Nothing's dropped yet, at least from what we've seen. Thank you, Linda, for the $20 super chat. Oh man, this wall cloud is just huge. It's still, I'm surprised this has not dropped a tornado yet with how large this wall cloud's been on this southern supercell. It's been so close.
Okay, let me know how that looks, because that's pretty quick to go down there.
Hey Taz, the super chat, please don't forget to protect your animals. Totally agree. If you got any pets outside or anything like that, make sure that they are protected today, for sure. So again, still a large hanging wall cloud above his screen. It's been rotating this entire time. We've not yet had anything drop, but it's been trying. Thank Milan for the super chat. Michigan is mostly going to be a wind threat tonight, low tornado risk. Alright, he's behind some trees right now. We're going to go back to radar for the moment. Back over to the south of Madison is the storm that we've been looking at here over the last few minutes with still a rotating wall cloud. That is, again, just located southeast of Belleville. Rotation's gotten a little bit broader over the last few minutes, mainly because of there being a storm merger out of the south. It's kind of cutting off the inflow coming into the storm. This will be coming up into Union and Dunkirk over the next few minutes, just to the west of Fort Atkinson. The PDS tornado warning that we had is still confirmed as a tornado. That'll be moving into Sauk City over the next few minutes. This tornado, the last time we had anything confirmed was by law enforcement. There's no time on that or location, so again, there's possibly still a tornado here near Sauk City. That'll be moving into Sauk City within literally the next minute or two, and then coming up towards Lodi in Wisconsin. That bottom right camera is the closest one to the PDS tornado warning, which is going to be back a little bit further to the north near Lake Wisconsin. There are a couple cameras up there that we'll be keeping a close eye on as the storm continues to track to the northeast here over the next few minutes. Also, this is Charlie Bordeaux. He's currently looking at a storm here as well. I believe this is the northern tornado warning. It looks like there is a wall cloud. Let me see if I can... Audio is a little bit buggy, but that is a look right there in the middle of your screen. It looks like a rotating wall cloud. I believe this is the northern tornado warning. See if he has his location hasn't updated, I don't think.
More.
So again, that could be a tornado dropping back there in the middle of your screen. I believe this is the one near Prairie du Sac and Sauk City. On the right side of your screen is the area of interest.
There's some vorticity along this side here.
Let me go to this. Let's do this real quick.
Some areas of spin.
Alright, this has actual audio.
Nothing super strong.
Area of rotation back there in the middle of your screen.
Got my eye on it.
And that's the right side of your screen. That's the area of interest right now near Sauk City. It's a little bit rain wrapped right now. I think. That left to right motion there in the middle of your screen too.
All right. I think I'm gonna keep going south. This looks like a squall line. This looks more squally than tornado-y.
All right, we'll back to him in a second. Let me go back over to live radar. He'll be bottom left of your screen. This is the storm near Sauk City right now. He actually might be further south. I have literally no clue. His location hasn't updated in like 2 hours, so we have almost no clue where he currently is, but there's at least some sort of wall cloud wherever he is. That could be the one near Wisconsin Dells, but whenever we get his actual location, we'll let you know. But that storm at least did look like it had a wall cloud kind of buried back in the rain there. The one that is near Prairie du Sac in Sauk City, that rotation is right now located over Highway 12. This is going to be coming up towards Lodi over the next few minutes. Don't see a debris signature as of right now. now. But if there were a tornado, it would literally be in Sauk City right now. So again, please be in your safe place if you're in that warning. I would expect that they will issue another tornado warning here in a moment, going towards Poinet, also going towards I-3990. This is currently tracking to the northeast right now, so please be in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. A little bit further off to the north near Wisconsin Dells, there's been some broad rotation just to the west of Lake Delton. That is going to be coming up towards I-9094 north of Reedsburg. So this one might also be trying to drop a tornado here soon. It's broad rotation as of right now. We also have broad rotation here in Mauston in Wisconsin. This one's going more to the north since this is on our little mesoscale convective vortex, kind of like a low pressure system almost in western Wisconsin that is spinning. And so this storm may try to produce something as it moves up to the north here over the next several minutes. And so, yeah, all right. So the Sauk and Dane County tornado warning is still continuing as an observed tornado. So weather spotters are still confirming a tornado on this storm near Sauk City. So it sounds like there is a tornado down still, and that would be literally hitting the downtown area of Sauk City right now near 60 and 12. So continue to be in your safe place. There is an active tornado, it sounds like, in this tornado warning. Give me 1 second.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, well, they have gone ahead and continued a confirmed tornado warning, so this will be confirmed again back over to the west of Poinet. So this is going to continue as a confirmed tornado warning for Sauk, Dane, and Columbia counties in Wisconsin. This is moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour southeast of Baraboo. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is also tracking towards I-3990, which we will have more live cameras in here shortly. Charlie's audio is working now. All right. So again, this is currently moving to the northeast right now. We do not really have a clear debris signature. This is going to be, let's see. This is the 127 radar scan. So this is likely just clear air contamination. This would be the area to watch for, though, near Sauk City. So there could be a tornado down again right over Sauk City, Wisconsin. And then Lake Wisconsin, you're in the path of this in about 10 minutes or so. Also, Vince still has a view, at least, of a little low-hanging wall cloud on the southern tornado warning. This is the one near Evansville, which is broadly rotating on radar. It's near Highway 9092. This is the tornado warning that we're looking at here. So again, this storm just merged. We had a storm come out of the south that merged here near 92 to south of Oregon. And so now we have basically two storms that have collided into one. And so now we're going to basically have one dominant supercell probably here soon. But at least for the time being, the tornado threat should be slightly lower on this storm since we are undergoing that storm merger and the inflow notch has been completely cut off. I'll give it about 10 to 15 minutes until it actually starts to ramp back up again as it goes towards Stoughton, Dunkirk, and then eventually going towards Fort Atkinson in Wisconsin. We also have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning near Rochelle in Illinois that is going towards DeKalb and Sycamore. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The tornado threat for right now is on the low side of things with these storms, but I do think that the tornado threat will eventually increase as this line of storms continues to track to the east over the next several minutes. So again, that'll eventually go towards Chicago and Aurora. It's going to take a little bit of time, but those are the areas that are in the long-term path of this line of storms. Let me go back to Vince here. Still have a wall cloud, it looks like, just beyond the tree line on the southern tornado warning west of Janesville.
Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home.
All right, I'm at 92 and Edward. 92 and Edward, guys. Edward. Oh, that's not.
Still have a little bit of
it's looking significant, but not organized. I'm confused.
It does not look as organized as before. It's been kind of in and out at this point. It's been scuddy, and at times it's been more organized, but it kind of looks like it's just kind of a scuddy little lowering again.
What is going on with this stupid thing?
We just had a storm merger, so.
All right, Brooklyn, you're the next up on this one. Brooklyn, this is going to be coming into your town in a minute, I guess. Just south, yeah, basically, but into Brooklyn.
All right, we'll go back to Vince in a second. That is, again, near Evansville in Wisconsin. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have two updates on tornadoes that have occurred today. The first one is that we have confirmed this tornado that was a PDS tornado warning has been on the ground for at least 27 miles. We have confirmed reports for 27 miles of this tornado doing damage from both storm chasers, local managers, and just the general public. Also, we have confirmation that there was an EFU tornado earlier in Jackson County in Indiana. They've already rated this tornado, but it was on the ground for 0.17 miles, had a peak width of 10 yards and did no damage. So that is why it received a EFU tornado warning. There is a little bit of a storm chance down there in Indiana today. I don't expect any more tornadoes. I've seen a few questions of people asking if this is going to happen again. It really shouldn't, but pay attention for a mesoscale accident. There's a lot of vorticity down there in Indiana, and something like this could happen again, but know that these will be very, very low end tornadoes if they do, for whatever reason, occur.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is a little update regarding our tornadoes that have already happened today. We've at least had 2 so far, and obviously there are likely going to be more to come. We also just had a report come in back over in Sauk City, Wisconsin, as of 1:26 p.m. within the last 6 minutes, that there was a tornado crossing over Highway 78 back over on the south side of Sauk City. So this is still an ongoing tornado. It's been on the ground literally for upwards of possibly 45 minutes to an hour now. This will be, again, a tracking into Lodi and Lake Wisconsin in the next few minutes. Also, there is a little bit of broad rotation attempting to develop northwest of Sun Prairie that is heading up towards Fall River in Columbus over the next few minutes. So we need to continue to keep a close eye on this as it continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we are receiving reports of potential power flashes in the Sauk City area from a storm chaser. It's not a storm chaser that we can show, but know that there is reports that there may be a tornado on the ground in Sauk City, Wisconsin.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So Sauk City, Wisconsin, we have an ongoing tornado, almost undoubtedly still. That is literally going through the town as we speak, and it is likely on the east side of town now. Going to be coming up into Merrimack, Lake Wisconsin, and Harmony Grove are in the immediate path of a tornado that is down. This is a discrete supercell still, and it is going to be tracking towards Decorah and also Poinet, and Lowville is also in the path of this. So be in your safe place, once again, if you are in that tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Back over in central Wisconsin, we're also keeping an eye on these storms that are much more clustered together. You can kind of see how they're spinning. I mean, again, it's all kind of circling around again, almost like a low pressure system, but this is, again, what we call an MCV, a mesoscale convective vortex. It's an area of elevated vorticity and spin, and we have quite a bit of that right now in central and southern Wisconsin, which is hence why all these storms right now are, for the most part, rotating. None of them are tornado warned north of Wisconsin dells, but they are all at least broadly rotating right now. Also, there's a little storm here west of Babcock that is southeast of City Point that is also broadly rotating. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a weak tornado out of that storm. That is just south of Pittsville. Not really moving very fast, but that's another storm that we'll need to keep an eye on. Is Oshkosh area okay? You guys are in the path of severe weather today. There's obviously a tornado watch that does include your area, so no, you're not technically okay. Hey, Daryl for the super chat. Also, thank you, Salty Fry, for the super chat. Tornado risk in western Wisconsin is pretty low. The main tornado risk at this point is mainly going to be in this region. That was a terrible circle. But basically this region. So anywhere west or anywhere east of that white line I just drew. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're working on getting permission for it, but we have been shared a video of a tornado that was on the ground 3 minutes ago in Sauk City. So this is now a confirmed tornado. We've seen it with our own eyes. Hopefully we'll be able to show you guys that here in a few seconds, but this is a tornado on the ground. So this warning is still observed. It's observed for the next 40 minutes, and this is a tornado.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, that is it sounds like there is, again, still a tornado in progress back over in Sauk City, Wisconsin. You need to be in your storm shelter. Basement, closet, or bathroom if you're anywhere just to the west of Poinet. And again, this is a tornado warning, which is still confirmed here. Goes until 2:15 Central Time. This is currently moving to the east-northeast. Also, there are going to be cameras coming up in this area. We got a couple along the lake back over in Lake Wisconsin, so we're going to keep an eye on those. Bottom right of your screen is also a live shot. What's the camera bottom right? What was that one? See, Ray? Where's that location? Also, this is a live shot right now from Lake Wisconsin. This is inside of our confirmed tornado warning. Not this. This is a live shot, though, at Lake Wisconsin, which is about 5 miles or so to the northeast of where our tornado is currently down, which, again, is still a confirmed tornado. There were power flashes reported in Sauk City, Wisconsin, just a few minutes ago. And it does sound like we still have a potential tornado in progress right now, coming up into Lake Wisconsin over the next few minutes. Though radar might not look super impressive right now, I would fully expect that we still have something on the ground with the reports that we are receiving. We do not have a clear debris signature. It still looks kind of contaminated, but this would be where the tornado is located. So it has now fully gone in out of Sauk City now, but it's now on the northeast side near 60 and also near 188. And that's going to be coming up into the Lake Wisconsin and Merrimack areas here over the next few minutes. So this is likely still producing a tornado moving to the northeast. And as of right now, the tornado warning back over to the west of Janesville looks like they're not going to extend this for now. We just had a storm merger happen, so I do think the tornado potential, at least in the short term, is lower on this near Stoughton and Fulton. That is coming up towards I-3990 and then tracking towards Fort Atkinson. But generally speaking, this had undergone a storm merger here. We'll have to wait and see if the storm reorganizes, but at least in the short term, the tornado threat does appear to be lower on that storm northwest of Janesville. And we're still keeping an eye on this storm back off to the west of Beloit that has been broadly rotating over the last few minutes. So that is something that we need to keep an eye on. This is a look at Sauk City, I think. All right, we gotta, that's them. All right, we might have a video here in a second of Sauk City. If you guys have any photos or videos, by the way, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is a video just from a moment ago. This is back over in Sauk City, Wisconsin. This is literally just moments ago. So that's the tornado in Sauk City. Sent in by Plug Supporter on Twitter. So that's literally what's been going through. This has been the tornado that has possibly been on the ground literally for 45 minutes plus. This was our PDS tornado warning, and now this is what is literally moving through the Sauk City area. Yeah, this just from moments ago. But that is definitely looking like almost, it looks pretty close to a strong tornado here. Again, you need to take this seriously if you are in this tornado warning. Again, we still got a big time tornado, looks like, on the ground, at least within the last 5 to 10 minutes, and it is likely still producing damage right now. So please be in your safe place again if you are in this tornado warning. It's been on the ground for quite some time. We got to kind of hope it weakens as it continues to lift to the north, but there's literally no guarantee of that right now. This is going to be coming up towards Poinet and Decorah. That camera that we had on the bottom right, which we're going to go back to that screen in a second. That camera on the bottom right, though, that camera is in Point, or just west of Poinet on I-3990. That actually is a skyline view. Let me go to that real quick. It's a bit more of a skyline view looking in the direction of where our tornado would be located. So this is back over near I-3990. This is just northwest of DeForest. And so we're definitely going to keep a very close eye on this. Again, there could be still a tornado here at any moment. Could be on this camera. Traffic is pretty light to moderate right now, also on I-3990 if you are traveling, but obviously if you are anywhere, you know, on I-3990 just south of Decorah or even just south of Portage, definitely stay weather aware, as there might still be a potential strong tornado on the ground moving to the northeast. This is still a pretty dangerous storm. There was also another video that we just had a second ago. Let me check that one out. There was another video here as well. This is also in Sauk City. It's also from Ross WX on Twitter as well. But this is also the Sauk City tornado, so this is just beyond the hill, but you can see how rapidly it's rotating back in there, and that is the tornado right there in the middle of your screen just moments ago. This is still a confirmed tornado warning. There's not been any change to that, but this is still a confirmed tornado warning. And the best way, if you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Again, I highly recommend you don't take photos and videos, but if for some reason you have any, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. That is, again, on the middle left of your screen there. That was, again, just a few minutes ago. Just outside of Sauk City. And again, if we still have a tornado, it would be located right here just west of Wisconsin Dells. This actually might be debris fallout, and this could actually still be the tornado right here. You can actually see all that green and blue that is in our reflectivity area. This could be debris fallout from this tornado, and that could still be the tornado down south of Moon Valley. That's going to be moving to Merrimack here over the next few minutes, but that could still be a tornado. I mean, all that blue and green, likely debris that's being scattered into the atmosphere right now from the tornado that just hit Sauk City. So again, there's a pretty good chance that we still have a tornado, or at least have had a tornado with this storm. If you know any friends or family back over in Harmony Grove, Durwoods Glen, or west of Decorah, please make sure that they're aware of this. This is still likely a tornado on the ground, though, moving to the east-northeast. And then also the southern tornado warning looks like they're going to allow this one to expire west of Stoughton. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation on that one anymore. Again, we had a storm merger happen. I think if we get a tornado again, it will take some time. But if you're back over here south of Madison, just continue to stay weather aware. Again, the tornado threat's not done. We also have more storms that are going up further to the west of Madison. And though I think the tornado risk is lower with those storms, I do not think it's zero. So if you're back over here south of Richland Center, south of Reedsburg, you guys are still in the tornado watch, and there is still a potential here of tornadoes as these storms continue to move to the east. But be ready for an evolving tornado threat also with these storms. We don't have a whole lot of rotation on these yet, but I do think there's at least a low chance of a tornado with those. South of Beloit, this is just in far northern Illinois, about to move into very far southern Wisconsin. We still have a mesocyclone on the storm near Lake Somerset and Durand. That is tracking up towards Beloit and I-3990 over the next few minutes. We are keeping an eye on this as there could be a tornado threat as that moves to the northeast. That will also be going towards Janesville. So Janesville, Wisconsin, you guys need to be keeping a very close eye on this storm. It is tracking more towards the southern side of Janesville, eventually going towards Delavon, Elkhorn, and Whitewater. Let me check in on Illinois as well here. So far, Illinois has been mostly damaging winds. We still have a little bit of broad rotation west of Peru, but nothing too out of the ordinary right now. They have a new special weather statement that's just been issued along I-39 near Peru, so that'll be for gusty winds. There's a slightly better chance of damaging winds if you're in Rochelle, DeKalb, or Sycamore. That is a line of storms that is currently pushing to the east right now. There's actually a live camera here. Let me go over to Rochelle. There is a live shot in Rochelle right now. This is Rochelle, Illinois, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is possible. It's right along the railroad track. Also, this is a photo that was sent in by Megan on Twitter of apparently, this is what the caption is. Some people have Miss Rachel, some people have Blippy, some people have Dancing Fruit. My baby, he has max velocity. Got a kid tuning in here today. Young fan watching today. Let's back over to Vince Walty. This is on the tornado warning near Evansville, which has gotten more disorganized. That is the storm here near Fulton, which has undergone a storm merger. It may try to recycle here over the next few minutes as it moves towards Deerfield and Oakland, Wisconsin.
And Dane County earlier, it sounds like. Well, I guess, I mean, it looked significant. I didn't actually see it, so I don't know how significant it was.
They have gone ahead and just canceled that tornado warning also south of Madison. We only have one tornado warning, and that is the storm near Poinet.
Greene County, you're clear for now.
This is back over to the south of Baraboo. We still have a tornado warning here. This is still a confirmed tornado warning. I think at this point, the storm itself is falling apart rapidly. Like, there's hardly anything left here near Lake Wisconsin that would make me believe we still have a tornado. The one thing I do want to point out, though, is that we still likely have debris fallout here. This is likely debris from that initial tornado that just happened in Sauk City, which we, again, showed you video of just a moment ago west of Lake Wisconsin. That is going towards Decorah, but I do think this storm is falling apart, so the tornado potential on this, at least for the time being, is on the low lower side of things, but we'll continue to watch it closely. But yeah, again, the tornado threat is obviously nowhere near over, but we, at least for the time being, this first round of tornadoes might be coming to a close, and then we'll have to be watching for these storms as they move towards Milwaukee for a tornado risk, and then this activity here also near Spring Green and Mineral Point. Those new storms that are going up may also try to start producing the threat of tornadoes. We already have a mesocyclone in the storm southwest of Monroe in Wisconsin, and a little bit of weak rotation just south of Dodgeville, also in Wisconsin, that we need to be keeping a close eye on. Everything else is broadly rotating off to the north of Reedsburg, so nothing really too crazy there as of right now, but there is still at least a low-end tornado potential there near Wisconsin Dells. Hey, Joe, for the super chat, can we send pics and videos of past storms, or would you only prefer current storms? Yeah, you can send photos for sure of past storms too. It's totally fine. Thank you also, Tonester, for the $10 super chat. Do you think the storms will keep rotation going towards the Fond du Lac, Eden, and Oakfield areas of Wisconsin? We just had a storm merger happen, so I think that area is probably okay for the time being, but I would still be staying weather aware. The storm merger obviously is a big killer because we just had a left splitter merge into a right hand moving supercell, and that does not always go well. In this case, it did not go well at all for this storm because it has definitely fallen apart when it comes to its rotation. It always has a chance of recycling, but as of right now, it has not had a whole lot of a look that it's actually going to be cycling again and actually producing a tornado, at least in the next 10 to 15 minutes near Fort Atkinson. I'd definitely be keeping an eye on the storms north of Madison and Sun Prairie. These are broadly rotating right now, going into Columbus and Fall River. This might be the next concern that we'll have to keep an eye on. Those are currently moving to the northeast right now. This is a live shot back over in Rochelle, Wisconsin, which as of right now, the wind has started, or sorry, Rochelle, Illinois. The wind has started to pick up a little bit here in our severe thunderstorm warning. And this back over on Lake Wisconsin. That is inside of our tornado warning. If we had a tornado, it would be very close to this camera. Again, I don't think we have a tornado anymore. But never know, we might actually see falling debris here. There's still debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. So there's definitely a chance that a tornado might not be on the ground, but we could literally have fallout debris here near Lake Wisconsin. You can see the CC radar here. Still at least some debris in the atmosphere on the west side of Lake Wisconsin right now. But this is still a confirmed tornado warning. I would expect that the update to this tornado warning will probably be back down to radar indicated. They might even cancel the tornado warning altogether if the rotation continues to fall apart. But I do want to, again, point out that there is still debris in the atmosphere. That could be parts of trees. You know, it could literally be a fence. You never know. Like, things could still be flying in the air that could come falling down. So if you are on anywhere in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in that safe place for now, just in case some sort of flying debris is coming down right now, because we still have CC indicating at least some level of debris in the atmosphere here. And they have gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning altogether. So there's no longer any tornado warnings for the time being, but that will probably change here pretty soon. I have a massive headache from these storms. Just stay weather aware. That's the biggest thing. Stay weather aware. Huge shout out to Mark with the $50 PayPal donation. Really appreciate that. Yeah, again, for now, there are no tornado warnings. I don't think that's going to last a really long amount of time, but obviously the tornado threat is nowhere near over. We still have a tornado watch for 4 more hours, and all these storms that are spinning around our mesoscale convective vortex will have the potential of producing tornadoes as they continue to track to the east. It's a live shot here from Vince on the storm that is back over near Fulton and Stoughton in Illinois. It looks like we even have a little shell cloud developing here. Just a live shot of that storm here near Stoughton, which did produce at least multiple wall clouds, but could still try to produce a tornado threat going towards Fort Atkinson.
By then, you have options, so I'll keep monitoring.
Thanks. We were just talking there through the dead zone.
What about Green Bay? Green Bay should be mostly a wind threat. There's an isolated tornado potential. Hey, Michael, for the $10 super chat for Eau Claire area, just rain. I'd say rain for the most part up in Eau Claire. I don't really expect a tornado threat that far to the north. You can definitely see the spin. Again, I've alluded to this multiple times. I at least have a little bit more time now to talk about it. But this is a mesoscale convective vortex. You can see the low pressure center, essentially. This is basically where our main... it's basically an X. That's what we technically make it as. But again, it's basically an area of spin. It's a very localized area of spin that we have. And so this is basically elevating an area of vorticity and spin. We also have a lot of warm air in southern Wisconsin. And that is helping to elevate our generalized tornado threat threat here back over in areas like Reedsburg, Beaver Dam back through Janesville, and even towards the east coast here, or east part of Wisconsin. There is going to be more elevated tornado threat as storms continue to push to the east, but there is a lot more wind shear in this environment, especially down here in southern Wisconsin, where we have a localized area of much warmer and more moist area air as well, and that is why we are seeing a more elevated tornado threat this afternoon, and that'll likely continue. Now, the further south you go, like into Illinois, for example, there is a reason why we have a severe thunderstorm watch instead of a tornado watch. There could still be a couple of tornadoes down here, but we are likely going to be seeing more of a line of thunderstorms rather than discrete storms, which means the wind threat should actually be the more dominant concern, but there is still a chance, obviously, for a tornado or two with these storms as they go towards the Chicago area. And if you're in Chicago, Aurora, Joliet, or Algonquin, you guys are probably going to be seeing storms here in about an hour or so, maybe even a little bit sooner than that. So definitely stay weather aware. And as I've already mentioned, if you don't want to have our stream on 24/7 until these storms hit you, if you have a smart TV, you can literally put us on your smart TV on YouTube. Just look up Max Velocity and literally just put it up on the TV. Just have it running. And obviously, again, we're live with commercial-free coverage, so stay tuned. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking to the west-northwest of Green Bay right now, where we actually have a storm that's trying to have a favorable interaction with a little bit of an outflow boundary there. It's not tornadic yet, but if this does manage to reach a little bit more off to the east, it will probably produce a quick spin-up tornado. This is actually going to be moving outside of our tornado watch, so if we're in this part of Wisconsin, know that although our tornado threat is lower, there is still a threat when something like this may occur.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is back over in Pulaski and also just to the northwest of Green Bay. Definitely an interesting look here. This kind of looks like what we saw yesterday in Nebraska. We had a supercell develop literally right along a boundary, and this may have a little favorable boundary interaction northeast of Nichols going towards Pittsfield over the next few minutes. It is a very slow-moving storm. It is not moving very fast, but it is currently tracking very slowly to the east. We do not have a tornado as of right now. Rotation is not really existent yet, but it may start to rotate a little bit more as it tracks towards Pittsfield in Wisconsin, so stay weather aware. This is a look at the storm back over near Stoughton, Wisconsin. Still has a lowering there on the right side of your screen. But not really tornadic as of right now. Storm did undergo a storm merger. Rotation on radar has been pretty weak. It may try to start to rotate again here soon near Stoughton as it tracks up towards Oakland as well. Hey, line up for the super chat. And also CT for becoming a member. And Michael for the super chat. Appreciate that. That is the look at the storm here back over near Stoughton. Also, this is John McKinney. He's on the storms back over that have just fired in western Wisconsin. This is kind of an early look at those storms. They aren't super tall right now by any means, but that's just a generalized look at what's going up right now near Dodgeville and Mineral Point, which, keep in mind, Dodgeville did see a tornado at the very beginning of this stream. So this is not an area that is unfamiliar with tornadoes, but there are storms going up back off to the west of our initial supercells that developed, and this second round of storms could also produce the potential for a couple of tornadoes. So I'll have to keep an eye on those storms as they continue to go up. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm using the Green Bay radar to look to the northeast of Mauston, Wisconsin. There's broad rotation there. It doesn't look like anything interesting, but we did actually have a tornado touchdown in the town of Mauston about 11 minutes ago. This was a fully unwarned tornado, and it could be doing the same thing here still. So if we're in the town of Colma, Wisconsin, or Richford, Wisconsin, know that there could potentially be a tornado on the ground. It is not currently tornado warned. If you know anyone in the area, go ahead and shoot them that text, just because they don't have any official National Weather Service alerts, but there is most likely a tornado on the ground.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So it sounds like we did have a tornado near Mauston about 10-15 minutes ago that may have gone unwarned. There is obviously an area of spin here. This is on the east side of our mesoscale convective vortex, and so there is a chance that we do get another tornado here just to the west of Colma going towards Big Flats and also near Adams. So at least a broad area of rotation here heading up towards Highway 21 over the next few minutes. So be in your safe place if you are in this area, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. You can kind of see that tornado that happened just a few minutes ago. Looks like this is off to the east of Mauston. And you can see that little couplet there that just happened west of Lawrence. This was at approximately 1:44 p.m. And so there is still an area of broad rotation here. We also have a little bit of broad rotation near Friendship, just to the southwest of Colma. So stay weather aware if you're in this area. This is a bit of a radar hole, so it's not nearly as easy to see the rotation here. We've also had some range folding as well on the other more closer up radar site, which is kind of hindering our view of those storms a little bit. That is all kind of spinning here in central Wisconsin right now. Hey, Eric, for the super chat. This is extremely early for you. Sometimes we're live early for severe weather events. This is not super uncommon, but yeah, obviously being live at, going live at 12:30, 12:45 is definitely early for our standards. We're usually live later in the day when severe weather peaks. Typically, severe weather's geared towards the mid to late afternoon and early to mid evening, but today's event is a little bit earlier. I mean, honestly, most across the board, most of this event today in Wisconsin and Illinois will be from now all the way until approximately 8 o'clock. So it's mostly daylight hours. So at least it's not like an overnight threat. There could be some severe weather in Michigan during the late evening, but that's likely going to be mostly damaging winds. Also, just a heads up, we are starting to see some heavy rainfall back over in Michigan. There's a lot of storms going up right now. We even have some flash flooding north of Detroit, so stay weather aware there. That is our first flash flood warning, I believe, of the entire day. We will likely see more to come, though. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just a note to anyone who is watching on Smart TV. I see a lot of you are commenting that the stream is freezing. We do have almost 30,000 people watching right now. If you have live chat turned on your Smart TV, it will pause the stream. Smart TVs just don't have enough processing power to sort of have live chat and the video up at the same time. So ensure that you have that live chat turned off if you are watching on a Smart TV. Otherwise, your stream may get behind, and obviously this information is very timely. So it's best to just disable it. If you want to use the live chat, you can actually pop out the live chat on your device. Use your device to watch chat and then put it up on the TV without the chat on, but please make sure that you have that off so you do not get behind.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is definitely a good point. Also, thank you, Hocus, for the super chat. Maxley, go on a date with me. What? Thank you, Wolf, for the super chat. Is Southern Illinois at risk for tornadoes today? Probably not. I think if any storms happen in Southern Illinois, it'll be mainly an isolated damaging wind threat. I do not expect there to be a whole lot of a tornado risk. There are a couple storms going up in Southern Illinois right now, but I personally think it'll be mostly just wind if anything happens down here. There's like maybe I don't think we're gonna have a whole lot of an environment down there for tornadoes. It's too far to the south of our mesoscale convective vortex, and the reason why our tornado threat is more elevated back over here in the Midwest, especially for northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin, is because of that localized area of higher wind shear. If we go over to our significant tornado parameter values, you'll see the more favorable corridor is basically Wisconsin and Illinois. There is a very, very low-end shot we get a brief tornado elsewhere today. Obviously, we had a brief tornado over in Indiana today, so, you can never say never, at least with this environment. But, yeah, generally speaking, I'd be kind of surprised if we had anything at least materialize down there. Hey, Jordan, for the super chat. Another round of storms for Beloit and Janesville. There is another round of storms back off to your west. Notice that the Storm Prediction Center has not canceled the tornado watch back off here to the west. The reason why is because we have another round of storms forming right now south of Reedsburg. So this other round of storms that is forming right now could lead to even more potential for tornadoes here. So don't be completely caught off guard here. There's another round of storms coming. We obviously, this was the main round that already produced at least one large tornado and a couple of other tornadoes, but we could see more tornadoes here over the next few hours out of this behind the line that's further back off to the west that's currently forming, especially with anything that stays discreet. Thank you, Kanesha, for becoming a member as well. How do you turn off live chat on mobile? I'm pretty sure if you just full screen, it's turned off. All right, this right here, just a little reminder here. Let me go back over to here. Don't forget, our tornado watch goes until 6 o'clock tonight. That is really the main time frame for tornadoes, is now until 6. This is our tornado watch that is currently in place for the rest of today. I don't think we'll see another one, but there is a couple of tornadoes being possible here back over in central and southern Wisconsin near Stevens Point, Appleton, West Bend, Milwaukee, back into Kenosha, Beloit, and Madison. Isolated quarter-sized hail and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is also possible. And then this is our severe thunderstorm watch that is again in place until 8 o'clock tonight. That includes most most of northern Illinois. There's a little over 10 million people included in all of these watches. In fact, there's about 15 million people that are included either in a severe or a tornado watch right now in the Midwest. So if you have any friends or family that are out here in the Midwest today, definitely make sure to share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live providing commercial-free coverage here throughout the afternoon, as we are expecting the potential for a few more tornadoes. That includes areas perhaps near Chicago. We could see a couple back over in Wisconsin again. We are expecting the storm threat to continue to increase over the next few hours. The storms are getting a little bit more widespread now, and though that sometimes means that the tornado threat goes down, which I think the tornado threat is not super high right now, but it will likely continue for the next few hours, especially if we get anything more discrete. If things get a bit more linear, the damaging wind threat will definitely be the bigger concern, but I do think the tornado threat is definitely still there. Off to the west of Chicago, we still have a line of thunderstorms that is coming up into Ottawa, DeKalb, and Sycamore here over the next few minutes. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on this line of thunderstorms, but there is a potential, again, for damaging winds as high as 60 miles per hour. The tornado threat, at least for the time being, is on the low side of things. And that is currently tracking to the east right now. Got a new mesoscale discussion in case you're tuning in all the way back over in Utah, Colorado, or Wyoming. Isolated damaging winds and hail will be possible this afternoon. So be ready for that. We do have a severe risk back over in Colorado too. Keep in mind that our tornado risk for today, if we go back to our tornado risk, we have a 5% tornado risk across the Midwest, 2% in La Crosse, Chicago, back up towards Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Davenport, Iowa. We also have a 2% back over in Denver, Colorado, Colorado Springs, Cheyenne, and Pablo, and as well as Fort Morgan, back over in Colorado and Wyoming today. So there's actually a chance of a couple of tornadoes even further back off to the west. So definitely keep an eye on that. We also have storms that'll be going up here over the next few hours back over in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York. Main concern will be isolated damaging winds and hail. The tornado threat should stay on the low side of things. I don't think we're really expecting much of a tornado threat. If we were to see a tornado, it would likely be on the brief side of things. Hey, stay humbled for the super chat. Also, I think he pled for becoming a member. Saying hi from Ohio. How's it going from Ohio? Yeah, Ohio shouldn't be too bad today, but I do expect at least some isolated severe weather to take place there. Let me go back up to Green Bay. We're still keeping an eye on this storm to the west of Green Bay, Wisconsin right now. This is a discrete cell that is kind of latching to a boundary just to the north of Seymour. Currently not tornadic. We haven't really seen a whole lot of rotation on radar yet, but this is a storm that we need to continue to monitor very closely, as it is not far from a very populated area here. This is just outside of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Going towards Sumico, just south of Pulaski. So continue to stay weather aware here. It's very interesting because if you look at, obviously, the other storms, they're all moving back to the west and north. This is the only storm up here that is moving to the east and southeast right now. It's very favorable boundary interaction there. We got a lot of different little boundaries that are forming here just south of Green Bay as well. Thank you, Kelsey, for becoming a member. We are starting to see some broad rotation again on this storm near Stoughton in Wisconsin. Vince, bottom middle of your screen is coming up into this. There's broad rotation just south of Deerfield. This is a live shot of that storm right now that he is coming up towards.
But there is, overall, there's some... Oh, you're turning. Okay, there is some rotation in there. It looks like there's a lot of...
Looks like it's starting to rotate a little bit again. It's still a discrete cell here southwest of Deerfield. See the lowering back there in the middle of your screen.
No, I'm going to go straight, actually, because...
Hey, Tom, for becoming a member.
That way. I think there is rotation in this, but I don't think it's... I think it's just like storm scale, like mesocyclonic rotation. I don't think we have anything tight enough to produce a tornado or anything. And obviously, you know, National Weather Service knows what they're doing with radar. The Milwaukee Weather Service office is really, really good. They are really, really good. And... Okay, well, we're just going to pass you then, dude. And they're not seeing a whole lot on radar. That's why they have a tornado.
This is a video.
They don't have that was a passing zone when I started. I don't even.
It's a video sent in by Jordan Schrouder back on Twitter from the tornado in Sauk City, Wisconsin. This was about 30 minutes ago now. That is when the tornado was down in Sauk City, very clearly down. And apparently this did damage some buildings in town. We are still waiting to confirm reports on the damage. But that was the tornado back over in Sauk City. If you have any friends or family in Sauk City, please make sure that they're doing all right, because, again, we've at least heard of some reports of damage in that area. Had multiple videos of that. We also had a video a little bit closer up. This is another video from Plug Sporter, also from Ross WX on Twitter. This is a little bit closer up video of that tornado from earlier near Sauk City. Obviously, very fast motion, likely a strong tornado that went through town.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we now have a new tornado warning. This one is going to be back over on the storm that Vince is on. This is near Deerfield, Oakland, Lake Mills. We were just talking about this storm. It is discrete, and it may be it has basically cycled. I do think this thing's going to try to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes. If you are north of Fort Atkinson in Lake Mills, near I-94, northeast of Stoughton, you need to be in your safe place. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm is currently moving to the east. It'll be going towards Watertown, and then also going in the direction of Okomonowalk and just southwest of Hartford. Radar right now is showing broad rotation, but it is getting a little bit stronger. It's gotten stronger scan over scan. We have more of a convergence signature now, which means velocities are actually going towards each other. They're kind of spinning in a counterclockwise direction now. They're actually spinning now more than anything. And so this is definitely starting to rotate more. And so if you are in Deerfield, you need to be in your safe place now. If you are in Lake Ripley, be in your safe place immediately. Same thing with Oakland. You all need to be in your safe place. This is from Breaking News 747 on Twitter. This was a tornado that went unwarned back over in Mauston, Illinois. This was on I-90 South. So you can see the tornado literally right there. This is an unwarned tornado that happened about 15, 20 minutes ago. And look at that motion. We're going to pick up debris and stuff too. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I was picking up debris. It was at least a brief tornado back over there in Mauston, Wisconsin. Or just east of Mauston, Wisconsin. This is Vince's view of our tornado-warned storm right now. The skies are obviously very ominous.
It is.
Wow, look at that. Big wall cloud right there. This is definitely trying to drop a tornado. This west of Oakland, again, you need to be in your safe place immediately.
This is impressive.
This thing's definitely trying to drop a tornado.
Look at the airplane in front of it. You guys see the plane?
The heck?
Right there.
There's only an airplane flying right next to this tornado-warned storm.
I wish I was in that plane. Oh, it's a helicopter. Oh, it's the it's an air ambulance. Oh, holy shit! They need to land that thing.
Oh,
like
okay.
yesterday.
That's actually a helicopter.
Dear God.
Apparently, it's for medical.
Get that out of the air! Holy crap!
I was about to say, if we have a plane next to a storm,
that close to it,
that pilot might need to be,
holy smokes.
You know, not supposed to ever fly near storms that close, especially.
That is an air ambulance.
But you see it rotating right there in the middle of your screen. It is spinning.
Is very picky on what they're
You're just south of Deerfield, Wisconsin.
I'm surprised they're flying in this. Hell, I would. It's pretty cool. All right, let's go east, northeast through Rockdale on County B. Well, actually, hang on. No, let's just go straight and kind of core punch this in case there is a tornado that develops. That way we're going to be right on this thing.
All right, we're keeping an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we are receiving reports out of Rockton, Illinois, that there's a funnel cloud associated with one of the storms there. This is down in basically the giant line of storms we have that's headed towards Chicago.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is actually south of Beloit. That is going to be the storm that is going towards Clinton in Wisconsin. That is the discrete storm. So there's reports of a funnel cloud there. That is actually out the line that's going towards Beloit, I-43, and I-3990, eventually going towards Elkhorn and Delavon. So be ready for that. It looks like Vince has a large bowl lowering right now in the storm in Wisconsin.
For a possible tornado.
It's just southwest of Lake Mills. See rotation bottom right of your screen.
Now. It's going to be coming right from the left, but I don't see anything of interest right now. That's got me worried about anything. Do have some rain curtains wrapping up to my left. We might be about to go through a little bit of a dead zone. I see our bit rate's dropping. So we're right in the area of concern. So if anything happens, we're going to be right on it.
Started pushing into the rain now. He's right now in 73, by the way, looking at the area of interest, which is kind of on the right side of your screen.
We are positioned in a pretty good spot.
We'll go back to Vince in a second, but again, that is just to the southwest of Deerfield right now. This storm is again currently tracking to the east. We also just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for Illinois. Strong to severe thunderstorms will continue for the next several hours. So that is just north of St. Louis, back through Chicago. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, a couple of tornadoes, and then large hail is going to be a possibility. Again, it's mostly linear right now back over in Illinois, so the line of thunderstorms here will be predominantly a wind threat, but there is a chance for an isolated tornado or two as this line continues to push to the east. Might see a little QLCS tornado threat develop as that line gets closer to the Chicago suburbs. We're still watching that storm near Beloit, as there was a report of a funnel cloud on that storm. There's also some broad rotation west of Columbus in Wisconsin that is tracking up towards Beaver Dam right now. And then all the way back up to the north near Green Bay, there's still a storm that is kind of latching to a boundary right now near Seymour that may try to also produce a low-end tornado threat. Not really rotating a whole lot right now, but we are continuing to keep an eye on that just to the west and southwest of Abrams that is currently moving to the east and east-northeast. And then that new round of storms that has gone up back over near Spring Green in far western Wisconsin. There is broad rotation now in the storm north of Spring Green. That is tracking towards Baraboo, just to the west of Sauk City. So we need to keep an eye on this storm as it tracks up towards the Wisconsin Dells, and as well as Baraboo here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. That storm is beginning to broadly rotate right now. And obviously, over in Sauk City, we did have a report there of damage in the area. There was a tornado, and so we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on that area in case another tornado tries to develop, which one might be trying to. Latest radar scan on our tornado warning. We still got a large hook echo and a very strong inflow notch. There's really not much stopping this right now. Rotation is not super strong in the low levels, but it is definitely rotating right now. This is going to be tracking to Oakland in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then coming up on Lake Mills. Thank you, Sydney, for the $10 super chat. Living in Lake Mills, what is it looking like? Getting mixed signals from news. It's broad rotation right now. Vince did have a view of a large lowering, so I'd definitely be taking this storm seriously. Vince is going to probably be back here in a second. He's just in the rain right now, but... Also, this was the funnel cloud back over in far northern Illinois just a few minutes ago. That was the funnel cloud back over in Rockton, Illinois. Sent in by a viewer just a few minutes ago. Nothing too crazy, but there's something there. This is a video that was sent in. This is from Jack the Chaser on Twitter, also from Midwestern Storm Trackers, of the tornado back over Mezomany. This is a few minutes, this is about 20, 30 minutes ago now, but this is the tornado that happened over there. See the motion. It's crazy. So it's just outside of Sauk City. This tornado, again, may have been on the ground consistently for upwards of 45 minutes or so. This was also a PDS tornado warning storm. See the debris being lofted up too. This was earlier in that... This is when it was large. This is when I'm pretty sure it was PDS. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So again, that is from Midwestern Storm Trackers, also Jack Kelly, Storm Chaser on Twitter with that video. Let me go back to Vince. He just came back. Vince is on the tornado warning. He's right on the area of rotation right now. He's inside the inflow notch. Back over near Lake Ripley. Hey, Carrie, for the $30 super chat. Thank you, Max, for keeping us safe and informed.
Here. That's it right there. That's our big long cloud. That is it.
That's the interventions right there in the middle of your screen.
Is it.
A lot of the time your effort goes into these streams there. I appreciate that, Carrie. Thank you also, Sydney, for the $10 super chat.
Sapphire.
Back into the rain. Latest radar scan, bottom right of your screen, still
I gotta
showing
come down
broad,
here to get Highway 134.
broad
I gotta
rotation
drive
coming up
south
into
to
Lake
get it,
Ripley
because
and
we don't have a
London.
crossroad.
Lake Mills is in the path of this in about 10 minutes.
We're almost there, and then we're going to be on it again.
Campbell Lane, Unit 8.
The National Weather Service in Milwaukee Silicon has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Dane County in south central Wisconsin, west central Jefferson County in southeastern Wisconsin until 2:30 p.m. At 2:05 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Cambridge, or 8 miles northeast of Stoughton, moving northeast.
I'm going to go up 134, I guess.
Back to Vince in a second. And as the area of rotation, it's on the south side of London, coming up into Lake Mills here over the next few minutes. That is still a discrete storm. There's also a little bit of weak and broad rotation attempting to develop just east of Sun Prairie that is heading up towards Reeseville over the next few minutes. So if you're over in Reeseville, just south and southwest of Beaver Dam, stay weather aware. A little discrete cell there that is currently tracking to the northeast. Lowell and as well as Kleiman are going to be in the path of that. Just broadly rotating as of right now. Got a little bit of broad rotation also near Columbus and Beaver Dam that are also trying to rotate. Very weak in broad rotation. If any of those storms can become discrete, we may see a tornado threat start to increase. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have a report of a funnel cloud on that storm that's currently tornado warned. This is the one that Vince is on, and he has not seen the funnel cloud yet, as well or as big as what the report is. But it sounds like there could be a tornado starting to form.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that is a report as of 3 minutes ago that there is a funnel cloud here just south of Deerfield. Vince is clearing out again, back looking at the storm here. It's a little bit rain wrapped.
The echo tops have come up.
What in the world is that high-pitched sound? This is back to Vince though.
But that's quite a bit north. Maybe Aiden can get on those or something.
I didn't know he was out.
It sounded like aliens. Apparently there are aliens with us here.
Yeah, they say it's all good, so he's probably... He said he's going to stick around Appleton. Let me see if I can get in touch with him. I don't know about these storms in the Columbus area.
Okay, well last time I didn't know that he was back in service, so I'm going to have to start a server or something, but it's going to be...
Hey, Daryl for the $20 super chat. Huge shout out to Brenda for the $100 super chat. That was in the chat for Brenda. Really appreciate the support. Aliens confirmed.
Alright, so we're getting a better look at this. Pretty chunky little wall cloud still here.
Hey, Vincent also for the super chat.
The problem we're having right now is this
Appreciate
damn
that.
corn. The corn's gotten so tall that it's hard to look up top over it. Slow down a little bit here, maybe we can get a spot. I need a bean field, not a corn field. Specifically.
So again, that's the area of interest behind the homes here.
Can't see over the corn.
We'll be moving to Lake Mills in about 5 to 8 minutes. If you are in Lake Mills, Wisconsin, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows on the lowest floor possible. It's a discrete storm that is still tracking to the northeast. See if we can go to base velocities as well. Base velocities have not updated. Never mind. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation in the mid levels. It's definitely rotating. Vince has just pulled off. This is a look at it now. I don't see any funnel cloud right now, but there's still a large lowering. Yeah, clear off the camera again. We'll let him clear off the camera here for a second. But again, that's back over to the west of Lake Mills. This storm is currently moving to the east-northeast. And also, I think this right here is just contamination, but that right there is, I don't think, rotation on that part of the storm. Let me go further off to the northwest. We did point this out earlier, but there has been some broad rotation back over to the west of Sauk City. This is a new storm that went up here in the last hour. It is really rain-wrapped, and it's also clustered together with a lot of other storms going towards Baraboo and Wisconsin Dells. So stay weather aware. At least some broad rotation right now moving to the northeast. Baraboo, I-90, and 94 are in the path of that. Back to the west of Chicago, we got a big line of storms coming up towards Aurora, Joliet, and Chicago. So again, damaging winds likely with this as this continues to track to the east. Tornado threat still low as of right now. It may increase a little bit as it gets closer to Chicago. Again, it's mostly going to be a QLCS tornado threat. There is a damage report back over in Tiskula, I think, Illinois, that there was or at least there has been 3-foot diameter tree branches broken off of a tree there. So that's back over in Bureau County in Illinois. Back over to the Vince. The wind starting to pick up. We don't have a definitive lowering in the shot right now. It's in the tornado warning in London, Wisconsin.
Southeastern Dane County in south central Wisconsin, west central Jefferson County in southeastern Wisconsin.
Let's go back and pick a different road. I don't know if I want to stay with this or not. It's hard, kind of a tough call here.
Hey Chris, for the $10 super chat. Any chance you'd post your Omega settings? We have like our color tables on Discord. You join our Discord server, but outside of that, we don't have like our I'll probably make a video at some point with my settings on like my second channel or something. This is Charlie Bordeaux, who I think is on this storm now as well.
Something sneaky.
Area of interest to be on the right.
Try to do something sneaky, chat.
Back over near Lake Mills. This is the same tornado warning storm here. Got the little lowering off to the right. Hey Chris for the $10 super chat again, and thank you brother for becoming a member and humbled for the super chat. If you're just tuning in, we only have one tornado warning actively. It's north of Fort Atkinson.
Right now, so
still have an inflow notch.
Kind of coalesce into one.
Area of interest is in the middle of your screen. Not on the ground yet, but it could be at any time.
Road rail. Yeah, got a bit of an increase in velocities here in Columbus, so there may be another area of circulation that's a bit more defined through this rain. So
hey Mike for the $10 super chat. Storm coverage done for southwest Wisconsin.
Just trying to get out.
If you're in like Dodgeville, Mineral Point, Darlington, those areas, I think you guys are pretty much done. Yeah, because again, we have two different rounds of storms. We got our main round of storms that is right in this corridor, which goes literally all the way to southern Illinois now. It's not even on the screen. I have to literally go to this screen just so you can kind of see where it even goes down to. It literally goes all the way back down towards St. Louis. That is our entire line of storms. But that is our first round of storms. We have a second round of storms that may produce another isolated tornado or two as well near like Reedsburg and Madison. But if you're behind this line, I think we're for the most part done with tornadoes. I would expect that they'll probably continue these tornado watches, at least in these areas, for the next like 30 minutes, and then they'll probably cancel them. But yeah, these areas probably not going to see much more. I think the main concern is now a little bit further off to the east. We go back to the Green Bay radar site. Let's check in on that Green Bay storm again. That one near Green Bay's been struggling. It's not really rotating a whole lot, but we're still keeping an eye on it just to the northwest of Green Bay, Wisconsin. And then in central Wisconsin, just everything broadly rotating. I still think the greatest concern right now is southern Wisconsin, but obviously central Wisconsin we're still keeping an eye on. There's a lot of rain falling, so flash flooding could become a concern. And then we have a lot of areas of at least broad rotation south of Wisconsin Rapids that are going to be moving towards areas like Oshkosh, Appleton, Fond du Lac, and just to the southwest of Green Bay. So definitely stay weather aware there. This is the latest radar scan on our tornado warning near Lake Mills. Still very broadly rotating right now off to the west of Lake Mills. Once again, if you are in Lake Mills, Wisconsin, you should be in your safe place right now. This storm is going to be coming up towards Watertown, so they may issue a new tornado warning here soon, going towards Watertown, Okomonowoc, just to the southwest of Slinger, south of Columbus. This is currently tracking to the east-northeast as of right now. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning to the west of Joliet, south of Aurora. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is bowing out quite a bit right now, so we may start to see a slightly more elevated tornado threat on the north side of this bowing segment, going towards Aurora, Naperville, and Bolingbrook. So this is an area that I'll be keeping a close eye on here over the next half hour for at least a low-end tornado potential. This is back over to Vince, who is on our tornado warning. Still a large lowering back in there. Nothing confirmed on the ground yet. This tornado warning does go for 5 more minutes. We still have a hook echo on the bottom right of your screen.
Engine 1 with Rescue 5-6 en route now. Village of Maple Bluff, 15 Bayside Drive to me. Charlie will respond for heart problems, elevated heart rate. Ever for your channel. Patient is asking for a silent run if you're able. Timeout is 1424.
So a big lowering right there on the left side of your
This still has
screen.
a decent wall cloud on it. Guys, the camera's doing that because it's trying to horizon level, and when I step on the brakes hard, it senses the G-force shift or something. I gotta turn that off. I thought I turned it off, and then I think I reset it and it came back on. But that wall cloud over there is still hanging out. It's not significant, but it's still hanging out over there.
A tornado was located near Cambridge, for 8 miles northeast of Thornton, moving northeast at 30
Big
miles.
lowering there again. That's the wall cloud. I would have fully expect that they will continue this tornado warning going towards Johnson's Creek, Watertown, and Okomonowalk here in southern Wisconsin.
Oh.
Mobile homes will be damaged.
Are you shitting me?
Damage to roofs,
That guy's an
windows,
idiot.
and vehicles will occur.
Jeez. That car that just you saw turn, he literally had his right, I'm not joking, he had his right turn signal on and was like pulled off on the shoulder. Right? You know, going down the right part of the shoulder to turn right.
Hey, Laura, for becoming a
And then he
member as
just
well.
Stomps on his brakes.
Hey, Daryl for the super
all
chat.
the way,
We need this rain. Looking
and,
forward
like,
to it.
cuts to the left, cuts
There are plenty of
across the
areas that
road,
do not
puts
need
his left
rain.
turn signal on, and
But
goes
I think
slow.
Wisconsin, at least
What
parts
the
of
heck, dude?
Wisconsin,
like he goes
do
back
need
into
rain.
the road with his right turn signal on from like the right shoulder, and is just like, oh, sorry, I'm just gonna go across all the lanes now. Like, what the heck? A freaking car here, dude.
One
Holy
thing that'll help
smokes.
is some parts of southern Wisconsin do need rain. Central and northern Wisconsin really don't. This is the drought monitor right now. Illinois desperately needs rain. We've had like a very quiet season, I feel like, for Chicago. We've had a couple rounds of severe storms, but nothing crazy. And even then, the rain hasn't been that crazy. Michigan also, central Michigan needs rain. But at least parts of northern Illinois are currently in a severe drought. So the rain today should hopefully help the situation that is currently evolving here back over in northern Illinois. Also, velocities north of Ottawa currently around 60 to 65 miles per hour with this line of thunderstorms that is bowing out. That is going towards Joliet, just south of Aurora, also just north of Morris. So be ready again for high winds. I wouldn't be surprised if, for whatever reason, like this line could continue to intensify. And if it does, we may see a 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning introduced near Sandwich and just to the west of Joliet. So just something to keep in mind there. This is back to our tornado warning, which again still has a large wall cloud near Lake Mills. The tornado warning that is currently ongoing goes for 2 more minutes, but I think they'll probably expand it further to the east.
Looks like on radar we have a new hook developing back to the west. Not a lot of rotation on it, but it's kind of like 2 hooks at the moment.
I think the wall cloud that we're looking at right now is new, so maybe that's making sense with it then. Don't know who that is.
Copy.
Oh, wow, these people are. No idea who these people are.
Still a rotating wall cloud there near Lake Mills. Lake
Now
Mills,
we've got
again,
a
you should
new
stay
wall
in your
cloud with
safe
a little bit of
place.
rotation. It's got some rising motion in there.
They have not
Looks
issued
a
a new
little
tornado
small
warning
to be
yet, so they might
tornadic,
not
but
issue
you can
one,
see
but
a
I
lot
think
of
this one
spin
does
up
still
in these
deserve a
clouds.
tornado
There's a lot
warning
of
with there being a
turbulence
large
going on.
lowering.
Definitely bears watching.
Tornado warning expires in 45 seconds, so we'll see if they issue a new one. Again, get ready to
Definitely
go to your
bears
safe place if you're in
watching, guys.
Watertown,
It
Johnson's
is
Creek.
rotating. It's just not. I don't know. It's hard
Okomonowalk.
to describe. It's not. Actually, that's rotating pretty significantly. So this wall cloud we're watching is actually rotating pretty significantly all of a sudden.
You can definitely see it spinning back there.
Pretty interesting.
What's up? Members only man wants our money to watch old videos. David, I don't know what you're talking about. We have a members only.
So again, that is right now near Lake Mills. If we have a tornado, it's going to be on the west side of Rock Lake right now. Obviously, we don't, but we have a large wall cloud. They have gone ahead and allowed the warning to expire. With that said, I would still not be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning on this. There is still definitely a large lowering there. Tornado warning was just allowed to expire. There is still some broad rotation, bottom right of your screen, over the west side of Lake Mills, which is near Rock Lake. Coming up into Milford here in a few minutes.
WKOW, get me off your TV. You are not authorized to broadcast me. Only Channel 3 is. All right, let's continue on this.
So again, there is still a wall cloud. The storm is no longer tornado warned for the time being, but it is still rotating. Again, currently tracking to the northeast. We'll have another velocity scan in just a second. Broad rotation over the west side of Lake Mills right now. This is currently moving to the east-northeast, and we'll be coming up towards Watertown in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, I'm kind of surprised we don't at least have a severe warning on this, at least for a tornado possible label, but I don't know. Still rotating. There's definitely a wall cloud. It's going to be coming up towards Watertown, Richwood, and Johnson's Creek. Also, the storm that did have a funnel cloud to the northeast of Beloit now in Wisconsin does not look super impressive, but it may try to intensify here over the next 20 to 30 minutes as it goes up towards Elkhorn, Delavan, and eventually going towards Waukesha. This is long-term going towards Milwaukee, so the general direction of the storm is mainly going northeast. And also, we have a new damage report back over in Illinois. There's a report of a downed power line by Ashton, Illinois. So that's a new report that's coming in just to the west of Rochelle. The winds are really picking up here in Illinois. Back over in Northville, we have this Boeing segment that is now producing damaging winds perhaps as high as 70 miles per hour now. Velocities are definitely increasing on this, so be ready for perhaps 70 mile per hour winds, which would be technically a considerable threat of damaging winds, heading towards the south side of Aurora, Joliet, Channahon, and also eventually going towards Hammond, Chicago Heights, and Chicago, Illinois. This is going to be tracking to the southwest Chicago suburbs here within the next half hour or so. It is currently tracking to the east right now. Also, we have a new SPC outlook for today. The tornado risk has condensed a little bit here. This is the new tornado risk. It is now a 5% tornado risk, which now basically includes areas just off to the east and around Madison, Wisconsin, back over towards Milwaukee, Green Bay, and just outside of Chicago, Illinois. We also have a 2% tornado risk that goes into the far southwestern Chicago suburbs. With that said, I still wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado even in this area. I know they removed it from the outlook, but this is an area that we've already seen some broadly rotating storms, and if one is able to organize, we may at least see a brief tornado potential. I don't think the tornado threat is that high, but I think there's at least a chance of an isolated tornado with the storms that are a little bit further back off to the west, and we still have a tornado watch in effect for this area, but I would expect it'll be condensed a little bit here pretty soon. We've had some broad areas of rotation here, Baraboo, Wisconsin Dells, and northwest of Madison. There's also a little bit of broad rotation east of Adams, and also a little bit of rotation north of Monticello. That is around our mesoscale convective vortex. So still keeping an eye on these storms too for at least a low-end tornado potential. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, while there's no tornado warnings, I figured we'd talk about another weather phenomenon that we have going on today over in Utah, Nevada, and Colorado. If you look at the KMTX radar, that's the one in Salt Lake City, you can actually see lightning associated with an area of very low precipitation. These are actually a bunch of dry thunderstorms that we have ongoing in this area. There is a fire weather risk today for a dry thunderstorm. This means we're going to have thunderstorms, but not a lot of precipitation. So this is quite the fire risk, but some are sort of just interesting to see lightning on storms that are almost invisible on radar.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, dry thunderstorms very commonly do produce fires, especially this time of the year, and that is definitely something that we need to keep an eye on back along the West Coast and also back over into the Rockies. We have also another severe thunderstorm warning. This one is north of Springfield, south of Bloomington in Illinois, mainly for Lincoln. That is going to be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. This is mostly outflow dominant storms, so the tornado threat is on the lower side of things, but if you're anywhere around or just south of Bloomington, north of Springfield, just be ready for 60 mile per hour winds as this line continues to push to the east. Clinton, Randolph, Empire, and Decatur will eventually be in the path of that. Also, latest radar scan on our line of storms near Oswego, south of Aurora, still indicating around 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds that are going to be coming up into Joliet and Bolingbrook over the next few minutes, so continue to stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see. Do we have... Let's see. Actually, a couple of cameras that are kind of looking... You very faintly can see... This is the line of storms. I don't know if we're going to have a better view than this, but we might. There's a few cameras back over in Illinois. This one of the Illinois dot traffic cams. You can very faintly see at the top of your screen how ominous it is. Back over in that severe thunderstorm warning that is producing damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. It's actually slightly better review, but very ominous skies here on Illinois 47 at US 52. A couple live shots there. Also, this is just a map of literally all the cameras that we have out there. You can also see the storm chasers that are out there. John McKinney is located back over near Mount Harab. We also have Vince Walty over near Lake Mills. I believe that's where Charlie Bardo is as well. A few other storm chasers also just outside of Chicago. All the blue dots are different cameras as well. And if you look at all the cameras that we have just in basically the risk area, there's about 6,300 visible cameras just inside of the Midwest and basically inside of our risk area with at least 12 active storm chasers right now. And we are now over, I didn't even notice, we're actually over 30,000 cameras inside of our map program that we have. So, crazy stuff. Those are all the different cameras that we can use basically on streams. Look at Vince Walty's view of the storm near Lake Mills right now.
We're good with X, Y, and Z. Thank you for your business. And I'm like, yeah, thanks for your business. Awesome.
On the right side of your screen, middle right. That's the area of interest on that storm that was just tornado warned a few minutes ago.
And then you've got Channel 27 who's like, ha ha ha, we're just going to go on YouTube and use whatever YouTube streamer.
Going to be going through some trees in a second. But near Lake Mills, again, we still have a storm that has a hook echo, has been rotating. And may try to produce another tornado risk as it moves off to the northeast going towards Watertown. The Storm Prediction Center just put out a new mesoscale discussion. This does include Wisconsin, just central and southern Wisconsin. Threat for tornadoes and damaging downbursts will continue for at least the next several hours. The most probable peak intensity is between 100 to 130 miles per hour for tornadoes. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is also possible. And then hail less than the size of $half is going to be a possibility. We also have a new hail chart that we'll be showing on streams more often. But this is essentially all the different hailstone sizes across the board. In case you're curious, we're not expecting anything larger than the size of really ping pong balls today. So anything up here is basically a no-go. But we could see anything from pea-sized up to $half sized hail. And you might laugh at DVD-sized hail, but we've had that like 3 times this year, I'm pretty sure. Like I have been counting. I think we've at least had 3 instances of DVD-sized hail this year. Most of them being in Texas. Also, we got another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is back over in Colorado. Scattered severe storms capable of large hail and damaging winds are likely in the next few hours. That does include areas like Denver, Colorado Springs, Pablo, back towards Chugwater, Torrington, and Glendo. So damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, hail up to the size of tennis balls, and then a couple of tornadoes are a possibility. So we'll also be keeping an eye on those storms back off to the west. Looks like the storm that Vince is on does not nearly have as definitive of a lowering.
Some, like, charity or like Humane Society or something and just like go give them the
So this is the storm again near Lake Mills that has been discreet for quite some time, not seeing as much of a lowering anymore.
Sue Channel 27
that is the area of interest still on the right side of your
screen.
screen.
Just go find like an animal shelter or something and be like, hey, save some kittens or something. You know, that way nobody can be like, oh, he's suing people for profit, which I think is wrong.
I only measure VHS sized hail. Okay. Can you briefly explain what a discrete cell is? FYI, discrete is spelled like this. A lot of people spell it with 2 E's and then a T. That is not how you spell it, just an FYI. But discrete supercells are basically storms that are individualized. So they are, you know, a storm like this near Watertown, essentially. That's a discrete storm. It has literally, there's no other storms near it that are basically, it's basically like a cookie, all right? It's its own cookie, all right? I don't even know where I'm going with that, but you know, it's basically its own storm. It's a singular storm. When we're talking about semi-discrete, that's when we have 2 or more storms that are kind of connected to each other. We kind of have multiple updrafts that are connected here, so that's kind of semi-discrete. And then linear is something like what we'd have down here in Illinois, which is just a big line of thunderstorms. This is a video from Northern Illinois from April Lee on Twitter. This is what we're looking at in Northern Illinois right now. Very ominous skies. That is the shelf cloud that's leading all those storms right now towards Chicago right now. If you have any photos or videos, once again, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel as well, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be live here with severe weather coverage. We are expecting the potential for damaging winds and a few more tornadoes here across the Midwest, including Northern Illinois and Southern Wisconsin. About 15 million people are in the Midwest alone are in the risk of severe weather today, but across the board, upwards of 89 million people are at risk of isolated severe weather today. Obviously, a slightly more elevated threat of severe weather does exist here in the Midwest. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for those in Marquette County, Wisconsin. That is near Harrisville. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this. This area of storms did produce a tornado earlier, so wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing an isolated tornado risk come out of these storms again that are kind of spinning around our mesoscale convective vortex that is right there on I-39. So stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. There may be cameras in this area. Let me check. There is not. Never mind. But yeah, that is still spinning. We may see an isolated tornado threat. Also, the risk of severe weather today, it does include 91 million people today. It is a large threat of severe weather. Obviously, marginal threat is a level 1 out of 5. It's not really that elevated, but large marginal threat goes from Utah back into New York, and then 2 slight risks of severe weather that are in place. So we got one in Colorado and Wyoming, and another one back over in the Midwest, including Michigan, Wisconsin, and Illinois. So about 91 million people, again, are in the risk of severe weather today. So if you have any friends or family in the risk, definitely make sure that they're staying weather aware. Again, generally speaking, really, I'd say the most concerning area is still the Midwest today. Areas like Chicago could also see a slightly more elevated threat of severe weather, but generally speaking, we'll have more elevated threat here in the Midwest today. Also, get ready if you're over in Oswego, Joliet, south of Aurora. We got 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds coming in here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Oswego is only about 10 minutes away from this line of storms hitting. If you're back over near Morse, west of Braidwood, this is likely around 60 mile per hour winds, but you can very clearly see the outflow boundary here. So generally speaking, the tornado threat very low with this part of the line, since it's all more elevated storm activity. But stuff that's ongoing further to the north, west of Aurora, is going to be bowing out a little bit more, which could allow for an inflow notch, and we may see a tornado risk try to develop here, heading towards Bolingbrook, Naperville, Oaklawn, and Orland Park. Oswego and Aurora are all in the path of that. Let's see, we also got some more photos being sent in. Let's see. I don't know why somebody's emailing me about Wisconsin town names, for the record. I don't need emails about that. I already know I suck at pronunciations. Thank you. This is Lincoln, Illinois. This is a photo that was sent in just a moment ago. It is a view from Lincoln, Illinois of the storm rolling in. This one's producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour right now in Lincoln. Hey, Jessica, for the $10 super chat. Any concerns for Waterford or Wisconsin? Let me see where Waterford is. Waterford, Wisconsin. I would say right now you guys are fine, but definitely stay weather aware. If this storm over here to the west can stay organized, which right now it isn't, we may see a slightly higher tornado risk with that as it continues to push to the east. All right, we have a video that was sent in. This is from the tornado earlier. Back over in Dodgeville, Wisconsin at a Walmart. This was sent in by Lily Young on Twitter. This was the tornado there. This ended up going PDS only a few minutes after this. But this was a PDS tornado warning. Our only PDS tornado warning of the day was on this tornado. That is definitely intense motion right there. Jeez. It's literally what we started our stream with. PDS, by the way, means particularly dangerous situation. It's the second highest level tornado warning that you can possibly get. literally turn into a huge tornado. Wow. AI, this is not AI. My goodness. Yeah, that's the tornado back over there near Dodgeville, which, again, that ended up producing a tornado for potentially as long as 45 minutes or so. This is basically the path of it. It started in Dodgeville, Wisconsin, then it ended around Sauk City or so. 12:30 was the first report. The last report was 1:26, so it could have been on the ground for as long as an hour, but it may have lifted a few times. It's kind of unknown, so... Thank you also, Bayo, for the $10 super chat. Where's the better chasing late this afternoon, Wisconsin or Illinois? I mean, Illinois' threat, it's mostly a line. I mean, Wisconsin's definitely in the move if you're chasing. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Watuma, Wisconsin, just east of Coloma. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible label on it. That is moving to the northeast, just south of Wild Rose, west of Red Granite, and west of Berlin. It's actually been a pretty definitive area of rotation over the last few scans, just south of Dakota. No CC drop, but that is an area of rotation that is going to be tracking up towards 22 in Watoma here over the next few minutes. Just to the west of Red Granite. We're currently sitting at 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, all of which are in the Midwest right now. We are expecting storms to fire up over the next few hours as well across Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, even back into the high plains where damaging winds, hail, and a very low tornado risk will exist, so we are keeping an eye on other storms as well. Nothing severe, though, as of right now in Ohio. Just continue to stay weather aware. If you're in those areas. Back over near Bloomington and Springfield, we still got 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds coming in here over the next few minutes. There may be a little bit of broad rotation trying to develop near McLean. This is a little bit of that's the outflow boundary right there, and then we got a little hook. So there's a low chance of a tornado trying to develop going towards Randolph and Hayworth, just south of Bloomington, Illinois. And then back over near Springfield, damaging wind threat continuing to stay elevated. That line of storms going into Springfield, Woodside, Auburn here over the next few minutes. And then keep an eye out to the skies also north of St. Louis. We got a line of storms forming here as well that could produce some isolated damaging winds over the next couple of hours. And then back over in the Chicago suburbs, we're still dealing with mainly a damaging wind threat right now of around 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. Tornado threat for right now stays low, but we are still keeping an eye on at least a low-end tornado potential for the next 2 to 3 hours. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we've received 2 reports at the exact same time about that storm near Watertown for either a funnel or a rotating wall cloud. I did send an image of that in Dibble that we are able to show.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So this is just moments ago from Joey near Watertown in Wisconsin. There is a rotating wall cloud, perhaps a funnel. This is just from moments ago. This is a storm that has a hook echo again developing, and it may get tornado warned here shortly, but there's definitely at least something there that could be of concern right now. That is right now just to the west of Watertown, and this is currently tracking to the east-northeast. So if you are in this area, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. I still fully expect that there is a potential here for a tornado as this storm continues to track to the east-northeast. I really don't think it's letting up anytime soon. There's still a very clear hook echo on this storm, and it's trying to latch to the boundary again. It's going to be moving right into the town of Watertown here in just a moment. We're very close to the radar site.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have issued a new tornado warning. This is way further off to the north. A brand new tornado warning in Wisconsin that's east of Baraboo going towards Portage. This is embedded with our second round of storms just southeast of Wisconsin Dells. There's a broad area of rotation that is going to be moving into Portage near I-3990 over the next few minutes. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building that is currently tracking to the northeast right now. Just northwest of Poinet. This is an area that we just saw a tornado in earlier, or at least just down to the south of this area, so it's obviously not an unfamiliar territory from where we've already looked today. There's also a broad area of rotation near Wisconsin Dells that is going to be tracking up to the northeast towards Packwaukee, and also Montello is in the path of that right now. So stay in your safe place if you're in the other tornado warning, but this area right here is another area that I'd be keeping an eye on. At least some broad rotation over Wisconsin Dells, moving to the northeast right now. This is a view from Charlie Bordeaux on the storm.
We're going to get east and then north a little bit and just get out in front of it. Post it up.
Looks like, I believe he is near Watertown. So he's on that storm. We just had a decent view of it there a second ago, but that is the storm of interest right now near Watertown as well. That is broadly rotating. We do at least have a wall cloud that has been reported on that storm. So if you're anywhere in this area, continue to stay weather-aware near Watertown going towards West Bend and Menomonee Falls. That storm is still actively rotating, and there is still a chance that it could try to produce a tornado as it moves to the northeast. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, our area of rotation in the severe warnings a little bit to the north of our tornado warning in Wisconsin is getting a lot stronger on the tilts 2, 3, and 4. I think it's struggling a little bit on the surface levels, but this should be tornado warned soon, and it could produce a tornado as soon as Dakota in Wisconsin.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there's at least some broad rotation right now near Wisconsin Dells. And so, again, if you're near Packwaukee or Harrisville, definitely be ready to go to your safe place. Also, now around or just south of Easton, there's at least some broad rotation with that storm, or with this storm that is currently tracking to the north right now. So continue to be in your safe place, be away from windows, and be on the lowest floor possible if you are in the tornado warning, and then get ready to go to that safe place if you're back over near Wisconsin Dells. This is Charlie Bordeaux, which, again, has a little bit of a view of this storm right now that's back over near Water. I believe he's on the Watertown storm again. We don't really know for sure because his location is not updated in like 3 hours, but we think that's where he is. But that is a view there. It's a little bit laggy, but that right there in the middle of your screen looks like a large lowering. That would be the area of interest.
Storm over there.
See if I can refresh his feed here.
CJ is dead. What up?
Okay, he's not on the Watertown storm. He's on the one near Beaver Dam. Okay, so he's on Beaver Dam.
Really ramped up here near
So this is the Beaver Dam storm. This is a completely different one, but if you look bottom right of your screen, this is near Beaver Dam. You can actually see the hook echo here. That's going up towards Waupun. There is broad rotation on that. So this is a completely different storm.
Get out in front of it here.
But you can see the large lowering there in the distance.
Look at that thing. Holy cow.
He's traveling up 151 to the north. So at least I now have a general idea of where he is.
That is aggressive. That is an aggressive storm. It's starting to wrap up too. Looks like we have an RFD trying to come around, so this thing could be trying to wrap.
So we're going to keep an eye on that. This is back to the middle of your screen. This is the other storm that we're talking about that has just ramped up here over the last few minutes. It is going to be tracking up towards Waupun, Fond du Lac, also just west of Mayville. There's at least, again, some broad rotation over Beaver Dam Lake. Buckhorn Corners in the path of that. Burnett, Atwater, also Highway 26. You guys need to be weather aware. We may get a tornado warning here soon if this rotation continues to ramp up. But that storm, again, tracking to the northeast right now. There is at least some sort of lowering there. That could end up trying to drop a tornado here at some point here soon. Huge shout out to John with the $200 super chat saying, thanks, Max, for helping out my fellow cheeseheads. Appreciate the super chat. W's in the chat for John. Way too kind. Really appreciate that. Is this a derecho? No. Nowhere near a derecho. We still have broad rotation on our severe thunderstorm warnings near Watama, west of Red Granite, north of Harrisville, that we're still keeping an eye on. And then broad rotation continues on our tornado warning near Portage, Wisconsin, that is northwest of Poinet, just southeast of Lake Delton. There's also broad rotation near Wisconsin Dells that we're still keeping an eye on. That is moving to the northeast right now. Thank you, Yak, also for the $10 super chat. All right, let's go back down to the south. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Chicago suburbs. This one's going to be for Bolingbrook, Joliet, Naperville, and Orland Park. This one's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also, the potential for power outages does exist as this line of storms continues to push to the east. If you are anywhere in the Chicago suburbs, be ready for some power outages. It won't be widespread, but we'll probably at least have some isolated to scattered power outages as this line of storms moves into the Chicago area here over the next few minutes. This is back to the storm that is near Beaver Dam.
Mean storm here.
A large lowering there on the left side of your screen. This is near Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. You can see the hook echo on the bottom right of your screen. Coming up towards Burnett.
Right in front of us here. So if it does something, we'll be on it. Zoom in so you guys can see. That is an aggressive storm.
Got an inflow tail on the right. See the inflow pumping right into the storm here. Large wall cloud.
Oh. Oh gosh, alright. Got the RFD starting to surge in there. We could have a tornado trying to form.
Definitely rotating. It's broad rotation right now, but it is rotating. Hey, Steven, for becoming a member. Where do I send pics? You can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. All of our social media links are down below. Also, highly recommend, if you guys are not already, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, all those platforms at MaxVelocityWX. We post a lot of frequent updates on there, on and off streams. Camera just got really blurry. Back to him in a second, but that is, again, that lowering here near Beaver Dam. Rotation on radar has been pretty broad near the surface, but it's been much stronger aloft. It is a discrete storm. It's pretty low-top supercell, moving into Waupun here over the next few minutes, just off to the north and west of Burnett. Oakfield and Fond du Lac are eventually in the path of that. Also, the storm near Watertown, the surface-based rotation has been fairly broad, but we've had a wall cloud on this storm, so still would not be surprised if we were to get a tornado on this storm. If you are in Watertown, I would still be very, very vigilant. Again, we could get a tornado warning at any time. We could even get a tornado at any time, so continue to stay weather aware. If you're near Watertown here in Wisconsin, that'll eventually be tracking towards Hartford and Slinger. The motion.
Beaver Dam.
It's
right here.
It's near Beaver Dam.
It's right there. I'm watching it. Got a big RFD surge coming around the backside of the storm right now.
Thank you, Dave, for the $10 super chat.
That is a monster storm. This is a absolute hog of a thunderstorm. Look at that. I don't see anything down in there. It's definitely rotating though. It's definitely spinning. Definitely got some spin to it. Let's look on radar. Oh, the hook is really coiled up here. All right, we're gonna, yeah, we gotta get up there. We gotta get up into it. Gotta get up in there. Gotta get up into the storm.
So again, this is north of Beaver Dam right now. This is Storm Chaser Charlie Bordeaux.
We're going
Who also
in.
works on Freddie
Going in,
McKinney
chat.
Street, by the way. You guys watch Freddie
This thing
McKinney.
is really trying to wrap up here near Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Wouldn't be surprised if we have a tornado imminent. Would not
Hey, for
shock me.
remember,
It's definitely
Kenneth Chef for
trying.
the $10 super chat. Charlie, I'm pretty sure, lives in Wisconsin, so he'd have to travel far. But there are many storm chasers that travel really far.
Keep my eyes peeled right now. It's gonna cross the interstate.
We're going to keep an eye on Charlie. That is, again, near... that's the storm, again, that's not tornado warned right now, but just north of Beaver Dam that is definitely rotating. Also, we got a new photo from south of Watertown, Wisconsin, of a large wall cloud. I'm still surprised we don't have a tornado warning on that storm. The low-level rotation's been pretty weak, but we've had a large wall cloud basically this entire time. So that is a photo there of, again, a large hanging wall cloud in Watertown just a few minutes ago. That was sent in by Oli on Twitter. We also have a photo from Eddie back over in Plainfield, Illinois, of a gnarly-looking shelf cloud. Is that Canton Farm, Route 47? Crazy view of that storm as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have another flash flood emergency, or not flash flood emergency, my bad. This is where we had the flash flood emergency. I've seen a few people ask if it is going to be as significant as it was last time. This is in Ruidoso, New Mexico. This is just a considerable flash flood warning, but because of the burn scar and all the other flooding that has been going on, this is going to be very damaging flash flooding, even though it's only 1 inch of rain. This is where we had that 30-foot wall of water a few days ago. We are not going to see that again. The rainfall is already done in the area. However, we are already receiving reports of more roads and more homes that are going underwater.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that's unfortunate. Obviously, literally a week ago, we had unfortunately 3 fatalities from major flooding back over in Ruidoso, and that is an area that we could even see more significant flooding today. They've been under like 14 different flash flood emergencies just in the last year. It's one of the most common areas that's had flash flooding recently. Brand new severe warning west of Chicago. That's for Wheaton near Naperville, Aurora, Batavia, southeast of Wayne. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So be ready for high winds as this storm continues to track to the east. Also, John McKinney is on a storm that is not currently tornado warned, but this is near Madison, Wisconsin. Which looks interesting right now. This is on the southwest side of Madison, near Fitchburg. Very low-hanging clouds. The lifting condensation level today is, again, very low, which means our cloud base is very low, which makes it easier for tornadoes to happen. So, very interesting look there from Madison. This is back to the story of Beaver Dam.
Right there, right in front of me. Oh my gosh, it's about to drop.
We might literally get a tornado here in a second near Beaver Dam.
We're about to have a tornado here. It's trying to wrap up.
Bottom right of your screen. That's the hook echo.
We have a funnel. It's coming down. It's coming down right there.
This is right over Beaver Dam. There's no tornado warning on this. It's near Waupun.
We got a funnel, chat. Big funnel. Big bull funnel. It's trying to drop.
See how rapid the motion is right there on the left.
It's touching down.
There might be a tornado there on the left side. It may be non-condensed. Middle left.
Tornado on the ground.
Okay, Char.
Tornado on the ground.
Yeah, right there in the middle. You can see the funnel right there. It's not condensed to the ground, but that's a tornado.
Right now.
It looks like we may have an unwarned tornado here north of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, going towards Waupun.
We're right on it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, it's coming all the way down.
That looks like a tornado. Again, we don't see the fully condensed part of it yet, but that's likely a tornado here.
It's going to the right. It's going to the right. It's going to miss us.
This is live again near Beaver Dam, going towards Waupun. Northwest of Burnett, Wisconsin, eventually going towards Fond du Lac. That is a tornado. That is fully condensed now. That is a fully condensed tornado.
Oh my gosh, look at it go! Oh, it's a tube. Look at that pipe.
This is a large tornado down here.
200 yards away. It's going to cross the highway up here. This needs to be tornado warned. We have a tornado. Big tornado! Holy cow!
This is a huge tornado right now. North of Beaver Dam, completely unwarned. If you know anybody in Waupun or Burnett, you need to make sure that they're aware of this.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Chat, if you guys are north of Beaver Dam, we have a big tornado coming down. Tornado on the ground right now. North of Beaver Dam.
So we just had a
tornado.
It's on the right side of your screen if it's still down. It might not be condensed.
Oh my gosh, that's insane! Absolutely wild tornado. That thing was a stout tube. It's conceded, it's lifted now. It's gonna cross the road up here. It might be trying to come down again. It's gonna cross the road right in front of me. I'm gonna hold my post
It's
here.
not on the ground anymore, but it might drop again.
Right up here.
This again, north of Beaver Dam.
Still spinning.
This is the areas that are in the path of it right now. It's going up towards Waupun, just to the north of Beaver Dam. You need to be in your safe place, honestly, if you're anywhere in this general area. We have no tornado warning right now for this. No tornado warning actively.
It's still spinning.
But it is spinning like a top right now.
Oh my gosh, that was a beautiful tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued now a tornado warning for this. We just had a confirmed tornado again moments ago, live on stream here near Waupun.
Wild. Oh my gosh. All right. It's going to cross the highway.
Waupun Alto is included in this, east of Fox Lake. You can see the rotation. It's pretty strong on radar. It's about to drop another tornado, it looks like. Fond du Lac and Dodge counties, you guys are included in this.
We're going to move in for intercept here. We're moving in. We're going to go get it. It's going to cross the highway right up here. It's right there. It's just to our left. It's coming across the road.
Trying to drop again on the left side of your screen.
Moving in. It's right here. It is going to cross right up here. We're going to pull off. It's going to cross the highway right in front of us. It's going to go right in front of us, guys. I don't see any circulation on the ground. Still a funnel cloud overhead.
Literally above his head. Look at that thing
Might be in
spin.
the tornado here. Oh my gosh, look at it go up there. Oh my goodness.
But it's literally spinning right above his head right now. And this thing may be trying to drop another tornado. As it moves to the northeast, this is going towards Waupun in Wisconsin. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, just north of Burnett right now. Just south of Alto, going towards Oakfield. Fond du Lac will eventually be in the path of this. The storm itself obviously just produced a tornado, and it may try to drop another tornado as it moves northeast here over the next few minutes. I do think he has lost signal just temporarily. He should be back in a moment, so we're just waiting for signal to come back. But again, this is likely going to try to drop another tornado here at any moment as it continues to track to the northeast towards Oakfield as well. Fond du Lac, thank you. Fond du Lac, Wisconsin will eventually be in the path of this. And obviously it says radar indicated, but we just literally had a tornado on the ground, so there's at least been confirmation of a tornado at one point on that storm. The one near Watertown is still broadly rotating. There is a little hook north of Watertown. We could also have a tornado at any moment here, going towards Lebanon. That is also going towards Neosho. Rubicon, just south of Iron Ridge, eventually going towards Addison and Hartford. So if you're in the general track of this storm, be weather aware. We could get a tornado warning at any moment. There has been a rotating wall cloud on that for quite some time. We also still have a tornado warning just southeast of Wisconsin Dells. This one is just broadly rotating right now. I don't see a tornado imminent, but we are going to continue to watch it like a hawk in case it does try to produce the threat again of a tornado here. Also, real quickly, if you guys are just tuning in, make sure to put your location in the chat. We're going to do a little heat map to see where everybody's tuning in from. Gives us an idea of where we should be mostly locked in on when it comes to severe weather coverage. So if you want to put your location in the chat, we're going to generate a map basically plotting where everybody's tuning in from. We'll show it on screen here in a few minutes. And again, this was just moments ago. In case you're just tuning in, this was the tornado that just happened north of Beaver Dam in Wisconsin. I mean, it was literally a little pipe. And again, this might be trying to drop another tornado.
A new tornado warning has been
as
issued.
it continues to move northeast. We have yet again another tornado warning. This one is further off to the north. That's west of Oshkosh. That's why. A strong area of rotation right now near Watuma that is heading towards Mount Morris, just west of Spring Lake. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is slowly moving to the east-northeast right now, going in the direction of Mount Morris. So Mount Morris, you guys are in the path of this, just south of Wild Rose. It's kind of spinning around our mesoscale convective vortex, basically an area, again, of elevated spin and vorticity. This is slowly moving to the north and northeast at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. It is completely rain wrapped, by the way, so do not try to be looking for this tornado. There's absolutely no reason to look for this tornado. It is a fully rain wrapped area of rotation right now near Watuma. Also, it looks like Charlie's still out of signal. This storm, again, could still be producing a tornado right now near Waupun. It's currently moving to the northeast right now, just south and east of Alto. Just north of Burnett, going towards Oakfield and Fond du Lac. We go back down to the south real quick. Let's go back to Illinois just for a moment. We have a line of storms right now pushing into Chicago with damaging winds. Tornado threat right now is on the low side of things, but continue to stay weather aware. The terminal radar sites were down. They're actually back up now, so we have at least another viewage of the line of storms that's coming to Chicago. I do not see anything really rotating right now. I think the main concern for the time being is damaging winds, but continue to stay weather aware as this line of storms continues to push to the east. Also, we have a new damage report back over in Hampshire in Illinois. That is trees and power lines down. That's according to emergency management. Also, Vince is currently en route for the storm near Beaver Dam. I think Charlie's going to come back in a second. I think he's refreshing his feed. Hey, Mike, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Again, if you're just tuning in, this was a confirmed tornado moments ago near Waupun. Is going up towards Oakfield and Fond du Lac here over the next few minutes. It's also a view of the storms over in Illinois from Winfield, Illinois, just moments ago from one of our chat moderators, Marissa. This is from a golf course. That is the shelf cloud that's coming in there to Illinois. That is producing damaging winds once again, around 60 to 65 miles per hour. It's in the Winfield, Illinois area. If you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We have some broad rotation also northeast of Wisconsin Dells that's tracking up towards Harrisville and Montello. So keep an eye on that here if you're just northeast of Wisconsin Dells. A little bit of weak rotation there. Charlie has come back. This is a live shot of that storm that was just producing a tornado.
Are we back, guys? I don't know what happened there. It said I was live, but the stream completely froze. But nothing has really happened in between that moment there. The storm is just trying to recycle right now. It's trying to recycle. But yeah, apologies about the freeze there. Storm's trying to recycle and put down a new tornado up here. But besides that, we haven't really had anything in between.
Also, the damaging wind threat in Cook, Will, and DuPage counties, Illinois is now observed.
I don't know what that was.
For 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
The stream just like froze. Never had that happen before.
So, and large lowering still in the storm near Waupun in Wisconsin. This storm just produced a tornado a few moments ago.
Back into this thing. Apologies about the connection freeze, chat.
Still very low to the ground here.
Yeah, I'm all good. Appreciate the concern, but we're all good. I had it under control. Don't worry. We were safe. Yeah, the stream phone for some reason like froze. I don't know what happened there. I'm gonna cook out in front of us.
Just traveling back towards the storm again. This is near 151 near a pond. Hey, Sarah for the $5 super chat. Sorry, our cities have the hardest names. They are pretty hard here in the Midwest.
Trying to super chat. Tornado. But yeah, apologies about the connection issue. But storm still has tornado potential here north of Beaver Dam. Appreciate you. Can I share a clip of your video on his socials? I don't know.
This is back over near Kleiman in Lebanon, just off to the north of Watertown. This is another storm that is currently not tornado warned, but has been rotating. We've had a wall cloud on it for quite some time.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Well, they have upgraded the tornado warning here, a little bit delayed, but this is now upgraded to a confirmed tornado now for Waupun and Alto in Wisconsin. So obviously seek shelter if you're in this warning. We just had a tornado a moment ago, and again, this may be dropping another tornado. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. They just upgraded this to confirmed. It was confirmed initially, obviously via visual, and it may be trying to drop another tornado. This is Charlie's view of it right now.
Come on. Get off the road here. Yeah, the storm's still spinning. It's kind of going outflowy, but we still have an area of circulation to the left. But yay construction. Welcome to Wisconsin.
So again, the area of interest right there is middle right of your screen. This is inside the confirmed tornado warning.
That was the prettiest tornado I've ever seen. That was so beautiful. In the middle of the field, didn't hit anything. A crazy spiral, like working up.
We're back to him in a second. He's still on this confirmed tornado warning, though, near Waupun in Wisconsin, tracking towards Oakfield and Fond du Lac. Also, further to the north in our other tornado warning near Watuma, that one's actually had some pretty strong like in terms of velocities, have been pretty strong. It's been broadly rotating though near Watuma. That'll be coming up into Wild Rose here in a few minutes. I would expect they'll probably issue another tornado warning that'll kind of go in the direction of Wild Rose, just southeast of Plainfield and south of Wapaka. So be ready for a tornado warning if you're in Wild Rose. The active tornado warning goes for another half hour, but the rotation will definitely be moving outside of the tornado warning here in the next few minutes as it tracks north north along 23, and then further to the south on our other tornado warning near Portage. This one's just been broadly rotating over I-39. That is tracking to the northeast right now. So not too concerned about that one, but we're still going to be keeping an eye on it in case it does try to drop something. And then back over in Chicago, as we mentioned before, again, damaging winds around 60 miles per hour are moving in right now. I would fully expect that we will have severe warnings for Chicago here in a moment for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, this is where everybody's tuning in from right now. This is kind of crazy, but this is one of our largest heat maps we've ever done. We literally have a crazy amount of people tuning in right now back over in just the Midwest. This is pretty wild. One of the largest numbers that we've had for just Midwest viewers alone. In case you're curious, this is a bit more of a zoomed in view of the heat map of where everybody's tuning in from. And again, when you put your location in the chat, basically we'll plot it on the map here. Insane amount of people right now in the Chicago suburbs, Milwaukee, Appleton, Green Bay, Madison, Wisconsin as well. And to compare this to our severe weather risk for today.
A new tornado warning has been
That's what
issued.
it looks like with our severe weather risk. So almost everybody that's tuning in is either in the slight risk or the marginal threat, or most people are in the slight. Only a handful in the marginal threat of severe weather. Brand new tornado warning. This is also in Wisconsin. This will be a large one. Back over to the east of Wisconsin Dells, north of Portage, Montello, and Harrisville. You guys are all included in this tornado warning. If you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. And get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently moving to the northeast right now. It's a large, broad area of rotation that's going to Montello and Harrisville. We got a broad area of rotation right now over Milwaukee, and that's going towards Harrisville again. And there's another broad area of rotation near Portage, which is also included in this tornado warning. All right, let's go back over to the east. Back over to Waupun first. This is in Waupun, Wisconsin. The latest radar scan still showing a large hook echo. I'm not seeing nearly as much low-level rotation on this storm, but it has had a large wall cloud. Could drop another tornado at any moment. Keep in mind, when we had the tornado initially on the storm near Waupun, the tornado itself obviously was a pretty decent little pipe, but it was only on the ground for a few minutes. And the other thing I want to point out too is that the rotation on radar did not look that impressive. So I think generally speaking, if we have a tornado, it might not be extremely visible here on radar. So just keep that in mind. Charlie is still on this storm, and this is what it looks like right now. And it is still spinning.
The storm is spinning like a top right now. This thing might be about to go again.
So this is over Waupun, Wisconsin. So once again, Charlie Bordeaux.
Man, we got kind of got a little nipple in there.
Hey, John, for the $10 super chat. It's a large area of rotation.
Got to set up the 360 on this.
We'll go back to him in a moment. But it is spinning still like a top, as he said, and I kind of agree with that. It is still spinning like crazy right now. That's going up towards Oakfield, eventually going towards Fond du Lac. This is CJ Ziegler from the tornado that just happened a moment ago, back over in Beaver Dam. So if in case you're just tuning in, this was what the tornado looked like. This was before we even had a tornado warning. It's just a large pipe. And then this is also another photo of the large wall cloud before it dropped the tornado. This is kind of what it looks like right now, so. It's also from Brian Art on Twitter. This is the view of the storm rolling into Sugar Grove, Illinois. Big shelf cloud. For some reason, we're back at... This is what it looks like. I don't know why, but when we go about 5 seconds into time, it looks like we're going back to the 1930s with black and white pictures. But nonetheless, that is a view there. Back over in Sugar Grove, Illinois. Of the line of storms that is currently coming in. Tornado warning does continue again for Waupun. It is still a confirmed tornado warning. We still have a lot of rotation within our line of thunderstorms that's developed off to the west as well, back over near Wisconsin Dells. We're also keeping an eye on the storms near Sun Prairie and Madison, though I think the main concern right now is damaging winds. We definitely could see the potential for a tornado or two as this line continues to push towards Columbus, Watertown, and Fort Atkinson. Further off to the north, west of Berlin, that storm near Wild Rose is still broadly rotating, and I still would not be surprised if they issued a new tornado warning here for Wild Rose, as that rotation is now moving outside of our tornado warning polygon. So if you're in Wild Rose, Wisconsin, I'd be ready to go to your safe place, have that tornado action plan ready to go. Obviously, I know many of you guys might be at work today. It's obviously a weekday. If you're at work, have that tornado action plan ready to go. And if you don't know what that is, you might want to ask your boss or something, because there should at least be something there when it comes to at least having a tornado action plan. This is Charlie's view of the storm that just had a tornado on the ground a few minutes ago north of Beaver Dam.
It's swirling like right up.
Still spinning a ton right above his head right now.
This whole thing is cranking like a top right now. It was really ripping over the highway. That's why I wanted to duck out of here. Did not want to be under it when it dropped.
It's now right above his head.
So we're getting out of the way right now. Watching behind us. That's where it'd be. We're in the RFD. In the RFD, we're on the back side of it.
He's now underneath it. We'll go back to him once he has another view of it. But that is again near a pond going up towards Oakfield. Assuming that this thing continues to rotate, they may issue a new tornado warning going towards Fond du Lac and then also going towards Oakfield in Wisconsin, just west of I-41. Also, this storm down here north of Lebanon, I really don't know how this isn't tornado warning. We still have a large hook echo and a strong inflow. No CC drop, but this thing is definitely still rotating. And may try to produce another tornado as it goes up towards Rubicon, Addison, West Bend, and Slinger. So this really, in my opinion, should have a tornado warning, but velocities are a little bit contaminated, but it's definitely rotating. It's a pretty impressive looking hook echo. It's a very discreet storm there. Back over in the Chicago suburbs, we got our line of storms now moving into the Chicago area here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Chicago, Evanston, and Hammond. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. As of now, no tornado risk from what I'm seeing on radar. As I'm saying that, there's actually broad rotation near Carroll Stream, so I don't think we're actually out of the woods yet for tornadoes. There's a little broad area of rotation that's developed right over Carroll Stream in Illinois. That is moving towards Addison, Elk Grove Village, and Park Ridge. We're going to really keep a close eye on that because they just added a tornado possible label to this, but there's broad rotation there. That's going into Addison here over the next few minutes. So if you're anywhere just northwest of Chicago, stay alert. There is broad rotation moving towards Addison right now. This is back to the Waupun tornado warning, which is still confirmed. Still spinning. Also, the new severe thunderstorm warning for Chicago includes 4.8 million people.
Oh, we got a big swirl right to our right. Big swirl to our right. Might be about to drop right here. Pull off. Look at that right there. Got a swirl in there. Might be trying to come down. There's all sorts of like little areas of circulation along this.
All spinning right there. A lot of spinning eddies too.
It wants to consolidate again.
So Waupun, Wisconsin, if you're just tuning in.
Yeah, you folks near Waupun between Oakfield and Beaver Dam is where this storm is. We had a tornado on stream earlier. This storm has put down tornadoes. This is a tornado producing storm. Might be about to get another one here at some point, but it's a little disorganized.
Everything's just cranking the low levels here.
Oh, look at the whole RFD cut. Big RFD cut. It's gonna be in front of us. Might hop back on the on 151 here. Oh, now the radar to our
A
west
new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm gonna hop back.
Not surprising, but they just issued a new tornado warning on the storm further south near Mayville and Horicon. This one, in my opinion, should have been tornado warned a while ago, but it obviously is ramping up again. You can definitely see the hook echo on radar. It is coming together rapidly right now, just to the southeast, or southwest, excuse me, of Hurtisford, going up towards Woodland and Iron Ridge. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is tracking towards Iron Ridge, Mayville, Rubicon, and Horicon, just to the west of Addison. That is also tracking up towards I-41. The velocities on radar are starting to tighten as well, so this may be about to drop a tornado at any moment. This is the tornado warning just off to the north.
Huge wall cloud with the
Still
storm.
has a large wall cloud off to the left. This is near Waupun. Bottom right of your screen is that storm.
Right up there. That's where I'm watching.
So we got a huge wall cloud right there.
Gonna be right in front of us. Gonna be right in front of us,
Stay
Chad.
dying for the $20 super chat. Also thank you, Holly, for the $5 super chat.
This whole thing is carouseling. Big time carousel. We have this huge surge of RFD here. This thing is just cranking like a top. It could be getting ready to put down just a hog of a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Problem is everyone's
We're now up to
freaking
5
out.
tornado warnings. We got another one in Wisconsin. This one's going to be north of Fall River. That's near Cambria and Randolph. Seek shelter. If you're in this warning, that's near Rio, just south of Marcellon. That would be why. It's right over the town of Rio. We actually have a tightening on radar on this latest scan, which may be about to drop a tornado. Cambria and Randolph, be in your safe place right now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, using TORD, that's a terminal radar in Chicago. I'm looking northwest of Lombard. There's a downburst ongoing. This could be producing localized winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. Currently warned for 60 and a tornado possible, but no, this storm is probably producing winds much stronger and much more damaging than that.
Thank you for the update. That is likely a microburst on the west side of Addison. So we likely have a microburst here. That is an area of divergence. That's a divergence signature, which means that we have downburst winds coming down and stretching out from the storm on the west side of Addison. Could have winds as high as 70 miles per hour there. Charlie, again, still has a large rotating wall cloud literally above his head right now. This thing could drop a big tornado if it actually drops here north of Burnett and Beaver Dam near Waupun. So over the town of Waupun right now. It is spinning like crazy.
That's what I'm gonna put into my GPS.
I would fully expect we'll get a new tornado warning on this storm in a moment, going towards Oakfield and Fond du Lac in Wisconsin.
Big time RFD. Big time RFD coming in.
This has already dropped a tornado. It could drop another one.
Yeah, stop here. It could be trying to drop on our heads. Could be trying to drop on our heads here. And I'd like to get east. I'm gonna get to the next exit and cook off to the east a little bit here. Getting blown around.
So again, that is a
We're gonna take this next exit.
large rotating wall cloud in the storm near Waupun that already produced a tornado just a few minutes ago. The storm that's further down to the south near Hurtisford going towards Woodland and Iron Ridge is also rotating, and that could also try to drop a tornado. That is heading up into Iron Ridge here over the next few minutes, just to the west of Slinger and Rubicon. And also back over to the storm that's rotating near Rio. We still have an area of rotation over the northeast side of Rio, Wisconsin. That's going to be entering into Cambria in approximately 7 minutes. And then broad rotation continues near Harrisville, near Pawaki, going into Montello here over the next few minutes. The storm that is near Watuma, that one's still
A
broadly
new
rotating.
tornado warning has been issued.
That one's still broadly rotating, but they have canceled the tornado warning that was in place for that storm. So that is no longer tornado warned. We have a brand new tornado warning for Fond du Lac County in Wisconsin. That is an extension to the current tornado warning that we have. That is rotating a ton right now. We still have a large area of rotation. They have not included Fond du Lac in the tornado warning, but it does include the southwestern part of the county, which includes Rosendale, El Dorado, Oakfield, Alto, and Waupun. So seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible if you are in this tornado warning here near Rosendale and also near Oakfield. This is a storm that could definitely produce a tornado at any moment, again, as it moves to the northeast. We already saw a tornado outside of there even being a tornado warning. We could obviously see another tornado here near Oak Center. Also, the rotation on the storm west of Chicago has gotten broader, but it may attempt to rotate again near I-355. That is going to be going towards Park Ridge and as well as Evanston. So we're still watching for a possible tornado threat here in the Chicago area. I don't think it's imminent, but obviously there's only about 20-30 minutes until this is over Lake Michigan, which means we have a short window for this thing to produce a tornado. But I think this is the area to keep an eye on right now, is this little area back over near Chicago, Evanston, Arlington Heights, and Schwamberg. We've had at least an attempt of rotation, then we had a microburst, which kind of killed the tornado threat temporarily. We may see another tornado risk arise here near Arlington Heights going into Evanston here over the next few minutes. So stay alert, again, if you are near Chicago or anywhere in the Chicago area. Even though all the warnings right now are mainly for damaging winds, there is a tornado possible label. We may see an isolated tornado spur out of the storm here south of Schwamberg. Here's the latest update on our tornado warning near Iron Ridge. That rotation's gotten a little bit broader here over the latest scan. No tornado debris signature as of right now, but it is trying to drop a tornado going to Iron Ridge, Wisconsin, just west of Rubicon. Then we have a big line of storms going towards Watertown, Columbus, just northeast of Madison, Wisconsin.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got yet again another tornado warning. This one is going to be for Fall River and Columbus. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is for Dodge, Dane, and Columbia counties in Wisconsin. This is embedded in our line of thunderstorms. We got a large area of broad rotation just southwest of Fall River and just southwest of Columbus right now, south of Otsego, going up towards Beaver Dam, which obviously we just had a tornado on the north side of Beaver Dam a few minutes ago. We could obviously see another tornado as the storm continues to track to the northeast over the next few minutes. It's a never-ending train of tornado warnings. We're at 5 right now across Wisconsin. Also, they did cancel the tornado warning south of Waupun, or it was at least allowed to expire. That is now radar indicated. It is no longer a confirmed tornado, but it is still rotating just west of Oakfield. That is going up towards Fond du Lac. This is our tornado risk that is outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. And again, I was kind of surprised that the 2% tornado risk was canceled for a lot of this area because we still have a mesoscale convective vortex here. There's even tornado warnings outside of the technical tornado risk right now. But notice our 5% tornado risk includes Green Bay, Oshkosh, Appleton, just northwest of Chicago, Milwaukee, Sheboygan, just east of Madison. All those areas are still in an elevated tornado threat right now. So continue to stay weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, as of 2 minutes ago, we have a report of a tornado on the ground for our tornado warning that's including Horicon, Iron Ridge, and Rubicon in Wisconsin.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So there's a report of a tornado in progress just southwest of Iron Ridge. So this is confirmed. Just south of Cincy Lake, I think it is, southeast of Juneau, going up towards Herman Center and Holzberg. So you need to be in your safe place right now if you're in this tornado warning. There was a report of a tornado just west here of Rubicon that is currently tracking off to the northeast. It looks like Vince is currently tracking that direction right now. He's right here, so he's going to be coming up into Horicon here in a few minutes, so we're going to keep an eye on him. Also, starting to see some power outage reports coming in the chat and also elsewhere. We only have a very isolated amount of power outages actually being reported in all of Wisconsin, but nonetheless, power outages are definitely still a possibility. There is a, let's see, where'd the map go? This is a, there's actually a live shot back over inside of our...
Did you know that you can have permanent TV?
That was not what I meant to do. There's a live shot back over in Steel Highway. I'm trying to get the actual link here. Give me 1 second. There is a camera in Columbus that I'm trying to pull up right now that's inside of this tornado warning, so we're trying to get that up right now. If I can... Alright, that's bottom left of your screen. So bottom left of your screen, that is going to be in Columbus, Wisconsin. That is inside of our tornado warning, so I'm going to keep that bottom left. That's in downtown, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that. And yeah, all right, so we got that up now. Let me get Charlie on the bottom right of your screen as well. We'll put him down there. So again, that is the tornado warning for Columbus. It looks like it's broad rotation as of right now. I think the damaging wind threat is more concerning, but we can definitely see a spin-up tornado out of this as it continues to move northeast. It will be going towards Beaver Dam, Wisconsin here pretty soon. Our northern tornado warning near Montello and Harrisville, that one's gotten a lot broader when it comes to the rotation. If we were to have a tornado, it's likely going to be rain-wrapped over the southwest side of Harrisville, just east of I-39. That is currently tracking to the northeast, going towards 22, Red Granite, and Watuma. So overall, not a super big tornado risk as of right now, but it is still broadly rotating. We also have a broad area of rotation over Mount Morris, Wisconsin that is completely unwarned right now. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on that. That is just to the south of Wapaka. That'll be going up towards Highway 10 very slowly. It's moving to the northeast at basically 5 to 10 miles per hour. It is a very slow-moving area of storms. And also, we just got a wind damage report over in Richford, Wisconsin that there are multiple trees down. As of 3:26 p.m. We did have a tornado warning for that area, and so that might be associated with a possible tornado from earlier. This is a view from Chicago just a moment ago. This was just sent in from Simp on Twitter of the shelf cloud rolling in to Chicago, Illinois. We do have a damaging wind threat in Chicago of around 60 miles per hour. And as we mentioned, on the north side of that line, there has been some broad rotation that we are keeping an eye on. We go back down to Chicago right now. We do have 2 or 3 severe thunderstorm warnings just in the Chicago suburbs. There is a broad area of rotation right now over Elk Grove Village that is moving to plains right now, Glenview, Park Ridge, and Evanston. So be ready for a potential low-end tornado potential there. Otherwise, I think most of Chicago is going to be damaging winds, but we do have at least some broad rotation a little bit further to the north. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we just received reports that Highway 21 between Watoma and Coloma is blocked by floodwaters that just populated on Radar Omega as well. They're closing the road for that, and there is a observed flash flood warning. Sounds like this could be upgraded to considerable.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's back over here in our flash flood warning, which does include Wild Rose as well. So again, turn around, don't drown out here, as we do have an elevated flooding risk. This is Charlie Berto. Let me get the full cam on here, though. This is a live shot. I think it's 4.
This is an urgent alert.
Okay.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Well, we just got a confirmed tornado warning. I'm going to go to that first. We're trying to get a camera in Columbus up because it is starting to get windy. But this is a new, you can see it bottom left of your screen, Columbus, Wisconsin. Wind starting to pick up there. That's inside of our tornado warning. We now have a confirmed tornado warning for Marquette County in Wisconsin. That's north of Rubicon. So again, seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is moving to the northeast. This was reported at least as a brief tornado, and it might be producing a tornado as we speak. So again, be in your safe place immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is live right now in Columbus, in Wisconsin. This is inside of our tornado warning, just to the west of Beaver Dam. The wind is starting to pick up quite a bit right now. Camera actually has audio. This is Columbus, excuse me, Wisconsin, not Columbia. Columbus, Wisconsin. The wind is starting to pick up inside of our tornado warning here. No signs of a tornado right now, but the winds are definitely strong. So far, it's mostly gusty winds, nothing too crazy as of right now, but we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. That is inside of our Columbus, Wisconsin tornado warning, also near Fall River. Our new confirmed tornado is going to be near Iron Ridge. Vince Welty's coming up on this right now. We're keeping a very close eye on him. That tornado, if it's on the ground right now, would actually be over the lake, and then it's going to be moving into the west side of Iron Ridge, Wisconsin in just a moment, and then coming up towards Herman Center, Hollisburg, and then going towards Addison, and also Teresa is going to be in the path of this. Wayne also in the path of this in about 25 minutes or so. So be ready for an increasing tornado risk over there. We still have a discrete supercell here, which is going to be capable of producing a tornado. We still have a tornado warning west of Fond du Lac. That is near Oakfield. Charlie Bordeaux, bottom right of your screen, is on that storm. We should have a view of that here in just a second. This storm is still moving to the northeast right now and is still capable of producing a tornado. It already produced a tornado at one point. So may try to drop another tornado as that tracks to the northeast. There's also a storm chaser reporting that there is a tornado as of 2 minutes ago back over in Hursford in Wisconsin. So there is, at least as of now, it sounds like actively a tornado here near Iron Ridge that is going to be tracking into Addison and Theresa here in just a few minutes. This is a live shot of our northern tornado warning. This is back over in... Wow, this is back over near Fond du Lac. Just a large wall cloud, and also there's a little bit of a shelf cloud as well. But this is still a large wall cloud that's attempting to produce a tornado just west of Oakfield. It's all rotating back in there right now. This is north of Beaver Dam. So a large rotating wall cloud back there. This thing is still trying to produce a tornado. It already did produce one earlier.
I'm gonna do a time lapse for a little bit.
From what I am seeing, by the way, on our southern tornado warning, by the sounds of it, all the tornadoes, for the most part, that we've had reported on this storm so far have all been brief touchdowns. We've at least had a few brief touchdown reports. But obviously, it could turn into an actual tornado, like a more long-duration tornado if it's able to stay organized here. It's been kind of moving a little bit backwards almost. Like the rotation area is kind of moving almost to the left. So it might be kind of occluding out, but at least continue to stay weather aware here. Tornado threat definitely still exists with this storm. We have a lot of wind shear again in southern Wisconsin because of this mesoscale convective vortex. Thank you, Irene, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Stacy with the $25 Venmo donation from Wisconsin. Also, shout out to Kuros with the PayPal donation. Thanks for keeping us informed in Wisconsin. No problem at all. Well, I can help. Don't have any debris signature on any of these tornado warnings as of right now, but if anything changes, we'll obviously let you know. Back over in Chicago, we have damaging winds moving right into downtown Chicago right now near Evanston. Again, stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. Tinley Park, Command, Oak Lawn, and Orland Park, you guys are all included in severe thunderstorm warnings right now for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. There is some broad rotation still near Des Plaines going to Evanston, but I do not think there's enough time for that to produce a tornado at this point. I had a better chance of it before until we had a microburst, but broad rotation continues. I think it will probably get away with having really not much of a tornado risk here north of Chicago, but again, if anything changes, we'll let you know. We also have had some wind gusts back over in Naperville, around 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts back over there. There's actually a personalized weather station back over in Batavia, Illinois, that reported a 67 mile per hour wind gust, which is on the west side here of the Chicago suburbs. So that is one of the higher wind gusts that we've seen so far. We also have a few severe warnings going up back over in eastern Illinois, just off to the west of Waseca. That is going to be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and small hail. And then also north of St. Louis, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That is also for 60 mile per hour damaging winds moving towards St. Louis. St. Charles is also in the path of that. So if you're in St. Louis, we do have a risk of severe weather, though it's not super high. It definitely exists. All right, let's back over to Charlie. He's looking at the...
That looks very sus.
Fond du Lac tornado warning, or the one just outside of Fond du Lac.
Very, very sus.
Thank you, Wendy, for the $10 super chat.
Not
Illinois.
sure if that's the T word though. It doesn't look like it. It looks more like looks more surgy than this whole storm is wrapped up. It doesn't really look as
National gonna be okay. I think you'll be absolutely fine. Just isolated strong storms.
Yes. And just like that, it is all gone. Back to the shelf cloud.
That is a huge shelf cloud. If we were to have a tornado, we'd be really looking on the right side, I think. Kind of middle right. Might be a little bit more rain wrapped now. See the hook on the bottom right, it's in the inflow. It's definitely gotten a little bit more rain wrapped over the last 2 minutes near Highway 151 near Oakfield, Wisconsin.
I'm okay with just sitting here and waiting for it. The storm's coming right to us. It's heading right our way. I think that might be what we do. May just sit and enjoy the show.
Hey, Skywoman for becoming a member. Is a pun in the clear? You guys are not in the clear. We go back over to live radar. Again, we got another round of storms right back off to your west. So yeah, we're not done if you're in Waupun. If you've already seen a storm, like, you're not technically done yet, especially in eastern Wisconsin, because we literally have another round of storms that's going to be coming in. It's more of a line of storms, which will produce more of a wind threat, but there is still a chance for tornadoes embedded in this line. And if for some reason one of these storms can become more discrete, there would be a better chance there for a tornado risk. But as of now, wind threat definitely more elevated back off to the west. You can see it all spinning too. This is kind of the area of where our mesoscale convective vortex is. It's basically like it acts like a little low pressure system essentially. So that is what's happening over there west of Oshkosh, and anywhere to the east or even northeast of that area of spin, we're going to be watching for a more elevated tornado threat. We no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning for Bolingbrook and Joliet. We still have damaging winds right now going into the Chicago area right now. Continue to stay away from windows. There's also broad rotation right now near Mount Prospect and Glenview, just to the north of Chicago. But still not really too concerned about a tornado risk. I don't think there's enough time for that to produce a tornado before being in Lake Michigan. The tornado warning near Horicon and Mayville has continued to really occlude off to the left, seeing still broad rotation right now just south of Mayville. Vince is about to be inside. He's inside of the storm right now, and then in a moment we should have at least a view of what he's looking at. He's on Highway 33 right now. Again, there is still a chance that this produces another tornado. I think the chances of that storm producing are lower. I have the most confidence still in the one west of Fond du Lac that could still produce a tornado. It's still broadly rotating right now. We'll continue to keep an eye on that storm. Just got a tsunami warning in Alaska. What? There's tsunami warning in Alaska? Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Mac. So we're working on confirming that. There was a 7.2 magnitude earthquake. It looks like they're determining whether or not there's a tsunami expected. They don't know yet if there's going to be one or not. That's why that warning's out. It was about 255 miles away from Alaska. We will have more information on that. Obviously, this is a developing situation, but 7.2 is the current magnitude of the earthquake that was just revised.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that is back over in Alaska. Possible tsunami that could happen there. Also, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. This is back over in Colorado and southeast Wyoming. This goes until 10 o'clock tonight. A couple tornadoes possible, scattered 2-inch size hail, and then also damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is possible. This includes just a little over 5 million people that are in the risk of severe weather here. So stay weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings back over in Colorado. We do have there are storm chasers back out in Wisconsin today, so we're going to keep an eye on those. Also, tornado warning that was back over to the northeast of Wisconsin Dells. They've gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning. There's still broad rotation, but not enough, in my opinion, for a tornado warning. The one near Beaver Dam also just broadly rotating right now. I'm not seeing anything too out of the ordinary, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that.
Can't tell if that's rotating or not.
What is that right there? It's back over west of Fond du Lac. That looks really sus.
We're gonna go up there and poke our nose into it. Let's go investigate.
Don't have a debris signature. Velocities are pretty weak at the surface. That is really sus though on the left. That might just be scary looking clouds, but
I think that's our meso up there.
this is also, let me go back over real quickly. This is back over to Columbus, Wisconsin, which is still pretty windy here. Not as windy as before, but this is where we have an active tornado warning. The line of storms is now just pushing through, but we've had some gusty winds go through this area. Haven't really seen anything too crazy beyond maybe 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but that is associated with the line of storms here near Columbus going towards Beaver Dam. Be ready in Beaver Dam for a damaging wind potential, maybe even a low-end tornado threat as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So this is our tsunami warning. It's a very, very large one. The last update was as of just about 20 seconds ago. We have no observed tsunami yet, but we'll have buoy updates on that relatively soon, most likely. This warning is in effect for quite some time. I do want to note that tsunamis in this area specifically, the first wave is often not the biggest wave. So as soon as 5 minutes from now, we may start to see the first impacts from the tsunami, but we may not see the largest of the waves for up to 45 minutes from now. But anywhere in this red, this is where we are expecting to possibly see tsunami impacts from that 7.2 magnitude earthquake.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's back over in Alaska, where there is a potential for a tsunami. I'll be keeping an eye on that. Also, Vince has just gotten into the now onto the the hook side of where we would have a tornado on this storm that has a confirmed tornado warning southwest of Teresa, north of Iron Ridge. I want to go over to Vince just to see if we have anything there. Vince again is currently located just north of Iron Ridge. This is a live shot where he's at. He just got to the south side of the storm. As of right now, I do not see anything, but it would be probably behind him at this point. So he might just be positioning. We'll go back to him in a second, but he is right just to the south now of that discrete cell. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Beaver Dam. That is west of West Bend, near Mayville, Waupun, Alto, south of Markesan. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. They do not have a tornado possible label on this, even though I think we could probably still have one for this area of storms, as there's still at least some broad rotation on this line of thunderstorms. But damaging winds, the biggest concern right now for Beaver Dam. Waupun, Alto, and Mayville are in the path of that. This is the view of our tornado warning back over near Fond du Lac, which is still rotating. This is Charlie.
Very suspicious area there. I'm watching it. Something all wrapped up in there. I saw like a little needle coming out of it, but it's gone now. Might have just been the RFDing and doing something silly. Thank you, Walmart. All right, we're just gonna keep moving again. We'll just keep on moving.
Okay, so we're keeping an eye on Charlie.
I'm gonna let these cars go by before I hop on.
Definitely still a wall cloud back in there as well.
Cars go by. This whole storm is still spinning. Still got some spin in her.
West of Fond du Lac.
Still rotating in front of us. Loosely. Just a very broad area of circulation right now.
All kind of just
Still
spinning.
Curious about what was happening.
Still kind of all spinning above his head. It doesn't look like anything's imminent on the storm anymore.
Really sus.
Velocities are bottom right of your screen. They've been pretty broad. It's going to be moving into the town of Fond du Lac here in a minute. Very ominous skies, that's for sure. That is on. That's right now near Woodhull, right over Rogersville, moving to the northeast towards Dexter. Also, this storm near Teresa has definitely been falling apart for the most part, just to the northwest of Addison. Not seeing nearly as much rotation anymore. It's still discrete, but the storm itself has definitely been shrinking in size. Cloud tops are estimated right around 35,000 feet, which, I mean, storms this small can still produce tornadoes, but overall the intensity of this has definitely gotten much lesser, mainly because of the fact it's been turning to the left more. We've had an occlusion that's been happening over the last 15 to 20 minutes. So it does not appear as if this thing's going to keep producing a tornado, but obviously if anything changes, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. That is going up towards Plymouth and also going towards Sheboygan. So if you're in those areas, stay weather aware. There is a chance that down the road it recycles and produces another tornado. Keep in mind that this storm at one point was, obviously it did produce a tornado recently, but even before that, it had this elongated cycling stage. So it could try to maybe cycle again in like 30 minutes as it gets closer to far eastern Wisconsin. We still have a broad area of rotation also near Saxville, west of Poisippi, back over in central Wisconsin. You need to continue to keep an eye on this. This area of rotation is moving very slowly to the north. So may have a low-end tornado potential there, back over to the south of Wapaka. Thank you, Ferry, for the $5 super chat. And also thank you, Josh, for the super chat. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was just going to talk about the evolution of these storms over the next few hours. I think there's a lot of people off the east of these who are sort of wondering what the bigger picture is. So we're going to cover that for a second. Obviously, you do still have 4 tornado warnings right now, but anyone who's in Michigan and is asking if these storms are going to be posing a tornado threat by the time they get to Michigan, the answer is no. Lake Michigan is very, very good at ruining any tornado potential with any storms just because of the difference in temperature. So we're really going to see an end to our tornado threat by the time they reach Lake Michigan. However, we are still going to have the continuation of the tornado threat basically in this whole area here over the next couple of hours. Once this line does reach Lake Michigan is when we are going to be done for the day. A lot of these prefrontals that are starting to pop up here are not tornadic. I know we do have one of these. It is tornado warned, but there's a bunch of you in Oshkosh and the areas up to the north of Oshkosh and south of Appleton that are wondering what the tornado risk is where you are. It is relatively low, and it's not something that we have to be overly concerned about. However, there is still that small tornado risk. I would say it's probably around that 2% tornado risk level. Something here could try to spin up, but it's not as large as it is down south. The one thing that we are worried about further up here to the north is these training storms that we're seeing. We've seen areas down south where had this earlier get rainfalls of upwards of 4 inches. You're probably going to see more up here, and there is a slight risk of flash flooding. So areas like Oshkosh, where we have a lot of pavement and those are poorly drained areas with the lake there, we're going to be seeing a lot of flash flooding ongoing. We're probably going to see upwards of 5, maybe even 6 or 7 inches of rain in that area. Those flash flooding conditions are not ongoing yet, so you have time to prepare for those. And remember, turn around, don't drown, and avoid the floodwaters. Also, I did want to mention in our severe thunderstorm watch over here, way to the west in Colorado right now, we are starting to see an uptick in severe convection here. There are a couple of tornadoes that could be possible with storms here. They do need to make their way further away from the mountains before that tornado threat starts to peak, but there is a storm headed towards the Denver, Aurora area right now that does look like it is trying to get an inflow region on it as it comes closer to what's obviously our very major population center here. It is not producing a tornado yet, but it is, or it may try as it gets closer to Denver.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, so we're going to go back to Wisconsin. Let's go back to our tornado warning west of West Bend. This is our confirmed tornado warning. It's going to expire in 4 minutes. This tornado warning will likely be allowed to expire. Do not see a whole lot of rotation on this. It's at least tried to rotate, but it's definitely struggling. It is right along a boundary right now, west of West Bend. So keep an eye on this, just south of Teresa, going towards Campbellsport, and also Wayne. That'll be tracking towards Plymouth. The one near Fond du Lac, I do not think is going to continue as a tornado warning. But again, if you're in Fond du Lac, definitely be ready at least for a damaging wind threat, and still a low-end tornado potential as those storms continue to move to the northeast. Back over in Chicago, we got a line of storms that is now rolling all the way through Chicago. So most of Chicago, you guys are starting to clear out now from this line of storms. Evanston, Hammond, and also Chicago Heights, we are still watching for damaging winds here over the next 10 to 15 minutes as this line of thunderstorms continues to push through. We did have a wind gust of 53 miles per hour that was reported back over at Midway Airport. There's also a bunch of damage reports out of Aurora in Wisconsin, Aurora in Illinois, excuse me. Trees and power lines are down. That's one of the reports. And I think that might be 2 of the reports. So we got 2 reports of trees and power lines down, and tree branches down on cars. So basically all the same thing. But over in Aurora, we did have some damage. There were wind gusts reported as high as 70 miles per hour. So it was a little bit more significant of a line of storms once it rolled through there. This is also a view from downtown Fond du Lac. This was sent in on Twitter of a large shelf cloud rolling in here in eastern Wisconsin. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There's also links down below to our social media pages. We're also on Facebook as well. I recommend you check that out. The earthquake was just revised to a magnitude 7.3, by the way. So that earthquake that happened back off the coast of Alaska is a 7.3 as of right now. All right, we have 4 tornado warnings technically, but in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, we will have 0, assuming they do not issue another one. So we could be back down to no tornado warnings here in a moment. Also, the flash flood warning for Watuma, Wild Rose, and Coloma has just been upgraded. It is a considerable threat now for flash flooding. There has been a lot of rain that has fallen in this area just within the last few hours. Storm total precip, meaning estimated rain via radar, is estimating around 3 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen here. And more could fall here over the next couple of hours, as these storms are barely moving right now near Watuma, Harrisville, and Coloma. So if you're in these areas, turn around, don't drown, and be weather aware, as flooding rainfall is becoming an increasing likelihood there. Also, you can see the shelf cloud just faintly. This is Vince back over near Horicon in Wisconsin going towards Beaver Dam. You can faintly see the shelf cloud out in the distance. That is going to be the leading edge of our line of storms, producing damaging winds around 60 to 65 miles per hour. Turn around, don't drown is crazy? How's that crazy? So that is the shelf cloud right there. Are we gonna be okay near O'Hare? I think you guys will be alright near O'Hare. Alright, we are now 5 seconds away from no tornado warnings. And we now officially have no tornado warnings for the first time in about an hour and a half. You know, we've only been live for 3 hours. I feel like we've been live for 7 with how many tornado warnings we've had and how many storms have honestly been crazy. We've at least had, I think, 3 different tornadoes on stream today, maybe 4. This at least, I think we're pretty close to having a small-scale tornado outbreak here in the Midwest. Thank you, Mighty, for the $50 super chat. Actually, think we'll ever see a severe 30 tornado warning scenario like we did when we were covering Lake City, Arkansas, or is that just a fluke? It definitely could happen again. I mean, we just need a widespread severe weather event to happen. So yeah, I think it's entirely possible that something like that could happen again. Now, the other question is, will it happen again? I mean, it probably will at some point. It's just a matter of time. But they are definitely rare. Like, they don't happen that often. So, if you're expecting a, you know, another 30 tornado warning day to happen, that's something that, you know, it only happens once in a blue moon. The next time will probably be like 4 years from now or something like that. By the way, today's stream is brought to you by ESP Storm Shelters. If you want a storm shelter to keep you and your family safe during severe weather situations like what we've seen today, you can get an above-ground storm shelter at espshelter.com. The link is also in the description. They also have like a ton of options, including above-ground storm shelters, which tend to be much safer, especially in situations where we have tornadoes on the ground. They can actually withstand EF5 tornadoes. You can check these out with the top link in the description below. Obviously, one of the concerns also is if you're in like a basement or even in like a low-lying area, there could also be flooding. We've seen a lot of flooding recently, and so one of the biggest things you need to keep in mind is that when it comes to having a shelter, if we have a below-ground shelter, sometimes when we have major flooding, you can actually get flooded out in those. So having an above-ground shelter is actually, in some cases, safer, so definitely recommend you check out ESP Shelters with the top link in the description below, and huge shout-out to ESP Shelters for sponsoring today's stream. Thank you, Charing, for the $5 super chat. What are the odds of another strong line behind the current one in Wisconsin? I don't think we're going to see another line. There are some storms popping up off to the west of Madison, but none of those look to be too concerning right now. I think those will just be strong storms. Don't really expect much of a tornado risk out of those. I was watching the Midway Airport camera. Yeah, overall, the storms in Chicago, I mean, I'm not really that surprised with the outcome of these storms. I kind of figured Illinois would be more linear than discrete. It has been mostly linear so far, and we're still looking at a line of storms all the way down, even towards, like, St. Louis. It's a huge line. This is a much larger line of thunderstorms than I anticipated. I didn't think it would actually be all the way down to St. Louis, but other than damaging winds, there isn't really much of a tornado risk with this line, unless we get a storm that's latching on to the outflow boundary, which is pretty unlikely. We have another damage report over in Towanda, Illinois, that there's some large trees down on roadways in Towanda, Illinois. So that's a new report coming out of there. We have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect north of St. Louis. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Hail could be up to the size of quarters once this rolls into St. Louis and St. Charles. If you're back over in the St. Louis area, definitely be ready as this moves in. So back over to Vince. He's on the line of storms here, back over in central Wisconsin. Got a huge shelf cloud here. Back over to the northeast of Madison near Beaver Dam.
Nothing that's crazy, you know.
Tornado risk is pretty low right now at this line. Still at least have some
But you Facebook folks, you are
rod
welcome to come
rotation
over to YouTube.
inside of the line.
There is a very large chat experience on YouTube. There's lots of folks. We've got like 1,500
There's also
people
Charlie
watching on
Bordeaux,
YouTube
who's
during
also
the
on this
chat.
shelf cloud as well.
You can just watch it as it moves.
Not as crazy from this perspective, but this is just southwest of Fond du Lac. Madison good for the night. I think Madison's going to have a couple more strong storms over the next hour or two, but I do think the severe weather risk is much lower. It's not zero, but it's definitely lower. Back to Charlie here in a second. Hey, Kevin, for the $10 super chat. Been listening to you for a while. Love your coverage and attention to detail. Keep it up. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Actually, Vince is now underneath the shelf cloud. Or just about to be underneath the shelf cloud. Should start to see the wind threat ramp up here in a second over near Beaver Dam. If you are in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, I'd at least be staying away from windows, Horicon, and Mayville as well. Should have some damaging winds around 60 miles per hour here over the next few minutes. Very low tornado risk.
We're in Juneau right now, I think. I mean, let me know if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Vince is right now in downtown Juneau,
This is
if you're
Juneau.
familiar with the area, or if you live here.
All right, there's a quick trip. This is Juneau. I recognize that quick trip.
How's Northwest Indiana looking? Mainly should be damaging winds over in Northwest Indiana. The storm, once again, east of Mayville, is trying to cycle. It is broadly rotating just west of West Bend, Wisconsin. It's going to be going into Wayne, Campbellsport, Cascade, Adele, and Random Lake here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm moving to the northeast. I do think the tornado potential is on the lower side of things, but it's definitely not zero. They will eventually go towards Plymouth, Sheboygan, and just east of Fond du Lac. But it is a discrete cell. Not really much stopping it right now. We got a couple little cells that are going up just off to its east near Slinger, but none of those are currently severe. But that could help to maybe nudge it down the road and maybe produce a tornado threat. But it is still broadly rotating east of Mayville. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning for Chicago has fully been canceled. The only area that is currently under a severe warning right now is near Hammond and Chicago Heights, which is still for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which are approaching Gary, Portage, and northwest Indiana, just west of Michigan City. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing for Gilman and Ornaga. That is going to be for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we've received 2 separate reports now of vehicles trapped on Main Street and other streets in Watoma, Wisconsin. This has been upgraded to a considerable flash flood warning. Between 2 and 5 inches of rain have fallen, and are expecting another 1 to 3 inches of rain. Very considerable flash flooding going on. Remember, turn around and do not drown.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's back in our flash flood warnings in central Wisconsin. That is just to the south of Wapaka. We have a, basically, it's not stalled, but it's a very slow-moving mesoscale convective vortex, and the heaviest amount of rainfall is mainly around that area of spin, and on the north and east side of that, you can just see how the rain is kind of just wrapping around, just kind of stalled out right now near I-39 and 21. So major flooding risk is evolving right now in central Wisconsin, and this will eventually move towards Oshkosh, so we could even see an elevated flash flooding threat over there. They've already issued a flash flood warning for Oshkosh, Appleton, and just south of Green Bay. So there's at least some flooding ongoing right now, and the flooding risk will likely continue here for the next few hours. That flash flood warning, by the way, goes until 8 o'clock Central Time. Will these storms hit Lafayette, Indiana? They probably will, but I mean, the line of storms will likely be weaker by the time it gets there. I think the damaging wind threat will be lower. And so far, we do have a marginal threat of severe weather in place further off to the east as well. This is our categorical outlook. We have a large marginal threat, which includes the Ohio Valley and Northeast. And there's really actively no severe warnings in most of the marginal threat, other than near St. Louis. And then we have one in Michigan. But outside of that, there aren't really many severe warnings. So far, things have been kind of tame. That might change in the next hour, but it's definitely not been too terrible. Also, north of Flinton, Michigan, we definitely have an area of high winds right now, just to the south of Taymouth, heading down towards Flint, Michigan, and out also going towards Mount Morris. So 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds currently moving down to the southeast. That's also near Birch Run, near I-75. We also have one new severe thunderstorm warning just north of St. Louis. That's near Godfrey and Alton, just outside of St. Charles. That'll be for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Hail is not expected to be that significant out of this, but we are expecting at least some 60-mile-per-hour winds to continue. The tornado threat for St. Louis is basically 0, but we are at least going to be watching for a wind threat. You can see the outflow boundary right here. That is the leading edge of the line of storms here. Overall, outflow dominant storms tend to not really produce much of a tornado threat, and in this case, they really won't. Stay weather aware. The most significant area of wind right now is near Winfield and just east of Rosedale. They'll be coming up towards the north side of St. Louis here soon. We also got a couple of storms going up right now, back off to the east of Kansas City, near Richmond. We'll have to keep an eye on these. Mainly a wind threat and a hail threat. Not really much of a tornado risk. We should also start to see some storms fire off here soon in central Kansas with an isolated damaging wind and hail threat. And then just outside of Denver, Colorado, there's a few storms going up right now with isolated hail and wind. Nothing tornadic as of right now, but there is a low tornado risk. We'll be keeping an eye on that as we are live here. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued in northwest Indiana for Gary, Portage, Merrillville, and Valparaiso, just outside of Michigan City for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This line of storms currently tracking to the east. Thank you, Brian, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Alaska, we have talked about Alaska. Whenever we get updates, we will obviously let you guys know. Right now, the latest update is that a tsunami is possible. There are obviously tsunami warnings in effect, and whenever we have updates, we will let you guys know. Vince is now driving into the line of storms here, back over near Juneau in Horicon, also in Wisconsin. He's underneath a shelf cloud. Damaging winds are going to be likely as high as 60 miles per hour near Highway 26 here over the next few minutes. They are doing a teleconference in 20 minutes for the tsunami, so we'll be relaying reports whenever they come in. What about Janesville, Wisconsin? I think the risk of severe weather for the next few hours is going to be low. Don't have any storms down there right now. We had some storms go through earlier, but I think the overall severe risk is pretty low for Janesville right now. It's not 0, though. Just continue to stay weather aware. Our tornado watch does go for 2 more hours, so it goes until 6 o'clock Central Time. They have canceled the tornado watch for most of western Wisconsin. It is still in effect for the Madison area, Menomonee Falls, Kenosha, Sheboygan, all the way back through Green Bay. So continue to stay weather aware. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Watertown, Lake Mills, Okomonowoc, and also north of Fort Atkinson. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible label on this. Not really seeing much rotation on this line right now, but obviously we can still get QLCS spin-up tornadoes with lines of thunderstorms, and this is one of those that could try to do that. This is also going towards Rubicon, Hartford, and Heartland and Summit. How's Wapaka looking? A lot of rain, flooding. That's the biggest concern right now for Wapaka. By the way, in case you guys did not see this, we had a fire NATO that was rated an EF2 back over in Utah on Saturday. This is a view of that tornado. This was the tornado and what it looked like. Absolutely insane. That was a fire NATO. That actually ended up, or fire tornado, basically a tornado with fire spinning around it. So this was rated an EF2. Strongest tornado ever in San Juan County in Utah. Pretty crazy stuff. There was damage to a home there, so. Thank you, Thanos, for becoming a member. Also, the tsunami sirens are going off in Old Harbor, Alaska. Okay, we're keeping an eye on the tsunami situation as that evolves. Hey, Brenda, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is Vince. He's on the tornado possible line of storms here near Watertown. This is on Highway 16, just north of Watertown. Clouds are still pretty low. I mean, again, I wouldn't rule out a tornado still with this line. Not going to be hard for that to happen. Just need an inflow notch somewhere on this line. So far, we haven't seen that. a little bit of time.
Quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 6 p.m. for southeastern Wisconsin. This is the NOAA Weather Radio WWG-87 in Fond du Lac.
Alright, so we are severe warned for 60 mile per hour winds, but it's not looking too crazy right here.
Is Fond du Lac good? You guys are not good yet. Got another line of storms coming out of the west, so I would give it another hour. Honestly, most of Wisconsin should be done by around 6:30. So you guys got like 2.5 hours left of severe weather probably. There could be a localized severe weather risk still in about an hour, or in about 2 hours from now, even near Green Bay. But I think at least the majority of Wisconsin will be done by 6:30, which is good news. If you have like dinner plans or something, you might be able to actually go out to dinner. So that's some good news. Thank you, GR81, for becoming a member. Colorado's getting pounded right now. Yeah, we got some big hailstorms out there. We're keeping an eye on those. Nothing too crazy right now, but severe weather risk definitely exists out there. I would definitely be keeping an eye on this right here. A little back-end potential tornado threat near Waupun. It's not really rotating much right now, but going up towards Fond du Lac, that would be something I'd be keeping an eye on. I don't think anything's imminent, but in the long term, I would say there's a low chance of a tornado going towards Fond du Lac. I-41 as well, just south of Neat Kimmy, just north of Slinger. Also, there's a broad area of rotation still south of Campbellsport. This did produce a few brief tornadoes earlier. That is heading up towards Plymouth right now. It's currently moving to the northeast. We're still going to be keeping an eye on that. I think Charlie is on that. Go over to Charlie. Charlie's near Fond du Lac right now. I think he's just south of it. Let me get his location again.
Well, we lost our shelf cloud in the rain. Oh no. Oh, I was hoping we get a nice
He's in
shelf
Fond du Lac,
here.
Wisconsin. This is what it looks like
Damn.
right now. It looks like it's raining. Confirm rain in Fond du Lac.
How unfortunate. Oh, we tried.
We'll keep an eye on Charlie, but he's back over in Fond du Lac. Got shelf cloud coming in. Also, for those that are wondering, this is the teleconference and also the number to call and the pin if you want to listen to the teleconference. This is regarding the Alaska tsunami. But again, there could be a tsunami coming, so make sure that you are getting to higher ground. Obviously, a dangerous situation evolving there for a lot of Alaska. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we actually did just get a new advisory from the Tsunami Center. This is going to be a confirmed tsunami. They have listed start times. Sandpoint, Alaska, the expected start time is 13:30 local. Cold Bay, Alaska, the expected start time is 14:25 local time. In Kodak, Alaska, the expected time is 14:40 local time. There's the teleconference. It's happening pretty soon. We do have 2 members of the team here who are dialed into that, and any information that we learn there, we will relay as quick as possible. That conference does not start for another 13 minutes, and there are no observations as of now, but they are starting to issue the exact times of when the tsunami will be starting in Alaska.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, as an update on the Alaska tsunami, obviously impacting a lot of people over there in Alaska. And so, if you are currently in that area that we just showed on screen, make sure that you're getting to higher ground. This is obviously a very dangerous situation. There's a tsunami warning again in effect as a magnitude 7.3 earthquake happened offshore, and we do believe there is a tsunami that could evolve back over in Alaska. So definitely dangerous stuff, and if we obviously see anything or hear anything else, again, we're going to continue to relay information on that. That is a developing situation here. In addition to our tornado outbreak, we obviously have to talk a little bit about the tsunami that's coming, so It sounds like the tsunami is confirmed, so. They haven't confirmed the severity of the tsunami yet, but there is a confirmed tsunami at this point, so. The latest details on that. I'm in Colorado, am I good? There is a risk of severe weather there. I would say overall the main concern will be damaging winds and hail, but there is a low tornado risk. Again, we still have a 5% tornado risk in place for the Midwest today, mainly for Appleton, Green Bay, Milwaukee, and Kenosha. And then we have a 2% tornado risk in 2 different areas. We got one back over in Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska. I think it's a pretty conditional low-end day for tornadoes, but we might see a land spout or a brief tornado somewhere. And then a low tornado risk still exists. I think Chicago, for the most part, is done with the tornado risk, and even in general, the severe risk. They have canceled the severe watch for most of the Chicago suburbs now. So I think this was really the only round of storms that we're going to see there in Chicago. But we still have a threat of isolated tornadoes and damaging winds going across eastern Wisconsin. Obviously, as things evolve here, we will continue to keep you posted here if anything does develop. Also, north of Flint in Michigan, there's also a severe warning here that is going to continue for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. That does include Saginaw and Genesee counties in Michigan. So a live shot from Charlie Bordeaux of the storm near Fond du Lac. This is live. Let's refresh him here.
Fight well fought. And we
see the large lowering shelf cloud there back over in Fond du Lac. No tornado risk really right now for Fond du Lac, but we still have a large shelf cloud. And then the storm just to the south of Fond du Lac still rotating north of West Bend.
It has a nice little hook, but it just looks kind of bleh. And on velocities, it also looks kind of bleh. Everything just looks kind of eh. It's not looking as exciting as it was a little while ago.
Looks scuddy right there.
Doodle. I have.
Hey, Senko for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I think you guys are fine in Pontiac, Illinois. If we were to see anything else, it would just be isolated damaging winds. Should I be worried in New London, Wisconsin? It's basically blackout. Well, I think really at this point, like again, our biggest concern is this line of thunderstorms. We still have one discrete cell here north of West Bend that may try to produce a tornado threat going towards Sheboygan and Plymouth. That's really the biggest concern right now. Outside of that, we got a big line of thunderstorms that's still producing damaging winds. So I would still say the biggest concern right now at this point is the line of thunderstorms that'll produce damaging winds. Maybe an embedded tornado or two as well before it moves into Lake Michigan. But these storms here, if for some reason one of them can organize, we may see an isolated tornado that is slightly more long-lasting, maybe even slightly stronger. But, you know, overall, even if it's dark out, I mean, we're really mainly looking at a wind threat across the board. So I'm not overly concerned right now about a tornado risk, even though it still exists. It's just not nearly as high as before here in the Midwest. But also, I want to point out the flooding risk is really rapidly increasing. Like Appleton, Oshkosh, west of Chilton, south of Wapaka. I mean, we got a bunch of flash flood warnings now in effect, and this is just going to continue to ramp up here over the next couple of hours. We got moderate to heavy rainfall falling and very slowly moving right now. Just to the east of I-39 back through Chilton and Oshkosh and Appleton. So be ready for an excessive rainfall risk here over the next few hours. We've already had cars, you know, underwater or almost underwater back over near 21, back over near, I believe it was Watuma, and then also near Omro and Oshkosh. We'll probably see similar reports here over the next few hours as heavy rainfall continues here in eastern Wisconsin. See if I can do this real quick. Do weather alerts. There's Tsunami on here? I think there is. Okay. Never mind. Just got an upgrade to one of our severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, actually my camera is delayed. What the heck? Refresh it. That should be better. We have a new updated severe thunderstorm warning over in Union and Colfax counties in New Mexico. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also golf ball-sized hail. That is just west of Des Moines. So that's an upgraded warning over in New Mexico. Thank you, Jenny, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I think Madison's getting bad again. I think Madison's just looking at strong storms, nothing beyond that. Maybe some gusty winds and tiny hail, but nothing else really expected for Madison. I would expect the tornado watch will be canceled for Madison here pretty soon. We have a new damage report back over in Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. It's a little bit delayed, but from about an hour ago, 2 large branches broken off of a 10-year-old tree. It's north of Sun Prairie. That's responsible from the line of thunderstorms. It's now moving to Watertown, approaching Menomonee Falls, Milwaukee, and Fond du Lac here over the next few minutes. We may have live views, by the way, of the tsunami, just an FYI. We might have some live cameras. We're working on it. I don't think there's anything happening yet, but it'll be ramping up here probably very shortly. There is a teleconference in like 6 minutes, so we should get more information then as well. This is a look right now. This is from Alaska in our tsunami warning. So we do have some camera views. This is actually in the water here, back over in Sandpoint, Alaska. So this is an area that is very close to where the most intense part of the tsunami would probably hit. And so we're going to keep an eye on that. That's in Sandpoint. There are a lot of different live views across the board that we're going to be looking at. Got a upgrade, or actually no, a new severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds just to the south of Wheeling. So if you're over near Woodsfield or New Martinsville, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Flash flood warnings have been issued also near Pittsburgh, also through Oil City, where flash flooding is possible. We have observed flash flooding north of Pittsburgh, back over in Butler, and also west of Ford City, mostly just overflowing rivers and creeks, possibly some basement flooding as well over near Harmony in Pennsylvania. Also, we have a new update. This is from the National Weather Service of Anchorage, Alaska. This is what they've just posted on their social media pages, that there is a tsunami warning, obviously in effect right now for a large chunk of Alaska. We are keeping an eye on cameras in case anything does start to get crazy. But we will likely, or potentially see some there's at least some reasonable confidence that there could be or may not be impacts to some areas, but obviously this entire tsunami warning, you should be, getting to higher ground. Move inland, get to higher ground immediately, just drive inland. Tsunami is imminent here along the coastline. The tsunami happened about 50 miles just to the south of Sandpoint, Alaska. The earthquake happened 50 miles to the south of Sandpoint, Alaska. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we can now confirm with 110% confidence that there will be a tsunami occurring. There's cameras that we're not able to show that are showing the water receding once again, or the water is receding out. This is what happens before a tsunami. We are not able to forecast the severity with it with any sort of confidence, but it is confirmed now that the water is going out, which means the water will come back in, and that will be the start of our tsunami.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So it sounds like there is going to be a tsunami without a doubt now for Alaska, which is obviously not what you want to hear. So if you are over there in Alaska in that tsunami warning, you need to get to higher ground immediately. Not good. Again, there will be some cameras that we do have a look at least when this tsunami starts to really ramp up, especially near Sandpoint. So we are keeping an eye on some of the cameras there. Yeah, definitely not good. All right. Thank you, Jenny, for the $10 super chat. Actually, I'm actually interested. Do we have Let's see. I haven't done this in a while. I don't know if there's any buoys up there. There are some buoys up here. I don't think any of them are really gonna have a view of anything, but this is actually not far. This buoy right here, this is it takes photos every so often, and this is actually not far from where the tsunami probably happened. That's south of Sandpoint in Alaska. There are some buoys over here. Sandpoint, obviously right here. This is a buoy that we'll be keeping an eye on for just different data here, but this is likely going to be one of the more impacted areas. It'll be down here near Sandpoint, just to the east of Unalaska. So, and definitely something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. And again, if you are anywhere over there in Alaska, definitely be ready again for that tsunami. You need to be getting the higher ground immediately. It sounds like waters are receding, and there's going to be definitely going to be a tsunami there. Back over to our severe storms in Wisconsin, just to the east of Campbellsport. We still have a broad area of rotation heading up towards Cascade in Plymouth. We'll be going towards Sheboygan. There's still a low chance that this produces a tornado as it moves to the north. So if you're north of West Bend, stay weather aware. Why is my camera delayed again, bro? Did it again. That is currently moving to the northeast. Sheboygan's in the path of that, Menomonee, and then just northwest of Belgium. Back over near Watertown and Okomonowak, this is just a large line of thunderstorms. They still have a tornado possible label on this line, but I think the tornado risk with this line is pretty low. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation with this line at all. East of Columbus, that's going towards Menomonee Falls, Waukesha, and Milwaukee. So be ready for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The tornado risk as of right now is on the lower side of things. We are now up to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, one of the lowest numbers of the day. We actually went live, I think, with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, so there haven't been very many severe warnings. We've actually had as many tornado warnings as the amount of severe warnings we have right now. We have 5 across the board. We got 1 just north of St. Louis, we got 1 west of Milwaukee, we got 1 northwest, or northwestern Indiana, 1 in Ohio and West Virginia, and then the last one in New Mexico. So there's currently 5 severe warnings across the board. Back over in St. Louis, get ready for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Again, not looking at much of a tornado risk here. Back over near St. Charles, going towards Edwardsville and Alton. Bethalto is also in the path of that. It's all outflow dominant storms, though, so the tornado threat is pretty low. We have a few strong storms that have also gone up just west of Olney, Illinois, that is tracking towards Vincennes and Robinson. So be ready for an isolated strong storm threat over there, but not really looking at much severe weather. Chicago is fully cleared out. We no longer have a severe thunderstorm watch in place at all for all of Chicago and the suburbs. And then back over near Gary and Portage, there is a strong line of thunderstorms that is producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. There is a, again, low chance of an isolated spin-up tornado, but I think it'll be mostly wind. There are a few cameras along this route near Gary that we can actually look at. I'm going to see if anything has a view of anything here, but there are a few cameras near Lake Station and Portage that might have a view of something. We're going to keep an eye on those. Central Illinois, I think the severe weather risk is mostly winding down there. No problem, Clint. There's between 20 to 30 centimeters of water is expected near Sandpoint, by the way. That is the latest on the tsunami back over in Sandpoint. There's currently a teleconference going on, and we are listening into it. Riley will report after, whenever it's done. What's going on in Alaska? We have a large tsunami warning that is currently in effect. And a tsunami is expected. There are some cameras that we are keeping an eye on too, but the water is already receded apparently, and sounds like it's going to keep receding. Nope. Not New York on that monitor. All right. This is a live. This is a camera that took a photo. This is about 10 or 8 minutes ago. So again, we haven't really seen a whole lot yet, but this is the area. This is Sand Point, which we are likely going to be seeing a tsunami in here in the next few minutes. Behind the scenes. Yeah, behind the scenes view of what happens. Will be today or tomorrow for the tsunami? It is today. Like, it's happening, like, right now. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's in Oklahoma. It's all the way back over near Oklahoma City. For McLean and Grady counties. It's this thing right here for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. So if you are in this area, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Also, this is over in Chesterton right now in Indiana. This is a live shot where our line of storm is about to come in. This is west of South Bend. And also got trains. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So it sounds like from that conference, they're saying 20 to 30 centimeters of water is the highest that we're expecting from the tsunami. It is not expected to be a significant tsunami. They are going to issue another advisory soon with more information, but obviously this is still a developing situation. That conference call lasted about 4 minutes, and that is all the information that we are able to gather. There will be a much more in-depth forecast as part of their next advisory, which should come out in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is back over in Alaska, where we again have a tsunami warning in effect. So again, get to higher ground immediately. No matter what the situation is here, obviously it is dangerous, and we definitely could see some major problems there if, for whatever reason, things did take a turn. At least for now, it does not sound terrible, but I mean, it still is a tsunami. Like, we could definitely see impacts that change. It's an evolving situation. Things are still developing. So take it seriously. Get to higher ground anywhere in that tsunami warning. And there actually may be a live camera that we can look at here shortly, so we're just stay tuned. We might have something here soon. This back to Chesterton, Indiana, where we do have a shelf cloud rolling in. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour is likely here over the next few minutes. Well, the storm's making it to Toledo, Ohio. I think the risk over there is pretty low of severe weather. If you guys get anything really in Toledo, it'd be just isolated damaging winds. Generally speaking, the severe weather risk is pretty low. Possible watch for Indiana soon. I don't know. They might expand the severe thunderstorm watch. I don't know about a new watch, but they may expand the watch a little bit further to the east. But overall, it's mostly just isolated damaging winds. I don't think they'll extend the severe thunderstorm watch at all, just purely because of the fact that the line of storms is probably not going to last too much longer. It'll probably go for about 2 to 3 more hours, but I don't think the severe weather risk will be that elevated. We got a new wind gust report just east of Joliet in Illinois. Orland Park actually reporting a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's via a train spotter. That is just to the west there of Chicago. That is a brand new report there just to the west of Chicago. Back over in Milwaukee and just west of Milwaukee, we still have a line of thunderstorms going through Okomonowoc, going towards Menomonee Falls and Waukesha. This is still producing damaging winds around 60 to 65 miles per hour. There is still a very low tornado risk here in Wisconsin over the next hour or two. They've actually extended the tornado watch, so it now goes until, I believe, 7 o'clock. Yeah, so they've actually allowed this tornado watch to continue until 7 o'clock Central Time. It no longer ends at 6 o'clock. So we still have a tornado risk here across Wisconsin until at least 7. I think the main reason why they expanded and extended the tornado watch was mainly for this area back over in eastern Wisconsin near Green Bay and also near Sheboygan and also near Appleton, where we still have a lot of broad areas of rotation that are all moving to the east, and they're moving very slowly. So the flooding threat obviously elevated, and on top of that, we could still see another tornado or two up here in central and eastern Wisconsin. The mispronunciation of Wisconsin cities is killing me. It is what it is. Can't get them all. I've never lived in Wisconsin in my life, and I've actually, I don't think, ever been in the state of Wisconsin. Believe it or not. Might change in a few weeks, but as of right now, I've never been there. Thank you, Fatality, for the $10 super chat. Is there a risk of tornadoes in the Gulf Coast weather? There is a low risk, mainly along the coastline. That'll be mainly in, like, southern Louisiana, back towards, like, western Florida. As of now, this is the day 2 outlook of severe weather. We just have a large marginal threat from the northeast back into the central plains. For whatever reason, we do not have a risk along the Gulf Coast, even though I do think there's at least a low chance of an isolated tornado or two tomorrow. And then on Friday, we only have one little marginal threat of severe weather right now in place. That's back over in the central plains. And also, this is the latest on Invest 93. I did not pull up the right thing. Did I? Yeah. This is the latest on Invest 93. It is still 40. There's still a 40% chance that this develops. You can still see it spinning off the coast here, Panama City, west of Apalachicola, going towards Louisiana. Still low to medium chance that a tropical storm forms. If it does form, it'll be named Tropical Storm Dexter. I don't have a whole lot of confidence it's going to form, but if it does, the biggest concern is flooding, and honestly, it'll probably become no more than just like a low-grade tropical storm at this point. It's taking too long to develop. Hey, Huck, for the $5 super chat. You also, Dave, for the $10 super chat. New drinking game. Every city mispronunciation drink, and yes, we're professional drinkers here in Wisconsin. It would work. That'd be a terrible drinking game, but it would work. Anything new about Alaska? Again, whenever we have new updates, we'll let you guys know. I'm keeping an eye on everything, too. No new updates as of right now. All we know is that the water has receded quite a bit. Does sound like, though, again, the tsunami risk is pretty minimal. It doesn't sound major, but it is at least a tsunami, so this doesn't sound like it's a major tsunami. It'll probably go up to about a foot or so of rising water, but we'll have to wait and see. It could be obviously worse, which is why you should be evacuating and getting to higher ground if you are in that tsunami warning. This is a live shot from Chesterton, Indiana, where we have damaging winds around 60 miles per hour coming through right now, or will be over the next few minutes. Some of this is just the outflow winds. The winds will be a little bit higher here in a couple minutes as this line of storms continues to push to the east. Any rotation in Ohio? I don't think the tornado risk is really going to be that high in Ohio. I'd say it's a very low risk in Ohio today for any sort of severe weather. Main concern should be isolated damaging winds. Looks like a potential wall cloud in South Roxana, Illinois. It's probably a shelf cloud. Probably not a wall cloud. Where's your studio? It's in Florida. There's often confusion about a wall cloud versus a shelf cloud, and everything that you're probably seeing with this entire line of thunderstorms is likely just a large shelf cloud. Hey, Jake, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, this entire line, like, we're probably not going to have any wall clouds in here, because, again, nothing's really rotating. It's all pretty much outflow dominant, so. Hey, Penny, also for the $10 super chat. Just one phone call, and it could set you straight with the Wisconsin city names. Hey, at least we're trying, you know? I could just say here and there and circle the places. At least we're trying. Yeah, if you're in Sandpoint, I believe the arrival is in an hour. Is it an hour or is it like around now? You know, Riley? Sandpoint, Alaska. This is the latest shot from Alaska on Sandpoint. This was approximately 10 minutes ago now. This is from a plane that is like stationed here. The arrival should be right about now, though, for Sandpoint. Or at least within the next 10, 15 minutes. It was supposed to be right about now. Getting windy in Green Bay, anything major? Biggest concern right now around and just southwest of Green Bay is just broadly rotating storms. Again, we have we have multiple flash flood warnings in effect right now near Oshkosh and Appleton. Tornado risk is not done yet. Again, we still have some broadly rotating storms south of Chilton, for example. There is a little bit of rotation there that is slowly moving to the north. And then we also have some broad rotation west of Sheboygan that is out of a storm that has been rotating for quite some time, but it is losing energy at this point. I think it's running into, actually, I think there's an outflow boundary that it's now going behind. So I think it's going to a more stable and more elevated environment where that storm's probably going to struggle more. I think the tornado risk is at least slightly lower here, back over near Belgium and just southwest of Sheboygan. This is the odds of an aftershock. This is from Matthew Capucci. So back over in Alaska. These are this is basically an aftershock forecast if you're back over near Sandpoint, Alaska. There will likely be aftershocks, just depending on the magnitude, obviously. If we have another, magnitude 6, there could definitely be some more problems, but the highest odds of an aftershock would be somewhere around a 3 to 4 magnitude. Possibly up as high as a 5 or 6. Very low chance we get another aftershock higher than a 6. And again, we had a magnitude 7.3 earthquake, if you're just tuning in, about 50 miles south of Sandpoint, Alaska, which is why there are currently tsunami warnings in effect back over in Alaska for most of the peninsula there. This is once again the tsunami warnings that are in effect. They're actually now advisories, I believe, so I think it may have been downgraded to advisories. Yeah, so they're down to advisories now. They're no longer warnings. Zoom into that. So they have downgraded the warnings to advisories for all of the coast of Alaska. That 7.3 magnitude earthquake that happened 55 miles south of Sandpoint, Alaska. But again, you should still be in higher ground just in case something does end up happening. Obviously, the waters are not expected to rise super high, but, it could obviously change at any moment. It's a developing situation still. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, just reading into this advisory a little more, pointing out some of the things that you may not think of. Obviously, even if we don't see a giant wall of water, there is still water movement going on. A tsunami will greatly change the current and make the ocean quite treacherous if you're trying to swim in it, so please just avoid the waters. We actually saw someone walk by on one of our cameras a few minutes ago right next to the ocean. I'm not sure what the disconnect there is with a tsunami coming and walking by the ocean, but clearly that's not a good idea. So please avoid the ocean if you're in the area. It does still sound like we are expecting waters up to that 20 to 30 centimeter mark at the peak of the tsunami. Obviously, that's nothing too crazy. We're at low tide right now, so that is helping sort of alleviate the impacts of the tsunami. because it's just going to be going into an area where we already would have water if it was high tide. So that's of course a very, very good thing. The other thing too is it sounds like we may actually see a cancellation of this over the next hour or so. This is one thing that they mentioned in the meeting. We will know that in 30 minutes from now. It sounds like the next update will be exactly 30 minutes from the last advisory, which came out at 1:44 p.m. local time.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a little bit more information about our tsunami in Alaska, which again could cause some problems. It's at this point kind of unknown whether it's going to be, that significant. It kind of looks like it's not going to be, just based off the information that we've gathered so far, but it at least is still something of concern. You should not be near the beach. I don't know why anybody would be walking near the waters. If anybody's in the waters, that's even crazier. But if you are near the waters, that is already dangerous enough. So try to get to higher ground once again. New severe thunderstorm warning was issued for southwest Michigan and northwest Indiana. That is for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is currently tracking to the east-northeast. It will be heading towards Elkhart as well. So if you're over near Elkhart, get ready for high winds. This is going to be moving towards Benton Harbor as well. South Bend, LaPorte, and Michigan City. You guys are all included currently in severe thunderstorm warnings. We also have some storms going up across Ohio. For the most part, just isolated damaging winds across the board. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Woodsfield, Ohio, for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and flooding has continued to remain a concern. We got a bunch of strong storms as well back over to the southeast of Columbus and over just to the north of Toledo, or west of Toledo, Ohio. We also have some storms that have gone up here, with some gusty winds and small hail being a possibility. The severe storm that was ongoing near Flint has pretty much fallen apart. So there isn't really a whole lot left there near Flint for severe weather. It's mostly just gusty winds. But again, we do have a line of storms that is going to be coming into western Michigan here soon, and that may provide an isolated threat of damaging winds here this evening. You're popular on the Illinois camera? Are those people watching the stream? There's no way, right? Are they actually on the... Are they watching the stream? There's no way they went to this camera just to watch the stream and photobomb it. They actually... I think they are watching the stream, though. There's no way. This is a first, I think. If you're watching the stream right now, you gotta dance or something. Like, yep, they are. They're waving at the camera. They're definitely watching the stream. That's actually wild. That's never happened before. Thank you, Cliff, for the $20 super chat. Simply want to say thank you. I really appreciate that. That is so funny. Still keep an eye on that camera. Oh, man. They're still waving. Mom must be watching on her phone. Thank you, Molly, for the super chat. Appreciate that from Kentucky. For the record, this camera is like 2 hours to the west of any severe storm, so it's kind of, I didn't even mean to have the camera on here, but actually kind of funny. Oh, man. Wholesome family activities, I guess. Yes, again, if you're just tuning in about the Alaska tsunami, it is back down to an advisory, no longer a warning. In case you're just tuning in. Overall, the Colorado storms have been mostly isolated damaging winds. Not really seeing a whole lot of a tornado risk right now back over in Colorado, but we're keeping an eye on that. Still a severe warning also in Wyoming east of Rawlins. That's for quarter-sized hail. Most of the activity right now in the high plains has been pretty spotty. Nothing too significant as of right now. The more concerning activity still remains in the Midwest. Damaging winds and hail are still ongoing here. And a low tornado risk continues across Wisconsin for the next few hours. Thank you, Rose Red, for the 5 gift memberships. Really appreciate that. Tell them to do the gritty. If they do the gritty, that'd be kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. They're still looking at the camera. He might actually. Hey, imagine if he does the gritty on this camera. That'd be wild. I don't think they're watching the stream anymore, though. They're just, like, walking around looking at the camera. Thank you, Running, for the 13 months. Now they're all waving. They're all waving at the camera. We had on Ryan Scholl's stream a couple days ago when we were covering Nebraska. It was actually almost a week ago now, but when we were covering Nebraska, there was a family in a car watching my stream and watching him on my stream. It was pretty funny. That was when the pizza incident happened, when he dropped all his pizza. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're about 5 subscribers away from 1.32 million subscribers. Also, make sure to like the stream if you've been enjoying the stream so far. It also helps get this out to more people. Once again, we are doing Midwest and basically across the entire country severe weather coverage. This is the current risk of severe weather outline from the Storm Prediction Center. Still includes about 90 million people that are in the risk of severe weather for today. The slight risk does continue for the Midwest, but again, if you're in northern Illinois, the majority of the severe weather risk is now over. That still goes into western Michigan and southeastern Wisconsin. And then we also have a slight risk of severe weather for Colorado back into eastern or southeastern Wyoming into eastern Colorado, southwest Nebraska, or western Nebraska as well. Large marginal threat of severe weather goes all the way from Utah back into New York. So be ready again for some damaging winds, hail, and a low tornado risk will continue. This is the main concern again across the board, is damaging winds. We still have a 5% tornado risk in place for eastern Wisconsin, and then a 2% tornado risk in place back over in Colorado, which does include the Denver area, which so far we've not really seen much there, but we're keeping an eye on it in case anything does change. Thank you, Kelly, for becoming a member. Thank you, Martha, for the 13 months. How many tornadoes today? I think we've at least had 5 or 6 different tornadoes. So we're pretty much on the cusp of at least a small-scale tornado outbreak. We have a new damage report back over in Plainfield, Illinois, of power lines down. Speaking of power outages, let's look at the power outage map so far today. We actually have 21,000 people currently without power in Illinois. The majority of those are in central Illinois near McLean and Knox counties. Livingston County is also another area that we've at least gotten some power outage reports. Cook County at about 5,000. Lake County at about 394 customers currently without power right now. About 6 million people are tracked across Illinois. And then Wisconsin, we've had a very limited amount of power outages. Despite us having tornadoes, we've only had 845 customers actively without power. So that's pretty impressive for how many tornadoes that we've had today. Just got my wife to subscribe to the channel. W. Thank you, Grandma, for becoming a member. People on that camera, by the way, have left. That's pretty crazy, though. We've never had that happen on stream before. We've had a couple people say, like, oh, I watch Max Velocity, or I actually watch it on stream, but that's the first time just a random stationary camera has had people watching. Where's your cat? No clue. Probably in the other room. Thank you, Fatality, for the 3 months. Thank you so much for the Gulf Coast update. Not gonna lie, I forgot to refresh, and I was like 5 minutes behind. Yeah, sometimes people get behind on streams, and I don't know. I really don't know why. It just happens occasionally. As a reminder, make sure the time that is right there, can't point, right there, that time is within like 15 seconds of your time, because sometimes people get really behind for whatever reason. That clock is there for a reason. That way you actually know what time it is for the stream, which, again, there's like a very slight delay, but it's not much. It's like 5 seconds or something like that. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning back over in northeastern New Mexico for Union and Colfax counties. That is for Des Moines and Folsom for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving east-southeast. What did I just drink? It is Snapple raspberry tea. Yeah, 2 trains. We do have 2 trains. They also D's Biscuit for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. What a name. How do I become a member? It is the join button. There's also a link in the description. There's also a link pinned in the chat. Max, what happens if you lose power at home? We have backup power supplies, but they're not really going to last long enough. We're going to get new ones here soon that are going to last like hours. The ones that we have now last for like 10 minutes. But eventually we will have backup supplies that basically last for hours. Especially for hurricanes. Obviously living in Florida, you can lose power from hurricanes. So, hey, Brianna for the $5 super chat. PDS train intercept. Got 2 trains. Where's the storm chaser camera currently located? That's Vince. He's back over near Madison right now. He's basically outside of our tornado watch now. Keep an eye on this storm near Brothertown, Wisconsin. We have some broad rotation here. It looks kind of contaminated, but there is a little hook, a little inflow just southwest of Chilton. I'd say there's a low chance of a tornado going up towards Brillion and Chilton here in the next 20 minutes in eastern Wisconsin. So that's something that we need to keep an eye on, just southeast of Appleton. Thank you, Aiden, for becoming a member. Otherwise, the tornado risk across the board right now is pretty low, at least over here near Milwaukee. We're still keeping an eye on the storms, though, in case anything does change. I think it's mostly going to be gusty winds, maybe some damaging winds. Low tornado risk will continue for the next hour and a half, probably near Milwaukee. If anything pops up, we'll obviously let you know. How's Green Bay looking? A lot of rain. I think the severe weather risk is pretty low for Milwaukee. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I actually have 2 things to talk about. So we're going to give some general tsunami updates before we talk about the severe weather threat that may be a sort of a sleeper threat here in northern Michigan. So there's a lot of people, it seems like, who have sort of let their guards down because it has been downgraded from a warning to advisory. Local news outlets are pointing out that an advisory tsunami is still a tsunami, and it will do stuff in like areas where we have a lot of boats and marinas and people may be. These could come loose, and obviously if a boat comes loose, that could do damage. I know we've had some people asking, or I've seen some comments in chat saying, hey, I'm on a cruise in Alaska. What can I expect? Actually, the safest place to be during a tsunami is far, far away from shore. You don't actually see the effects from a tsunami unless you have that sort of tilt as it comes up to shore. It pushes the water up further. So a tsunami, even a really, really large tsunami that's 50 miles out from inland, will only be a couple of inches tall. So if you are on the ocean, well away from shore, you do not need to worry about the effects of this tsunami at all. Now, on the severe weather side of things, I do want to mention that we may have a sneaky tornado threat here in parts of Michigan. It is very low, probably 1%. This is less than 2% as depicted by the SPC, but there is a very, very small area of a favorable tornado environment, at least around these storms that we have west of Cadillac and Paradise Township. There's a very, very marginal couplet on these storms as well. It does not look like it's imminently going to produce a tornado. However, this is something that could try to spin up a weak landspout tornado perchance. So it's something to keep an eye on. Don't expect anything crazy. You're not going to see a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch in this area associated with that tornado threat. But just know that something might try and happen. There may be a little sneaky spit up thing that happens in that area.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Thank you, Steven, for the $10 super sticker. I got Cheese Curd, the cat. Is very shy right now. I think she just woke up from a nap, for the record. I don't think she was ready for this. You just wake up from a nap? I think she woke up from a nap. Max has legs, who knew? What does that even mean? Catnip for Curd? We're gonna get a cat cam, by the way. We're working on it. We're gonna get a cat cam here soon. So, that'll be something to look out for in the near future. She's just now laying in my lap. She just wants to sleep. Oh yeah, we're working on a cat cam. It's coming soon. Coming soon to a stream near you. We never see you below the neck. Oh yeah, that is true. I technically, for the record, I don't actually go to the gym, but I'm gonna be starting to go to the gym here soon. Get fit and stuff like that. Nothing to do with weather, but just throwing it out there. Especially with the weather getting, at least, I mean, it won't be quiet, but like, you know, typically this time of the year, we only have like 2 to 3 streams a week, if that, so there'll be more time to do other stuff. Focus on health and whatnot. How tall is Max? 8'7". Chatologist incoming? Oh my goodness. It's terrible. We still have a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat currently heading towards South Bend in Indiana. We had a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust over at Hobart, Indiana, just a few minutes ago. Just south of Benton Harbor. Not a whole lot of lightning with this line at this point, but winds are going to still stay pretty high. I think there's another camera coming up here soon. Maybe. There will be, over at Elkhart, there is going to be a live shot of this line of storms coming in here soon. We're going to put that bottom right of your screen in a moment. So that's Elkhart, bottom right of your screen. She'll be coming up into this line here pretty soon. But yeah, we're still monitoring the tornado threat. We obviously still have a tornado watch in place here for another 2 hours. They did extend the tornado watch. It was supposed to end at 6. It now ends at 7. And again, we're still keeping an eye on the storm really near Chilton. Still broadly rotating. Currently moving to the northeast. Just east of Oshkosh. We actually might have another storm chaser out there now. Got Aiden coming out. Might have another chaser here in a little bit. Thank you, Lunas, for the $5 super chat. That's interesting, Lunas. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for sharing. It's so random. Cleveland tonight, isolated damaging winds the main concern. He should have played basketball. I did play basketball at one point. How's the keyboard? I do have a new keyboard. It is fine. The other keyboard is chalked. Like, it's just not usable. So, unfortunately, the keyboard that I spent almost $200 on, we spilt tea on it on our live stream a few days ago. And it's literally fried. So, I do play golf, though. Are there cameras in Alaska? There are, but so far there hasn't been anything like that has stood out. Like, again, there is a tsunami advisory in effect, but again, we have not really seen anything too crazy when it comes to rising water. We've had receding water, but that's really about it. It has not been that crazy, so it does not sound like this is going to be a major tsunami in Alaska. Razer? No, it's a Steel Series keyboard. You have a girlfriend or are you single? I am single. What's your handicap in golf? I honestly don't know. The last time I played, I'm pretty sure it was like a 7 or something. Can't remember though. It's in the bad direction, by the way. I'm pretty sure my average is like a 90 or something when I usually play. I used to keep track of my handicap, but I don't anymore. Where'd you get your glasses from? Couldn't tell you. Literally no clue. Three trains in one video. I just changed the bottom left to a storm chaser, so, which is actually near Appleton right now. Tornado threat still isn't quite done in Wisconsin. Again, there is some broad rotation. It's just really messy area of storms right now in eastern Wisconsin. Very messy area of storms still, just south of Appleton and Oshkosh, Fond du Lac. Back over near Milwaukee, mostly gusty winds right now coming up on Menomonee Falls, West Bend, Port Washington, and Belgium. And back over near South Bend, we got a line of storms coming in right now with damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for the north side of Pittsburgh. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Stay away from windows if you're in this warning. Do you like trains? I honestly never watched trains until we had access to using these train cameras, so to be honest, I'm not like a big like train person, but they are cool to have. It's actually kind of cool watching trains, though, I'm not gonna lie. Your t-shirt size, large is kind of where I'm at now. Large XL, but usually large. The shirt that shrinks, then probably XL. What's my favorite NFL team? Patriots. Used to live in New Hampshire. Max, how much for your autograph? Bro, I'm not selling my autograph. We have done side merch in the past. We might bring some side merch back here in the near future. We'll see. Might do like a side merch drop or something at some point. Thank you, Grayson, for the $5 super chat. When you were talking about a cat cam, I was petting my cat, W. My cat is currently sitting on a box. Mail opening from fans. We haven't had any fan mail recently. Was NATO Cast on point today? I wanted to talk about NATO Cast earlier, but we never had time. There was so much stuff happening. This was NATO Cast's like forecast for today. Which, to be honest, I mean, they had a 10%, and in my opinion, it really wasn't that far off from what happened. I mean, that's basically the area where almost all of our tornadoes happened. So there's a few other outlooks too that were posted that were like 5%. This is tomorrow's NATO cast. In case you're wondering, it's just a little 2% in Louisiana, which I agree with. I don't know why we don't have a threat down there yet, but low chance also back up into Canada, very far northern New England. So pretty interesting. Thank you, Lumbery, for the $5 super chat. Did you hear about the earthquake in Alaska? We've been talking about it. Literally, tsunami confirmed in Alaska, or for Alaska, is in my title. So, we've been talking about it. Yeah, there was an earthquake, 7.3 magnitude, 55 miles south of Sandpoint, Alaska. There's still tsunami advisories in effect, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be that significant. Max is an old man. This is all filters. That is cap. Will you have shirts with... When will you have shirts with cheese curd on it? We need to work on that. I keep forgetting to do cheese curd merch. That's been a high demand thing for quite some time. We're gonna hopefully cook something here soon. Hey, Tiffany, for the super chat. You were recognized in public, like, OMG, it's Max. I've gotten recognized, I think, probably about 24 times now. I don't really keep count, but, like, probably about 24 times I've been recognized. I got recognized at Buc-ee's at least 3 times. Thank you, Becca, for the super chat. And also, new severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Wisconsin. It's for Plymouth, west of Sheboygan. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not seeing any rotation right now on that. Still a lot of spin up here near Appleton and Oshkosh, and also flash flooding is continuing to ramp up. There's a report over in Neenah, Wisconsin, that there's reports of street and road flooding, possibly vehicles stranded back over to the west of Neenah. There is right now radar indicated flash flooding there, and then if we go over to the storm total precip so far, we've had a pretty decent amount of rain here just south of Appleton, upwards of 4 to 5 inches of rain just to the west of Chilton. And then our highest area of rain, around 5 to 6 inches of rainfall back over near 21, just to the north of Harrisville, near Wautoma, and as well as Wild Rose. And unfortunately, it is still raining. It's at least light now, but still raining there. It's a considerable threat for flash flooding still there near Wautoma. Max, do you think you're going to be live again this weekend or week? No clue. I actually don't really see any other stream days after today. I've like looked at models and stuff like that and all that good stuff. Obviously, we made a forecast today kind of talking about stuff too, but like this is the CSU experimental probabilities, which kind of gives you an idea of risks of severe weather every day. And today is obviously Wednesday. Yeah, confirm. Yeah, today's Wednesday. So today's Wednesday. Tomorrow does not look like a stream day, especially since I don't think we're getting a tropical storm. Friday doesn't really look like much of a day. Maybe Saturday in the Ohio Valley. Sunday kind of looks Monday, Tuesday, I think, are the next chances. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. We're going to start to have lines of thunderstorms in the Midwest, like multiple rounds of lines that come through the Midwest, and that should help to increase our threat of severe weather. It's very typical for this time of the year to start to see mesoscale convective systems, and even in some cases, derechos. So, that's something that we'll definitely be keeping an eye on here in the last week of July. But MCS season is upon us here. Hey, Ryan for the super chat. Will Riley be your best man at your future wedding? That will happen, bro. The wedding, like, I haven't even gotten a girlfriend yet. We need to get to step one. Step one's actually going on a date, and that has not happened yet either. Thank you, Lisa, for the super chat. How's the weather up there? Because he's 8'7", and then he whips here and blows their minds. Not wrong. I have my diploma. I still don't know where my diploma is. It's somewhere, but I'm pretty sure it's just buried under some stuff in my room at this point. Yes, I am an actual meteorologist, by the way. Like, I have a bachelor's in meteorology, in case you guys didn't already know that. What's for dinner? No clue, but I am starving. Might get some Domino's pizza. Might be the move. No clue, though. Haven't really thought about that yet. Shout out to Bear with the $20 super chat. Great job, Max, Riley, and Mods. Along with such an awesome community. Appreciate that. I'm still suggesting a salad. Salad doesn't sound bad either. Where I graduate from Embry-Riddle, Daytona Beach, Florida. What do you guys think the best thing is at Domino's? Let me know in the chat, because I actually might get that. Either tonight or tomorrow. What do you guys think is the best thing at Domino's? Put it in the chat. Garlic green olive cheeseburger from the Burger Bar. I don't know what that is. YouTube for the super chat. What's your outlook perspective for Milwaukee County? Should be mostly gusty winds. To be honest, the tornado threat, again, very low right now near Milwaukee, but it's not zero. Just very low chance. You been to the Daytona Speedway? I've drove by it so many times. I've never been in it, though. Everybody just said something different about the best thing at Domino's. Apparently the lava cakes are pretty good, though. I wasn't talking about pizza, by the way. I was talking about anything other than pizza there, because I already have my pizza figured out. Hey, Christopher with the super chat. No Domino's. Nice to see a real meteorologist. I'm a real meteorologist. Don't do Domino's, bruh. I was already thinking about doing it. Got a new damage report back over in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. That trees are down and uprooted, and garbage bins are blown 75 yards. Pea-sized hail, estimated winds around 60 miles per hour. There is a little tool that we use to describe trash cans and garbage bins in general going flying. And that is our trash can meter. Our trash can wind meter today is at least at neighbor's yard levels, maybe even a little bit higher than that. This is our neighbor's yard level, so we're at least at a neighbor's yard level here of our trash can meter. Trampoline meter at this point today is at a low risk. Could still see some flying trampolines. Wind shouldn't be too significant. Again, most of the winds today have been between 60 to 70 miles per hour. How's your hair? Apparently doing good. I don't know. My hair's been weird the last 2 days. Been sticking up a lot. I really don't know why. Usually it's like way down. It's usually down. Today it's just been up like recently. We do have an update for our severe warning back over near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We now have up to ping pong ball sized hail falling here back over near McCandles, Ross Township, Oakmont, Bakerstown, going towards lower Burrell. So be ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail as this storm continues to track to the southeast here over the next several minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning back over in the Ohio and West Virginia border will probably be canceled. Not really seeing a whole lot there. We have a severe warning right along I-25 right now near Fountain and Fort Carson. That is for 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I believe we actually have cameras on this. Let me check. Yeah, we do have a couple cameras inside of this warning. We'll see if we get any hail on this. The big storm that just went up, though, just south of Colorado Springs. Bottom middle of your screen is a live shot inside of that severe thunderstorm warning. So we could see 2-inch sized hail here shortly falling inside of this warning. It's also another live shot back over on I-25, mile marker 125. Obviously raining quite a bit right now, but we might see some large hail come down here over the next few minutes, perhaps up to 2 inches in diameter. Going to be going into Fountain here over the next few minutes. The biggest hail core is just west of I-25, but if it gets over I-25, we'll have a view of it there on the bottom middle of your screen. Also, we got a bunch of storms right now going up east of Kansas City. Some lightning, gusty winds, small hail, all a possibility. We also got strong storms starting to go up back over near Dodge City, Kansas, just to the west of Great Bend. Basically a very low tornado risk if a storm can latch to a boundary, but otherwise it'll just be mostly wind and hail there. The St. Louis storms have been weakening, mostly just gusty winds right now moving into St. Louis. We do have some wind damage reports back over to the north of St. Louis, including per Lincoln County Central Dispatch, a power pole is down near Ellsbury. That's as of 3 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, electrical lines were down at Fox Run Road in V Valley Farms. And over at Foley in Missouri, and then over in Jerseyville, Illinois, radio is reporting 60-mile-per-hour winds and 8-inch tree limbs down on Bluebird Lane at Route 109. There was also a wind gust of 52 miles per hour with a ASOS, which is at an airport back over in Orchard Farms, Missouri. So again, most of the storms down in St. Louis are just on the strong side of things, really nothing severe there. Also, all of the storms right now are just strong off to the west of Indianapolis. Likely a large shelf cloud rolling through, and again, if you have any photos or videos of that, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. These are all moving towards Logansport, Indianapolis, and eventually going towards Bloomington. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for South Bend, Indiana. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds just south of Benton Harbor. The tornado threat remains on the low side of things, but not zero. And then back over in Wisconsin, large mesoscale convective vortex is continuing to spin with mainly a wind threat and a flooding threat, but there is still a chance of an isolated tornado or two out of these storms over the next hour or so. Okay, we got about an hour and a half left of this tornado threat, and then it's pretty much done, I think. Hey, Tyler, for the $10 super chat, send some footage of the Hustis Ford tornado that was forming. Keep up the great work. Did you send it on Twitter? We'll definitely look at it. Give it a little look here in a few minutes. How close to an alligator have you been? That's such a random question. I literally don't know. Probably 3 feet. Gonna be a hot take, but I really like the Hawaiian pizzas at Domino's. Pineapple on pizza is just terrible. I watched a YouTube short this morning of somebody eating a banana pizza. That's terrible. We still have tsunami advisories in effect. Yeah, we still have, as of right now, this is the update on our tsunami situation back over in Alaska. Or at least for the time being, we still have advisories in effect. So tsunami advisories are still in effect, no longer a tsunami warning. But again, not as significant of a tsunami as what it could have been. It seems like it's on the lower spectrum of actually being significant. And it sounds like the water only receded a little bit. And it sounds like it's only going to go up to about a foot. So nothing major. What I have to use for weather, I use Radar Omega. There's a download link at the very bottom of the description. Favorite memory from university? I have no clue. I'd literally have to think about that because I actually don't know off the top of my head. This is a photo sent in from Valerie Davis over in West Jefferson, Ohio, of a double rainbow on Route 29. You can faintly see the other rainbow right here. And that right there is the main rainbow. Did I go online or in person? It was all in person. I got recognized a few times my senior year of college. It was very interesting. Got recognized, I think, 4 or 5 different times. I don't think I ever got recognized the first, like, 3 years. Hey, Stooks for the super chat. At a music festival in Thornville, Ohio right now. Try to see how the weather will be for the next 3 days for us. 30K people are coming to watch this. Thoughts? There'll be basically pop-up storms every single day for the next 3 days. I think tomorrow is the best chance of pop-up storms. Today is kind of also the best chance. I think it'll be a little bit quieter, though, on Saturday and Sunday. Or at least, sorry, Friday and Saturday. So today, tomorrow, the best chances of storms. Lemon juice on pizza is amazing. That does not sound good. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Maryland and Virginia, just northwest of Washington, D.C. For Charlestown. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That's going to be going towards Bolinger Creek, Urbana, Germantown, just southwest of Frederick. So if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Currently tracking to the east-southeast. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well. Helps get out more people that are in the path of severe weather. And we got another person at this camera. I don't know if they're watching too. We had a couple, or a little family that came by earlier that was waving at the camera. We got another person out here though. Don't think they know us, but you know, they're out there. Back over in Rochelle, Illinois, which is also getting much nicer. Just partly cloudy skies now in Rochelle. Axis in Portland, caramel or mint chocolate chip? Probably mint chocolate chip. Caramel's good if it's like salted caramel and has like a bit more flavor, like other stuff in it, but I like it with more than just one thing. A lot of flooding in the Pittsburgh area. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of flash flood reports just north of Pittsburgh. This is a look at... Let's go over to this. This is a look at infrared imagery. I'm going to look at satellite too here in a second, but this is a look at infrared imagery back over here in the Midwest for our mesoscale convective vortex on the long wave IR. Huge line of storms. Look how cold the cloud tops are here back over in Illinois. Like, these storms exploded really fast. This is also the visible satellite imagery. You can see the twirl here, though. Look at the spin right there. It's all the spin right around our little mesoscale convective vortex. Huge complex of storms. Got a boundary right here that all the storms are going up on as well. All right, there's a little boundary. Storm's initiating right off the boundary. Convective initiation. Obviously the most common here in the Midwest, but we've had a few storms also near Chicago, or not Chicago, near Kansas City that have also gone up as well. Was that girl doing the gritty? Wait, was she? There's no way, right? Oh my goodness, there's no way. No. They were watching the stream too? Like, bro, what is going on? Why is this the second different person that has... What is going on at this camera? This is now the second person that has been on our stream that's like knowing that this camera's on. Even Dab too, like, bro, what is going on? The second time today. My goodness. Word got out about the camera, apparently. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. This can be back over near Royal Center and Francisville. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving to the east. Fulton and Rochester are in the path of that. We no longer have a tsunami warning in Alaska. No longer tsunami warning. Just a tsunami advisory right now. Got a new damage report out of Wooddale, Illinois. 6-inch 3 diameter branches are down. Got a few reports of that there, just west of Chicago. Power lines down again in Bolingbrook. Power lines down also in Plainfield, Illinois. So maybe some isolated power outages over there. It does appear as if this tornado risk, again, is pretty low as of right now. Latest scan, actually, might actually have a little bit of rotation just west of Sheboygan. At least some higher winds on this latest scan. There might be some broad rotation developing, though, just off to the west of Sheboygan. So we need to keep an eye on this. This is moving off to the north-northeast, going towards Howard's Grove. I'm going to see if we have any cameras here. Thank you, Kelly, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. All right, couple of cameras near this storm. I'm going to put them up on the screen here. That 2. So, live shot back over near this severe thunderstorm warning. No shame as of right now, but this is an area that is in the path of a potential damaging wind-producing storm, maybe even an isolated tornado risk here just outside of Sheboygan. Those cameras will be bottom middle, bottom left of your screen, or bottom middle, bottom right of your screen. Does this become a derecho? It is not. Apparently, the person that was on that camera grittied again at some point. Not like in the last minute or two, but apparently there's another clip. So I guess we'll have that in a second. How do I send you a clip on Twitter? At me on Twitter. It's the best way to do it. Just mention at MaxVelocityWX and then post whatever it is and then like location, those sorts of things and details, time of when it happened. It's the best way to do it. If you message me, there's a good chance I won't be able to see it on stream. So best thing to do is definitely just at me. Let me rev on for the super chat. I'll have another radar scan on this storm in just a moment, but again, maybe some broad rotation developing just west of Sheboygan. Currently warned for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The velocities on radar measured at around 60 to 65 miles per hour, going up towards Highway 28, southeast of Plymouth right now. It's another video from that same camera. Bro, I don't understand why people. I don't know. I can't believe two different people have now seen this camera and like been like, oh, max velocity has it on. I should go do something in front of it. I don't even know how you get to that camera either. That's pretty funny. Thank you, Amp, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And also Dwight for becoming a member. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin that does have a tornado possible label on it. It's going to be for Ozaukee and Washington counties in Wisconsin. Will pop up here in a moment. Green Bay, Wisconsin outlook. Mainly just heavy rain. There is a low chance of an isolated spin-up tornado down to your south, but I think the tornado risk for Green Bay is pretty low. That new severe thunderstorm warning is for Saukville, also Belgium. There is a tornado possible label on this. We have a little bit of broad rotation just east of West Bend. Going towards Belgium and I-43 here over the next few minutes. So again, stay away from windows if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. There's a chance of a tornado as well as it moves east. And honestly, still wouldn't be surprised if they added a tornado possible label to the storm west of Sheboygan. There is some broad rotation on this. There's a little mezzo, at least in the mid-level. So this might be trying to gear up for another tornado potential here, moving up towards Howard's Grove. So we'll be keeping an eye on this. Bottom middle, bottom right cameras are inside of this severe thunderstorm warning. It's still a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat, but again, tornado possible label could be added at any time. Do we have shame? Don't think so. Not yet. How many tornadoes were there today? I think about 6. Probably about 6. The wind in Nebraska was wild last night. We actually had pretty high winds back over in Omaha last night. They're upwards of 70 miles per hour. Sorry if it's covered. Update on the potential tropical storm in the Gulf. No really big updates. There's been so much clickbait around this tropical system. It's unbelievable. I've literally seen like people talking about how this can be like a major hurricane and stuff. I don't understand where the heck that even came from. But this thing has like literally almost no time over water. It's going to become nothing more than probably just a low-end tropical storm. We obviously mentioned a couple days ago it had a potential of becoming a hurricane, but that has obviously changed because of the fact that this center of Invest 93L went so far to the north. If it was down here, there was definitely a chance of a hurricane, but nothing, definitely not a major hurricane. But yeah, nothing more than a tropical storm expected. And even then, even if it doesn't develop, I think the biggest concern really is flooding along the Gulf Coast. So maybe tornadoes in Appleton, Wisconsin. I would say it's a pretty low chance. Should be mostly wind. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Sheboygan and also south of Meme over in Wisconsin. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's a tornado possible label on that. So again, broad rotation right now just to the west of Sheboygan. We are keeping a very close eye on this. There is definitely a mesocyclone on this storm as well. You can kind of see that here. Definitely some stronger winds, at least going in the direction of the radar site here. So going to the north. Definitely got a decent inflow going to the storm. Your I-43. We still have a tornado possible label near Saukville going towards Belgium. A little bit of broad rotation on that storm as well. So we are keeping an eye on that. So another report back over, I think I already relayed this, but apparently, yeah, I did relay that, never mind. We have a new report over at Oshkosh, though, that there is flooding, at least some street flooding on Wagyu Avenue in the city of Oshkosh. Also, there is more flooding being reported back over on the southwest side of Appleton. And we also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning just off to the east and northeast of Pittsburgh. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and half-dollar size hail. That is for Butler, Allegheny, Armstrong, and Westmoreland counties. One was producing up to ping pong ball size tail just a few minutes ago. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center of all of our storm reports for the day. So we have had 5 tornadoes officially reported in Wisconsin. I think it's been a little bit more than that, but that brings our total tornado counter today up to 6. We did have a EFU tornado earlier in Indiana. We've had 31 wind reports and 0 hail reports. The 0 hail reports is actually, I think, the most surprising thing to me today so far is that we've had no hail get reported, but only 37 total reports after you look at the filtered reports. That means we had 37 different storm events happen today. There are going to be more that get added over the next couple of hours. If we do get one more tornado added in Wisconsin, that would mean we are technically at a tornado outbreak for the day. In Wisconsin, we are above the 6 tornadoes that are required for a tornado outbreak. However, that one in Indiana doesn't really count as being associated with the same event because it's part of a different system. But that's what's basically happened today so far. It's been a relatively quiet day outside of what's been going on in Wisconsin. So not much to relay on overall reports outside of the Midwest.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. This is a live shot from Sheboygan right now. A couple different live shots. The wind is definitely starting to pick up. Trying to get the right camera on here. So the wind is beginning to pick up a little bit here. And some gusty winds. There is, again, a tornado possible label on this storm. There has been some broad rotation right over Sheboygan Falls. It's going to be crossing over I-43 here over the next few minutes, moving to the northeast. The winds are gusting right now. This camera's looking to the northwest. The tornado potential, obviously, fairly low. It's gonna, I mean, again, this storm's going to be moving into Lake Michigan within the next 10 minutes. So if we were to get a tornado, it would probably happen on the west side of Sheboygan here in the next few minutes. Zero shame seen here. There's no shame right now. None at all. If we ever get a tornado warning on this storm, there will be shame. I can almost guarantee it. It almost always happens. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Also, as a reminder, today's stream is brought to you by ESP Storm Shelters. If you want a storm shelter to keep you and your family safe, you can check out ESP Shelters with the top link in the description below. And you can get an above-ground storm shelter from them. They also do, again, the installation's way cheaper compared to a below-ground shelter. And also, it can keep you and your family safe, especially if there's a flooding situation. We've had a lot of flooding situations recently, and obviously that can cause a lot of problems if you're in a tornado warning, and then after the fact, or even during the fact, there's flooding. It can definitely be a dangerous situation for everybody. You can check this out at espshelter.com. Top link in the description below. Really appreciate them sponsoring today's stream. But definitely recommend you get a storm shelter, especially if you're in an area that is prone to frequent severe weather. Obviously, the Midwest is one of those areas this time of the year, and then other areas like Kentucky, Tennessee, very much hot spots during the springtime. So, are you wearing socks? I'm wearing socks. It's such a random question. Is Colorado in danger? Mostly just isolated wind and hail. Outside of that, not really looking at a whole lot of a severe weather risk. Any update on the tsunami warnings near Alaska? We do not have any active warnings. They're just advisories right now. And as of now, I don't think we have any updates on that. Currently just advisories. Wind is picking up once again. We're here in Sheboygan, in Wisconsin. Broad rotation is on the west side of town right now. Should get propellers for dinner. I don't live on campus or anything. I don't even think that's open this time of the year. Pretty sure it's summer for college. I don't know if I ever had propellers, for the record. And as a reminder, if you're tuning in from the Chicago area, there's no longer a severe thunderstorm watch in place. Severe weather is unlikely at this point for the rest of the evening, but Wisconsin, you guys are still in a tornado watch, at least for the eastern half of the state. Latest radar scan is showing a little bit more of an inflow here on the west side of Sheboygan, and also a little bit of more rotation. Has a very short window, but we have a chance of this trying to produce maybe a brief tornado before going offshore. There's a little hook. The wind is picking up again here. Where's the storm located? Sheboygan, Wisconsin. They've just issued a special marine warning off coast too for gusty winds and perhaps water spouts. Yeah, winds have been pretty strong so far. Nothing too crazy though. This is probably the last gasp here for our tornado threat out of this entire area. There's still a low chance of an isolated spin-up tornado south of Green Bay, but generally speaking, most of those storms have been pretty disorganized. Just a lot of rain right now. We also have another new severe thunderstorm warning west of Fort Wayne near Plymouth in Indiana. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds going towards Bremen, eventually going towards Warsaw and North Webster. I tagged you on Twitter. We'll check it out. Any rotation near Appleton? Not really. Just a lot of rain over there. The tornado watch will probably be canceled from the Appleton area here soon. It's mostly just rain at this point. Not really seeing a whole lot of a tornado risk. It's from South Bend, Indiana a few minutes ago. This was sent in by John Rotruck on Twitter. It's also from Brendan Horton over in Fountain, Colorado. Look at this storm. Looks gnarly. That is some scary looking clouds right there, if I've ever seen scary looking clouds. That is not a tornado, but those are some scary looking clouds right there. It's actually pretty crazy. Let me go back over to here. Apparently we have a photo of something here. Let me look. Yeah, this is a view from Vandalia, Illinois. This is a one of the traffic cams there. Pretty good view of the shelf cloud. This is the underneath of that shelf cloud that's rolling through. This area of storms producing some gusty winds right now. And this back over to Sheboygan in Wisconsin. So broadly rotating right there on the bottom right of your screen. Right over the west side of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Again, tornado risk only has so much time. Basically another 5-10 minutes until this thing's offshore. But it has been pretty windy here in Sheboygan over the last few minutes. That camera's been shaking. Got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning back over in El Paso County in Wisconsin. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. I'll pop up here in a second. Will this continue into Michigan? Michigan will see a little bit of isolated severe weather tonight. I don't really expect anything beyond just damaging winds, but maybe a very low tornado risk for the very far western half of the state. That'd be mainly, though, for the coastline where the storms will be coming over the water. Here's that new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds ongoing near Ellicott, just south of Callahan. This will be going into rural parts here of areas east of Colorado Springs. Just stay away from windows if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning. Got multiple severe warnings there. Nothing too crazy, though. Again, we're not really looking at anything major across the board. We have another new severe warning west of Indianapolis. That'll be for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is going to be coming towards Indianapolis in the next hour or so. So be ready for some damaging wind potential as this continues to move east, just south of Crawfordsville. Hey, DK for the 28 months. Really appreciate that. Also, they have canceled the severe warning back over near South Bend. So that's just gusty winds at this point. Really, the only severe storms across the entire line are very isolated, and it's mainly from just south of South Bend all the way back towards St. Louis. But long line of storms here. Just all fairly isolated for our wind threat at this point. This is, again, a much larger line of storms than I really anticipated. It's going pretty far down to the south and west. We have a new damage report on the north side of Chicago, back over at Montrose Harbor, Illinois, that there's a piece of a roof that blew into a gangway between two buildings. Or some of the more significant wind damage that we've had so far today. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, it sounds like the maximum observed tsunami was 0.2 feet, so obviously that's not very significant. That was measured in Sandpoint, Alaska, and once again, there is now no watch, warning, or advisory for any tsunami activity. So it does seem like we are on the way low end of the predictions, which is of course a good thing. And tsunamis are really hard to predict, so I think it is still good that we went through the process of issuing a watch, then going to an advisory, or a warning and then an advisory in the area today, just because it is something that people forget about being a substantial threat to areas of Alaska. And actually, 2 years ago, yesterday, we did have a very significant tsunami in Alaska. So, really good result with what happened today, and the threat is now done.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So it looks like we are done with our Alaska tsunami, which, again, was not very significant. So that's good news. It could have been worse, especially with there being a 7.3 magnitude earthquake. Keep in mind, there is still potential for aftershocks, so we have to keep an eye on that. But generally speaking, the tsunami risk should be on the lower side of things from here on out. But all the watches and advisories are all canceled, which is good news. Once again, if you have any photos or videos from today's storms, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Quite a few crazy videos of tornadoes as well come in, and many other crazy things as well. This was earlier into today's stream, but in case you missed it, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. This is one of the tornadoes that we had live on stream. This was from Charlie Bordeaux. This is one of the tornadoes that we had on stream today. This was back over just north of Beaver Dam. It was a little pipe that came down. It was on the ground for maybe 30 seconds or so, maybe 45 seconds. Wasn't on the ground for a super long time, but nonetheless, it was a tornado. We also had a tornado that may have been on the ground for as long as an hour today. I'm trying to find the video of that, but we did have a large tornado that was on the ground for quite some time. So another video also from CJ Ziegler of that tornado that also happened near Beaver Dam. This is just another perspective, a little bit closer to it. A little bit better quality since I was from the live stream. So pretty crazy stuff there from earlier. We've had a whopping, I think, 6 tornadoes or 5 tornadoes confirmed today. I think it's at 6 right now, but again, that number could change easily. Next video of people dancing. I don't think we have any more videos of people dancing. Where's Beaver Dam? That is right here. That's where the tornado was confirmed. It was just barely north of Beaver Dam. Being dark in southwest Michigan. Yeah, nothing more than gusty winds is expected. Actually, a live shot back over in Kalamazoo. I don't think we're going to see much, but you can see some of the cumulonimbus clouds developing there. It's from downtown Kalamazoo, Michigan. Might see some damaging winds here, especially with our second line of storms that's going to move over to Lake Michigan, but the line that's going to be coming in over the next hour probably won't produce much more than just 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. First time on the channel, and I'm here 3 hours later. W, appreciate you tuning in. Hey, Melissa, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, we do live coverage like this all the time. Obviously, the severe weather risk is definitely lower than it was before when it comes to tornadoes, but we obviously had a very active period there. It was a good 3-4 hours where there was literally nonstop tornado warnings for the most part. So which was better, McDonald's or Wendy's? Definitely Wendy's. How is it rare? Or I got a question. Is it rare for a tornado in Ohio? It's not rare. It's just we don't even have a setup for tornadoes in Ohio. Last year we had so many tornadoes in Ohio. We were on like we had like a record-breaking year last year in Ohio for tornadoes. It was crazy. Keep seeing somebody saying in the chat it's raining cows and pigs in Manitowoc. I don't know if I said the name right, but I don't think it's raining cows or pigs. It's probably raining pretty hard though. The heaviest of the rain is going to be moving offshore here over the next 30 minutes. We also have another little cluster of storms that's developed just west of Milwaukee. Should be mainly gusty winds. Not really looking at much of a tornado risk with those storms. Rotation over Sheboygan, still pretty broad. I don't think we're going to get a tornado warning at this point. Just very broad rotation over town. Not really enough to produce a tornado. Also, the rotation on the storm near Belgium is completely fallen apart, so really not looking at much of a risk of a tornado there either. Otherwise, we're mostly looking at wind and rain across most of central northeastern Wisconsin right now. I think the biggest concern is kind of shifting over to the south a little bit towards Indiana, where we have a long line of storms. It's mainly producing damaging winds going along I-74 right now. Let's see if we have any cameras also along I-74. We have a few cameras that are going to be in the path of some of the severe weather here soon. Low sus day? It was sus earlier. We started the stream with a PDS tornado warning. I don't know the last time that we had a PDS tornado warning before today. It feels like it's been a while. We did have one earlier in today's stream. Not a super common occurrence as of lately. Pennsylvania storm looks good. I have a couple wind reports coming out of this too. I actually added a tornado possible label to the storm here near Leechburg and Lower Burrell. There was a report of a tree down in Wexford, Pennsylvania. Also, half-dollar-sized hail was reported. Over in Leechburg, there was also a report of a road closed due to flash flooding. Got another damage report of a tree down in US 22, so we've had some trees fall down. Storm is broadly rotating. A little hook on the storm, which is probably why they issued a tornado possible label on it, but not seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar. It's very weak, if that, so not super concerned about this. Any news on the tsunami? No tsunami at this point. The tsunami only went to like 0.2 feet, so it's pretty small. All the tsunami warnings have been canceled. And also advisories have been canceled. What age do you start liking weather? I got into weather when I was like 3. I mean, I watched the Weather Channel growing up. That was like my big thing. All my young years were mostly spent watching the Weather Channel. You have stuff for tomorrow? I don't think we're going to be live tomorrow. There isn't really much of a reason to go live tomorrow. Unless out of absolute thin air we get a tropical storm that's actually significant, which seems unlikely. The only thing that's streamable tomorrow would be this large marginal threat from Oklahoma back into New England. Again, I'm not really confident that we're going to really see anything tomorrow when it comes to a severe weather risk aside from wind. Maybe a little bit of isolated hail. The tornado risk is very low. It'll be mainly over northern New England and upstate New York. So I don't see much of a reason to go live tomorrow, but we'll definitely look and see if anything changes tonight, but looks unlikely that there's a live stream tomorrow. Then Friday doesn't look like a stream day. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are the next days to look out for. I think Saturday is not going to happen, but Sunday through Tuesday or Wednesday will probably be stream days. Will we be live Tuesday? I have no clue. It's too far out, but I do think early next week looks to be pretty active. Show you guys the future radar here. Just a second. I'll pull it up. So beyond today, we are going to be looking at a fairly quiet weather pattern, I think, this weekend. There will be some storms, especially in the Ohio Valley. And also back over in the high plains, some severe weather will be possible. Don't really see anything too crazy on Saturday. Sunday kind of looks the same. Perhaps a low tornado risk in Nebraska, South Dakota. That's a maybe low-end day of a live stream. Monday, watching for some storms in the Dakotas and also back over in the Midwest. Tuesday, maybe another line of storms or two. Wednesday, Thursday, a few more lines of thunderstorms. So I think the biggest thing really over the next week or two will be these mesoscale convective system days, which basically means lines of thunderstorms will be the biggest story. Our mid-level flow doesn't look like anything crazy, mostly northwesterly flow, which will promote more big storms. But look at this right here. By the end of the month, we might be just dealing with a large death ridge, or otherwise known as just a big like ring of fire sort of setup, where all of our jet stream is kind of circling around this. Usually promotes drier and warmer weather and also less severe weather. So might have a little quieter weather pattern as we go into early August. We'll have to wait and see. That could change. They have canceled the severe warning just west of Sheboygan. There's a report that there's a lot of street flooding in Plymouth, Wisconsin. But there's no longer any severe warnings in Wisconsin. We're back down to 18 severe warnings for the time being, which will drop further here in a moment. We now have 2-inch size tail on the storm back over in Colorado. This one is going to be back over near El Paso in Colorado. We've upgraded 2 different warnings to 2-inch size tail here. So some big hail right now falling right along I-25 and also near Ellicott. So if you're in this area, make sure that you're avoiding it if you can, especially if you're traveling on the roadways. Some big hail falling right along the interstate by the sounds of it. You can actually see the storm right now from one of these cameras. Look at this. This is actually a pretty good view of the storm. 2. It's a live shot from just south of Fountain. You can see the storm. It's very elevated, but all the hail is going to be buried back in there. Thank you, Fells, for the super chat. Is Quick Trip safe? You ride the John Deere before? I think you're doing all right. My cat here. Got cheese curd. I think we're going to do cheese curd merch at some point, right? Fat cat? She is not fat. Don't say that to her. She is fit. She's got muscle, let's say that. Say another live shot as well, back over on the same storm here near Fountain, which actually there is now a flash flood warning. Some puddling off to the side of the road here. Back over in Fountain, Colorado. Thank you, Curtis, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Keyboard update. Again, I got a new keyboard. The other one was fried. It literally was not fixable. Tried cleaning it, didn't work. Unfortunately. Got a few severe storms going up in central Kansas right now near Burnett with 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. We also got a new severe warning in northern Missouri near Moberly. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Storms near St. Louis have mostly fallen apart. Really not a whole lot left on the St. Louis storms at this point. Just got an outflow boundary that's pushing down to the south right now. So just outside of St. Louis, really done with the severe weather risk. Just a few more pop-up storms. If you're back over in Indianapolis or northern Indiana, southwest Michigan, still be alert for severe weather, with damaging winds being the main concern. They have issued a severe thunderstorm watch for most of southwestern Michigan and northern Indiana for damaging winds, hail, and a low-end chance of a spin-up tornado. But I really think the tornado risk is at this point almost zero in this area. We've been getting more and more damage reports back over in the Chicago area from that line of storms that rolled through earlier. So those are still coming in right now. But again, the tornado risk, I think, is pretty much winding down. The tornado watch will be expiring in an hour, and I don't see anything left that's going to be really producing a tornado, at least in Wisconsin. I think it's mostly just rain at this point, which will lead to flooding. Tsunami for Alaska. Tsunami in Alaska is not happening. It already did happen. It was just on the low side of things. It was a pretty weak tsunami. Tsunami watches only now? There aren't even tsunami watches. There's literally nothing. They had tsunami warnings initially, then there were tsunami advisories, and now they're just nothing at all. Can we hear her purring? Probably not. At least not right now. I don't know where she went. Did I do on Twitter? We'll check it out. Somebody hydroplane bottom right camera? That just happened? There are a few cars pulled off to the left on that other shoulder on the other side of the road. We're now up to baseball-sized hail. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado now for Pablo and Herfano counties in Colorado. It'll pop up here in a second. Just southwest of Pablo. Look at that thing in the bottom right. Huge hailstorm going towards I-25 right now. It's north of Colorado City. There's going to be one camera inside of the severe thunderstorm warning. This is, again, the camera map that we have. And this is the new severe warning that just went up. There's one single blue dot. That is one single camera that is inside of this warning here. Looking at like a little hill out here in Colorado. I-25. Actually, a pretty good shot of the storm here. This is on I-25, just south of the warning, but it has a pretty good view of the storms here that are going up. They're all pretty elevated, but hail is really the biggest concern. Are there cameras in Ohio? There are. I think we have them on here. Let me double check. Yeah, we do. We have a bunch of Ohio cameras on here too. We literally have nearly 31,000 cameras in this program. 14 active storm chasers as well. No storm chasers on that destructive severe warning though. Yeah, pretty cool. What program is that? It's a program that was made in-house. One of our own programs that we have. Mainly just for our stream. cam program thingy ding. That is what it's called. That is the name. Had a double rainbow near Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. If you have a photo, you can send it to us on Twitter. We've already had a double rainbow photo from earlier, too. Also, just heads up, all clear for Alaska for tsunami. Again, there's no watches at all in effect anymore. If you're just tuning in about that, that is fully over. Good news. So no longer any sort of watches in effect. Or warnings, or advisories. We got new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in Kansas, where isolated downburst winds and large hail may occur, but limited intensity and duration of the threat suggests a watch is unlikely. So, likely not going to see another severe watch there in Kansas. They've also issued a new mesoscale discussion back over in Colorado. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, up to tennis ball sized hail, and a tornado or two are still a possibility. So continue to stay weather aware. That hatched area there is where the greatest threat will definitely be, especially where we have those big supercells that are going up right now south of Denver. We also just got a new severe warning back over in Indiana. That'll be for Elkhart, St. Joseph, and as well as St. Joseph counties. So 2 different St. Joseph counties, but both in Michigan and Indiana. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is about to move into Elkhart. So if you're in Elkhart, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. We do have a camera that is going to be on the bottom right of your screen. That is in Elkhart right now. So that is looking at the storm. Got another cool little view here on one of the Illinois cameras back on I-70 on Montrose West. It's in far eastern Illinois on the line of storms that is pushing through, producing some gusty winds. Kind of see the leading edge of the shelf cloud right here. And then all the rain behind it. The rain is a good 4 or 5 miles behind the shelf cloud, which means it's just a very outflow dominant area of storms, and there's usually very little to no chance of those actually producing tornadoes. So I think across the board, again, the tornado threat in Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin is very low at this point. I missed it all. I knew I should have quit work. What? I don't know why we're quitting work over a severe weather stream. Is Colorado just having thunderstorms, or could it have tornadoes? There's a low chance of tornadoes there. We actually have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Virginia, believe it or not, for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is in Loudoun County, Virginia. This storm, I believe it's this one here, that's going towards Washington, D.C. Hey, Tashia for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Almost time for a haircut? What do you mean? Hair looks good. I have not actually complained about my hair yet, for the record. Like, I usually complain about my hair being this long, but it actually, I don't feel like it's that bad. It's actually a live shot of this storm right now back over in Virginia. See the storm at the top of your screen. This is near Leesburg, where we have a considerable 70-mile-per-hour wind threat coming in. And then this back over in Elkhart, where the line of storm's coming in right now. You can start to see the tree swaying there. This is where we're looking at upwards of 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think your hair looks great. Thank you. Show us the new overlays for hurricanes. We're still working on them. Any Culvers tonight? Not in the playing cards. I think I'm getting Dominoes. Permission to use that? What do you mean? The camera? That if you're asking permission from me, you can't. I don't own the camera, so we just have them licensed out. As Wheeling, West Virginia, should be mostly just isolated wind. We do have a large severe warning west of Pittsburgh for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not expecting really much of a tornado risk here. A little bit of something there near Cross Creek. Base velocities on here. I'd say there's a very off chance that we get a brief spin up out of this line, but should be mostly just wind. Terminal radar site isn't really showing rotation. There is a small little pocket, though, of higher winds just southwest of Cross Creek that will be going into Burgettstown, McDonald's, and then coming up onto the west side of Pittsburgh. So stay away from windows if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. Could have some trees down, power lines down as well, as that continues to move northeast. Not a single bench in sight. I don't know the last time we saw a bench on a live stream, to be honest. It's been a while. It's been a long time. Yeah, there isn't really much left right now near in Wisconsin, as we've already kind of alluded to. I think Wisconsin's pretty much done. The tornado watch is going for 45 more minutes. Got a few storms that are approaching Milwaukee. Not even any lightning with these, really just downpours. Not any rotation either to be seen. So, again, I think Wisconsin's basically done. I think the tornado watch will probably be canceled. It was technically supposed to expire at 6 o'clock. They did extend it to 7. But I do think it could probably just be canceled at this point. We'll see. They might just allow it to continue at least until the end of the storms until the storms are offshore. Also, all the storms that are west of Indianapolis, no longer severe, just strong storms at this point, producing gusty winds between 50 and 55 miles per hour, going right down I-74, coming up towards Indianapolis and Greenwood. Fishers is also in the path of that. How's Baltimore? Isolated damaging wind throw will be the main concern. Can leave the studio. These cards gonna say bye. He's saying bye. What about Southern Illinois? Mostly just strong storms. Nothing really that crazy. I know we have a lot of storms out there, just mostly lightning. Lightning's really the biggest concern. They actually just updated the warning, though, for Effingham and Clay and Jasper counties in Illinois. This is now 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and that would be why. Look at that. Wow. Velocities actually look pretty crazy here. Just south of Effingham, upwards of 80-mile-per-hour velocities being measured by radar, which does not technically translate to the ground, but they are probably at least around 65, 75-mile-per-hour winds here. So if you're over in Bible Grove, Louisville, or just northwest of Olney, be ready for the potential for significant damaging winds around 70 miles per hour, currently tracking down to the southeast right now. It's just off to the west of Newton. What about Missouri? Just isolated strong storms. Not looking at anything severe probably for the rest of the evening. If anything, it would just be isolated damaging winds. Perhaps some quarter-size hail. Back over to Elkhart, where we do have a severe storm rolling in right now with damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Still some gusty winds on this camera. I haven't really seen anything too crazy here either. It's also a live shot back over in Colorado with that storm that is currently producing up to baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds back over near Rancho, Colorado. Pretty cool structure there at the top. A very elevated storm, very typical for this area. Still have a destructive baseball-sized hailstorm That's going to be going towards Colorado City, just south of Pablo here over the next 30 minutes. Traveling towards I-25 as well, so be ready for that as that continues to track down to the southeast. We also have a severe warning in place back over in Cheyenne, Colorado, or Cheyenne, Wyoming. The radar site's actually down up there, but that's going to be for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. We also have another storm that went up just west of Sterling. That's mainly wind. It's pretty much all outflow dominant, so really not looking at much of a tornado risk there. But yeah, across the board, again, severe weather is definitely getting more isolated. Thank you, Aiden, for the super chat. Denver, I think Denver's chilling. If anything, isolated wind and hail. Tornado risk is pretty low. All the storms basically in Colorado have all already passed Denver, so I think Denver, you guys are probably not going to see much tonight. Anything in Iowa tonight? Probably not. The risk for Iowa is mainly late this morning, and we didn't really see much other than just some gusty winds. Michigan, just isolated damaging winds. Honestly, Michigan might not see much, though. They actually, I'm pretty sure they had a watch up here for Kalamazoo, and I think they actually just canceled it. I could be wrong. I might be tripping. But I'm pretty sure there was a severe watch for Kalamazoo. Was there not? Good look. Pretty sure there was a watch, though, for Kalamazoo, and they did cancel it. Go back in time. Max, how does it feel to be 4'11"? Bro, I am not 4'11". Ain't no way you think I'm 4'11". I'm 4'11", then you're 2'1". Yeah, the severe thunderstorm watch has actually been canceled for Kalamazoo. So they have condensed it. This was the severe thunderstorm watch that was issued for Kalamazoo and Coldwater, Warsaw, Syracuse, Logansport. Also Benton Harbor. This goes until 12 a.m. tonight. But yeah, no longer includes Kalamazoo, so they at least canceled it in those areas. I don't know why it goes till 12 a.m. because honestly, most of the severe weather will be done by like probably 9 in this area. Does that even mean Max is 7-Eleven at the gas station? Oh my goodness. Terrible. Power's still out. Hopefully it comes back soon. We have only had really isolated power outages across the board. Nothing too widespread. It's mostly isolated power outages. Hey, Essential, appreciate that. Happy birthday is not my birthday. I mean, I'm literally like... Literally see how tall I am. You can't even see me in the camera back here. Like, you can't even see me. It's impossible to even see my head. That's how tall I am. Literally 8'25". Thank you, Scottish, for the super chat. Still has legs. Very short desk. It is not a short desk. This is technically a standing desk. The problem is all the cords are like... This isn't going to be like the permanent studio, but like all the cords are like basically on the ground. So we have to like fix that for whenever I actually have my official studio. This is at least temporary for the next few months though. Oh, Zoom meeting ended. All right. It's good timing. Cable management time? Yeah, we're definitely going to do cable management whenever we get to the new studio. Alrighty, well, we are going to continue live coverage, but I want to go eat. And honestly, the tornado threat, again, is on the lower side of things at this point. But we are going to continue live coverage. Riley will continue live coverage on his channel. So all you guys got to do is just stay on the stream. You'll be redirected automatically to continuing live coverage with live cameras across the nation. Also, thank you, Daryl, for the 5 get-to memberships. Really appreciate that. Got to get the membership. Make sure to thank Daryl in the chat. But as always, thank you guys all so much for watching. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Like the stream as well. And also, make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We will have a video tomorrow morning kind of talking about the general overview of weather for the next week or two. Just kind of going over everything that's going to be popping. So make sure you click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. But again, just stay on the stream. You'll be redirected automatically to Riley's stream. He will continue live coverage. And a huge, awesome shout out to ESP Storm Shelters for sponsoring today's stream. If you need a storm shelter, you can check out espshelter.com. Top link in the description below. They have above ground storm shelters to keep you and your family safe from the next dangerous tornado. These are very cheap to install as well compared to below ground storm shelters. And they also have EF5 tornado protection. So you can check that out. Again, top link in the description below or at espshelters.com. Again, appreciate you guys all watching the stream as always. We will be back again tomorrow with a video, and then next live stream probably won't be for another few days. I think the weather is going to be a bit quieter. But again, as always, thank you guys all so much for watching. And again, stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to Riley's stream, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one.